Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. On behalf of the three co-hosts, the Universidad de los Andes in Bogota, the World Bank's Research Department, and the Joint Data Center on Force Displacement, it's my honor to welcome you to this research conference. You're attending the second conference focused exclusively on socioeconomic research on those forcibly displaced and their hosts. My name is Bjorn Kilsetter. I'm the head of the Joint Data Center here in Copenhagen. We've just seen the faces of refugees, IDPs, and stateless people from around the world. Our conference is about people and individuals. Please keep these women, men, youth, children in mind as we proceed over the next 3 days. The Joint Data Center views itself, among other things, as a convener of research and policy folks who share a deep, serious, and sincere interest in improving the lives of those forcibly displaced through robust, quantitative research. We also believe it's our job to create a platform where researchers can share and test their latest work with their peers, but importantly also with policymakers and practitioners. And we fund data collection in some 20 countries and populate libraries for all you researchers and practitioners to draw from. We're delighted to have close to 800 people registered for this conference, with a good mix of academics, government representatives, and international organization professionals, and civil society colleagues. The sheer size of this figure is inspiring in itself. It shows both a commitment to data, facts, and to evidence, and an eagerness to learn, to find solutions. During these 3 days, we will mainly focus on the 85 million of those 84 million refugees, IDPs, and stateless people who have taken refuge in a country in the global south. The 85% is a statistic that is often lost on the general public, but I was really pleased to see how many of the authors of the papers that we will be discussing make this point up front. Let's also not forget that more than half of the world's displaced, some 48 million, are displaced within their own country. This group tends to get the least support and needs more attention. Further, let us keep in mind that we're looking at the increasing protractedness of displacement, and hence we need to take a comprehensive approach beyond just humanitarian needs. 2 years ago, we held the first conference ever devoted exclusively to the socioeconomic dimensions of forced displacement. As we wrapped up that conference, two of the main takeaways were: one, a sense that the challenges faced by those internally displaced were under-researched in relationship to the scale and magnitude of the challenge, and two, that the academic diversity at that conference was too limited. There was a clear majority of economists. There was a sense at that time that we needed to cast a wider academic net and learn also from other disciplines, including political science, data science, and sociology, etc. Those takeaways have guided the focus of this conference. I want to take a word on the selection of papers. We received some 154 submissions to our call for papers. In selecting, priority was given to those papers that tackled interesting and original research questions, while adopting robust, innovative, and analytical methods. And they all had to be relevant to the improvement of the lives of the 85% displaced in the global south. We believe that all the papers that are presented over the next 3 days satisfy these requirements. Let me recognize the scientific committee in charge of selecting the papers that we will be discussing. Juan Do at the World Bank, Andres Moya at the Universidad de los Andes, and Domenico Tabasso here at the JDC, ably assisted by Charlotte Persson with the JDC. Please put your cameras on. Thank you. Now, to help us set the stage and put our work in a wider context, and in some cases in a political context, we've invited three distinguished and very well-placed speakers to offer opening remarks. First, I have the honor to welcome George Okos-Obo. George has a long and distinguished career in the UN's Refugee Agency, including as Assistant High Commissioner for Programs. Most recently, he served as the head of the Secretariat of the UN's Secretary General's High-Level Panel on Internal Displacement. Starting next month, George will take up the position as the UN Secretary General's Special Advisor on Responsibility to Protect. We're really pleased to have you with us, George. The floor is yours. We can't hear you. At least I can't.
Bjorn, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, I was thanking you, the GADC, of course, the University of Los Andes and the World Bank, really for this opportunity to join this event and to share some thoughts. Quite frankly, there will be no more than thoughts. I'm also grateful to make this reconnection through the GADC with what I might even call my mother organization. As you have just said, I was there as a long-time cadre in trying to support the cause of refugees. And then, of course, the World Bank and UNHCR in particular were two of the strongest supporters of the high-level panel that you mentioned. And I was very, very delighted to see that one of the panel members and my very, very dear friend, Paula Gaviria, will also be in this event with us and to hear from her. As Bjorn mentioned, I have now finished my work and support to the panel, and 20 days ago formally retired from UNHCR. I will therefore be speaking personally, but very much to draw on those experiences in putting on the table some thoughts from an interested player in this. I do have no pretensions at all to being an academic, but drawing on these experiences, the UNHCR track, the panel track, and anticipating a little bit my forthcoming functions. What are some of the things that I would put on the table when it comes to the handshake between research and the internal displacement problematic? I have a few things that I would like to share. The very first one, Bjorn, and to all dear colleagues, is that I personally, but the panel very, very much recognized the crucial importance of knowledge creation, knowledge propagation, and knowledge instrumentalization as central to where the internal displacement issue is now and where it should go in terms of some of the shifts that the panel has called for. This is how you have advertised this conference and its objectives. So just to say that I personally and very definitely the panel is very much aligned with this objective. The truth is that in the more than 30 years since Francis Deng started the global initiative that has led to many, many good developments, there has already been a lot of research, there has been a lot of knowledge. But I think the panel was very much exercised to see that the internal displacement issue in key respect still remains at what you might call a discovery stage, and the need therefore to continue illuminating, as the title of its report says, the internal displacement issue. A lot of the knowledge and research that has been done and continues to be done today around this question is done conjunctively and by placing the internal displacement issue as part of the refugee and forced migration issue. And this has very, very many good advantages, including, for example, with protection, which I think we would all recognize as one of the most important. But there are also limitations. There are also limitations which have come with this, not least of all, probably I would highlight the very strong humanitarian emblem which has been placed on the internal displacement issue. It is, of course, a humanitarian problem, but not only so. So the panel, as for those of you who have seen the report, you will have seen that both in its shifts and in some of the things that it calls for research in particular, wants to see that angling, the plus angling, if you like, to take the internal displacement issue in other directions. What are some of these? Here, I'll put forward something which I recognize is maybe a little bit controversial. And that is to say that without trying to firewall the internal displacement issue or to pigeonhole it, it is clear that there is a need for some more particular and some more distinctive and bespoke research around the internal displacement issue, especially to draw it a little bit more broadly than where the transpositional research that has set it within the refugee and forced displacement construct has limited it. And I'll mention some of this. So for example, if this discussion was to lead to some kind of agenda of research, I think the distinctive nature would be one of the things to be drawn from the work of the panel. Secondly, the panel was very clear in calling for instrumentalization of research, i.e. the generation of knowledge, but to link that generation to outcomes which are specifically defined in the report. There are many of these, but to take just two of them, the first of those really is the visibilization of the internal displacement issue. It has been visibilized quite a lot in a number of contexts, including a number of those discussed in the papers that will be considered in this conference. But in many, many contexts, it's still a hidden issue. It is still an issue in the shadows. It is still an orphan issue which is not even on. So the panel talks a lot about this. And secondly, with regard particularly to solutions. But the point I'm making at this stage is this handshake that research must have to the generation of outcomes. If I talk a little bit about that, I think there are a few things that we could break down. And now I go back to a little bit of the framing issues. And Bjorn, I'll try to run very quickly through this so that I can stay within the time that I have. The first, I would say, is a general framing issue. And to put it in a nutshell, it is that this is a humanitarian plus a different issue. And that is an issue of citizens who are in distress. And that there is fundamentally a failure of accountability to them from different sources. If there was time, I would go a little bit into this in the point that I made earlier on about the limits of the transpositional approach to research. But let me just say, secondly now, that clearly in the internal displacement context, political economy is much, much stronger as a research and an outcome resource than it would be in protection where it is set fundamentally only in a legal construct, as my experience in UNHCR taught me. So that, I think, is one of the issues which, if again we were to translate this into some kind of research agenda, I think what the panel was saying would illuminate that issue. Secondly, there are particular dimensions which the panel highlighted that should see much, much more visibility than now. And there are three which I'll mention here very quickly. The first, I go back to the emphasis on solutions. And in the solutions that the panel has depicted, it is above all solutions as a development question, but not only, because there is a peace dimension, there is a disaster, there is a climate change, and there could be other nexuses if you wanted to attach to them. This is really a key issue because the panel itself in its work, when it now started to look at what are the implications of that, it found that the literature, the knowledge was not as vast as there should be. And therefore, its partnership with a lot of the research institutions was really to fill that gap. I believe that that agenda beyond, and dear friends, remains on the agenda for research in the internal displacement issue. Two more quick questions here. The first of those has to do with data. Here, again, in the panel saying that development is where we need to lean, these shifts that that the panel is calling for, it has implications for data. As a humanitarian, as a refugee officer, I am very familiar with the case data, which tends to be individualized, and case data which is linked to protection as a personal experience. I think the moment we start to lean to the question of data in the context of development, it is very, very different and leads us to much, much more a trend leaning, more centered within governments, more coupled with national questions above all development issues. And if I say that, for those of you who have read the report, you will see the recommendations that the panel makes. And finally, the issue of good practices and evidence. I know that my friend Paula will speak a little bit about this, so let me not go there too much. But I think if there was time, and certainly in the discussions to come, again, what the panel has said would be important. So to conclude now, I will just run very quickly through three questions. The first of those is what I would call the configuration question. If research is going to be directed towards helping create outcomes, important outcomes, solutions outcomes which are set within government, the question then is, how is this research articulated by the number one accountability holder for those outcomes, i.e. states and governments? Who defines these agendas? Who carries out this research? How is it done? Who is the deliverer? Who is the responder on this? So this is the configuration question. The second one is, quite frankly, and certainly I can say this much more emphatically as my personal view, is that most of the agenda around this issue and the knowledge is still very much cast as a global South issue, i.e. internal displacement in the global South countries, etc., etc. The panel could see so clearly, and I think we all know, that internal displacement is a global issue, including in the global North. And that then impacts the relationship of research, the definition of that research, and the players within that research. And I think that is an important issue. And the very last one is the issue of networking, coordination, and coherence. I think one of the delights of the panel was to see the different initiatives. The JDC is one of them. Researching internal displacement program. There are many we could go on, but I think the interest is to see if all of these are going to work towards the objectives such as those that I have touched on and more we'll hear about. How will they all work together? How will they network? How shall we close some of these gaps that I have alluded to, and there are more? And I think one of the biggest ones for me really is this Global South, Global North issue, the framing issues and so on. How will the greatest possible degree of coherence be achieved, not only at global, but regional and national level? And in saying that, I conclude now in thanking you for listening to me by urging all of you to please stay with and follow as closely as you can the follow-up of the panel's report. If later on in the discussion there is time to come back to that, I would be happy to give you some more information. But for now, thank you so much for listening to me. Back to you.
Thank you, Dort, for being both comprehensive and so clear and insightful. Wonderful way to kick this off, and you have some very clear messages for us. Next, I am pleased to introduce Marie Pangestu. Marie is the Managing Director for Development Policy and Partnerships at the World Bank. Before joining the bank, very recently, she served as Indonesia's Minister of Trade for 7 years and as Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy for 3 years. Mrs. Pangestu, we are honored to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Bjorn, and good day to everybody. I would like to thank the organizers, especially our colleagues at UNHCR and the School of Economics at Universidad de los Andes for their collaboration on this very important agenda. As the number of forcibly displaced people globally increases to over 82 million, data and research on forced displacement have really gained renewed urgency. This conference will bring forth new knowledge to strengthen the global community's ability to make timely and evidence-based decisions that will improve the lives of affected people. I'm pleased to see practitioners from academia, development, and government gathered here, as we will need our collective wisdom to tackle this challenge. Forced displacement is not just a humanitarian concern. It also poses a significant development challenge as displacement becomes more protracted, with about 16 million people now in exile for over 5 years. This puts pressure on host communities, especially in developing countries who themselves are struggling to address multiple crises, from the impact of COVID-19 to climate change. As forced displacement worsens, interlinked with such crises, knowledge plays an increasingly critical role for developing countries. Research and data help to build support for the agenda by underpinning discussions at global fora. It supports policy dialogue, helping policymakers think through solutions as they work to recover and get back on track to achieve a green, resilient, and inclusive development. At the bank, knowledge is central to our support, in line with our mission to reduce poverty and promote shared prosperity in a sustainable manner. We are committed to creating, improving, and sharing knowledge on development challenges, including on forced displacement. I'm happy, therefore, to let you know that the 2023 World Development Report, the World Bank Group's flagship report on development policy, will focus on migration and forced displacement. Knowledge also informs our operational work on forced displacement, which continues to grow in scale. With the support of our shareholders, we achieved a record 93 billion commitment in December to replenish the International Development Association, or IDA, our fund for the poorest. This means more support to people and countries affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. And this includes 2.4 billion in earmarked financing for refugees and host communities, in addition to the 45 projects in 18 countries that are ongoing, amounting to almost 2.5 billion. In middle-income countries, the Global Concessional Financing Facility provides support for host communities to address refugee crisis. In Jordan, Lebanon, Colombia, and Ecuador, over $600 million have been approved to help leverage close to $6 billion in concessional financing. These investments rely on the evidence base built up over the years, where partnerships have played a critical role. The Joint Data Center is an excellent example of how we have partnered with UNHCR and others to make a strong contribution to high-quality, policy-relevant research. For example, a study conducted with UNHCR found that the average annual cost of educating all refugee children is less than 4% of public education expenditure on average in developing countries, which host 85% of the world's refugees. Research like this will help us better integrate refugees in public policies. The Joint Data Center also supports global statistical work on forced displacement. Due to the protracted nature of forced displacement, a significant upgrade in the quality and comparability, quantity, and usability of data is really needed. We are innovating in the way we collect data, including through the novel use of satellite imagery, mobile phone data, and citizen-generated inputs to produce more granular and timely information. For example, in the Central African Republic, we work with the National Statistical Office on data collection of internally displaced persons living in camps and among the general population, who were previously not systematically included in the National Household Survey. This will inform government policies and donor assistance and help to identify data collection gaps in fragile situations. Our joint goal, I believe, is to better the lives of the displaced and their host communities. And to succeed, we must continue to work together more closely than ever. Having worked in both academia as well as government, I'm very interested in your thoughts and suggestions. What are the most concerning data gaps when it comes to forced displacement? What are the research areas where we need to probe more deeply? Do we know enough about the gender dimensions of forced displacement? These are just some of the questions that I had in my mind, and I really look forward to hearing more about your research over the next 3 days. Good luck on your deliberations, and I really look forward to hearing the results of your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Pangesto. I think you set the stage very nicely, not least for the policy session that we will be holding later today, which is partly precisely about the transmission mechanism that you were talking about. How can we use research in policy setting and in programming? So thank you for highlighting that in particular. Wonderful. Next, I'm going to turn to Paula Gaviria Betancourt. Paula is the executive director of Compass Foundation. She's a lawyer and journalism specialist. She was a member of the UN SG's high-level panel on internal displacement that George just spoke about. She's also a former presidential advisor for human rights in Colombia and former director of their Distinguished Victims Unit. Among her many achievements, she was active in the negotiations of the final peace agreement, which was signed by the Colombian government and the FARC guerrilla, for which I believe the then Colombian president was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Paula, we're delighted to have you here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, John, and hello to all. Thank you to JDC, World Bank, UNHCR, and Los Andes University, my university, for this invitation. A warm hello to my dear colleague, George. The global crisis of the millions of people forced to flee their homes each year and others trapped in protracted displacement is not a crisis of numbers. It is one of profound human suffering. The world has committed to leave no one behind by 2030. We have 7 years to go. So we have to really work together to achieve that the internally displaced persons reintegrate into society and reach a point where they no longer have needs associated with being displaced. In the actual context, it's been said, the use of data, its analysis and research are key tools that have to be stimulated more than before. This conference comes in a perfect timing, George said it. Its agenda with the 24 selected papers with various topics reinforces the idea we picked up in the panel's work on the role of the academia and research to set out the path for change that is required and that George developed in depth. Strengthening the effective use of internal displacement data is key to build understanding and the capacity to prevent and respond to internal displacement, creating political will, improving accountability, and ensuring the approaches reflect the experiences of people of all ages, genders, and diversities. In the high-level panel, we received at least 45 submissions that recall the need for better data and statistics on internal displacement. Some lessons from the Colombia's policy innovations in responding to displacement. In 2011, Colombia decided to address the suffering of victims affected by decades of armed conflict. With a strong consensus of society, a broad participation of the victims, and a political will at the highest level, it designed a public policy and an institutional framework to address and provide reparations to victims. This effort was made in the midst of an ongoing conflict. We came from years of debates about numbers and data. We knew that data and evidence were critical. We committed to an evidence-based approach to action. So the first thing we decided to face was the construction of a unique registry of victims, which integrates the different databases on victims. Today, that registry recognizes 8.2 million internally displaced persons and a total of 9.2 victims of other crimes as well. The most robust official registry of victims that any state has, and a critical tool for decision-making. At the same time, we built a national information network that carries out joint analysis of the information and strengthens the capacity of local authorities and others on the collection and management of data. By strengthening the effective use of the data, we promoted national ownership and accountability on internal displacement and the possibility of setting common objectives and goals with national and international partners, and most important, promoted transparency and accountability as key elements to mitigate the lack of trust, as well as the lack of legitimacy of institutions, another of the effects of decades of conflict. Here, a very advanced system for participation at the national, regional, and local levels, with the inclusion of all the differential approaches and gender parity is in place, so the internally displaced take an active part in the decisions that affect them. We saw in the more than 12,500 displaced and host communities with whom we spoke in the high-level panel that they have a voice and they want to be heard. The magnitude of the victimization, the disproportionate impacts, especially on women, children, and ethnic communities, made it a priority to better understand their needs and also their capacities. So we adopted a psychosocial approach that recognized that the victims of displacement had enormous capacities and the agency to decide on their future. After 40 years of several attempts to put an end to conflict, in 2016, the peace agreement was signed with the FARC guerrilla. The implementation of this ambitious agreement, which seeks to address both the causes and consequences of Colombia's long-standing conflict, has required the decisive involvement of the academia and the unrestricted support of the international community. However, new massive displacement and confinements persist. There were 80,000 new people displaced in 2021. Drivers of displacement have been insufficiently addressed. More investment has to be made in prevention, and definitely more research is needed. Finally, while the country made steps towards reconciliation by reintegrating 13,000 former FARC ex-combatants, it had to learn to integrate almost 2 million Venezuelans. Of these, more than 200,000 have received the special protection statute that gives them a 10-year stay in Colombia. The progress for this population is the reestablishment of their rights with this protection status is huge. However, it also presents great challenges for Colombia, since most of these migrants are arriving in areas where internally displaced persons are present. Here, the role of the private sector and the academia has been key. I conclude by saying that this conference gives me hope. The papers, their innovative questions and proposals prove that we are awake and willing to put our collective energy at the service of those who most need our solidarity. But above all, in favor of the urgent responses needed by the states and the international community. Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Paula. Love your energy and passion, and also to giving us a very concrete example of some very forward-leaning policies introduced by Colombia over the years, including this year and last when it comes to Venezuelan refugee-like populations. Thank you very much. So we have heard from our three opening speakers. I hope that you feel that they've set the stage, given some ideas and energy, and I think we will have reason to come back to the words that we have heard this past half hour during the conference over the 3 days. So we're gonna kick it off. I'm next going to hand over to Nelly Pommy, who will tell us about some housekeeping, including meeting etiquette, general tips, and interpretation for running a virtual big conference such as this with people spread out throughout the time zones. But before I hand over, I just want to make two quick points. First, there's a survey that's gone out to all of you who registered, and it's also available on our website. Please take it. It will give us the evidence that we want regarding, and it's also an opportunity for you to express an opinion on what you would like to see more of or less of. Second, there will be I will do a crowdsourcing for an op-ed that we hope to put out soon after the conference is over. The question in that will be more or less, what did research ever do to improve the situation of those forcibly displaced and their hosts? We will do a live poll here on WebEx, so keep an eye out for that. And we look forward to your input, very concrete input on what you believe how research has made a difference in the lives of those forcibly displaced and their hosts. Very well, let me give the floor over to Nelly, who will then in turn, once she's done, hand it over to kick off the first academic session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Björn. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm called Nelly, and I'm here to share some IT guidelines for this event. So there are two main IT guidelines. The first is you cannot unmute, but you can use the chat to post your questions. Also, you can raise your hand if you really want to speak, and you will be unmuted. So to raise your hand, there are two methods. The first method is under the screen where there's the menu, and you see a smiley. You click on the smiley, and at the top, you'll see raise hand. Simply click raise hand, and you'll be requested to unmute, and you'll be able to unmute to speak. And the second is to go by your name in the attendees list. And by your name, you're going to see a logo with a hand raised. Simply click on the hand raised, and you'll be requested to unmute. The next guideline is for the simultaneous interpretation. So for this event, interpretation is offered twice. The first is at the opening remarks, which we are going through now. And after this, you'll be required to switch back to the original audio. To do so, kindly click at the bottom left on the globe, which is meant for interpretation, and then you choose Audio Original audio flow. In case during the event you're not getting any sound, that is actually what you should do. The instructions will be shared in the chat for further reference. And now I would like to give the floor to the chair of our first session, Mr. Azad.
Thank you very much, Nelly. Quick question, can you hear me or see me or both?
Yes, we can. And you can
Thank
see
you.
it's perfect.
Great. So good morning and good afternoon. Greetings of the new year and welcome to the very first session of the second research conference on forced displacement, organized by the World Bank and UNHCR's Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement, School of Economics of the Universidad de los Andes and the Development Research Group of the World Bank. Very quickly, my name is Abul Azad. I'm a senior economist with the JDC and will be your facilitator for this session. In this session, we'll have presentations on 4 research papers with a key focus on cash transfer programs for refugees in refugee host countries. Mirko Bintar from the University of Oxford, Bart Osler from the World Bank, Anwar Altindak from the University of Bentley, and Murat Kirdar from Boğaziçi University will be presenting the papers. To all the presenters, please note that you will have 20 to 25 minutes each to present your paper, and there will be 5 to 10 minutes for question and answer after each presentation. I'll be your timekeeper. We'll give you reminders at 15 and 20 minutes. So without further delay, I would like to welcome everyone to the very first paper, Food Aid and Refugee Coping Strategies. Evidence from a regression discontinuing design. It is authored by Mirko Bintar and Olivia Stark of the University of Oxford. The paper focuses on the effects of a reduction in food entitlements in a large refugee camp in Uganda on key health, nutritional, and employment outcomes. Mirko, on behalf of his team, will be presenting. Mirko, apologies if I have changed the meaning of your name by completely mispronouncing your name. Over to you, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and let's get going right away. I hope you can see the presentation, and thank you so much for the introduction. We have added one additional co-author in the meantime, and Iman has done incredible work on this paper. It's a great honor for all of us to present the paper and to kickstart the event with our research. As we've heard in the introduction, refugee numbers have been increasing over the last couple of years, and there are now 26 million refugees globally who were forced to leave their home countries and settle in other countries to find refuge. As we've heard from Mary and Bjorn, many of these individuals are living in other countries for several years in protracted situations, which very often makes them reliant on the service and aid delivery from the international community, most notably the UNHCR and the World Food Programme. However, as refugee numbers increase, so does the demand for services, and the UNHCR and the World Food Programme are often faced with funding shortages because of the increased demand. This leads them to reduce their aid to certain individuals in order to be able to serve everyone who is in need. Very often, refugees who have lived in a country for several years are the ones to see their aid withdrawn first, because they have been living in the country for a couple of years and are therefore deemed to have become more self-reliant. In our paper, we're investigating in how far this is true, and how far individuals indeed have become more self-reliant over time, and when faced with a very large shock in terms of their food rations, whether they are able to cope with such shock and in which ways they do so. So far, there exists very little empirical evidence on these questions because there's a lack of exogenous variation. We cannot just run an experiment and see whether aid reductions have changed the employment, health, or other outcomes for refugees because of obvious moral reasons. In our case, we explored a very unique regression discontinuity in Uganda, which allows us to say something about these questions. In 2015, the WFP Uganda was forced to reduce their aid entitlements to around 50% of their aid beneficiaries. And they did so by setting a particular cutoff. They set a cutoff to 2013, and all refugees who arrived before this date saw their ration entitlements reduced by 50%. All refugees who arrived after this date remained eligible for the full ration. We will exploit this regression discontinuity to see what the impact was in terms of employment, health, and other outcomes. But before that, a little bit of information on the setting. We, as has been said, are looking at Nakivale refugee settlement, which is one of Uganda's largest refugee settlements, and it houses around 105,000 refugees. It's located in a remote yet fertile area in southern Uganda, which allows for agriculture. Differently to perhaps other countries in Africa, Uganda has a very progressive refugee framework. It doesn't follow an encampment model, where rights are very often limited and economic opportunities as well, but rather refugees arriving in Uganda are given the right to access employment. They can also establish businesses. They have freedom of movement and are integrated in the local service delivery. In addition, refugees who arrived in Nakivale are also given a rather generous aid package. On one hand, they're given a plot of land that they can produce on and also settle on. And in addition, they're also eligible to food aid delivery from the World Food Programme. I think a little different from other presenters in our today's session, the food aid delivered in Nakivale is only in kind and there's no additional cash assistance. However, the food aid is still very crucial for the refugees to survive. And in 2015, it has become quite under strain. What happened was that a large influx of around 138,000 South Sudanese refugees entered the country from the north, and suddenly World Food Programme Uganda had to service a much larger number of refugees than expected, and therefore had certain funding shortages which they had to resolve. They did so by setting the cutoff to 2013, such that refugees who arrived before 2013 have lived in the country at this point for at least 2 years or more, and have been deemed perhaps more self-reliant, and their food entitlements were reduced by 50%. Refugees who arrived after 2013 were classified as recent arrivals, and they remained eligible for the full ration entitlements. This is how it looked like in terms of entitlements. So the full ration is on the left-hand side, and it is supposed to deliver the average calories needed for an adult of around 2,400 kilocalories per day, most of them coming from cereals, pulses, corn, soy bland, and vegetable oil. Refugees who were on reduced rations, so those arriving before 2013, only received a half ration, which, as you can see, in fact, means significantly less calories, even more than half, which goes from 2,400 down to just around 1,100. In our data, the discontinuity looks like this. On the x-axis, we have reported arrival date, and on the y-axis, we have the ration that a refugee has received. We can see that both in terms of maize and in terms of beans consumed, or rather included in the ration, refugees on the left-hand side of the cutoff have received just around 50% of the ration size than refugees on the right-hand side of the cutoff. There's a very clear and large discontinuity visible around 2013, showing that those that arrived afterwards have had significantly higher rations than those arriving beforehand. If no other variable has changed significantly around the cutoff, what we can do is use a regression discontinuity design to estimate the treatment effect of ration reductions. This would be achieved by taking a small narrow window around the cutoff, around 2013, and comparing the refugees on the left-hand side to those who are just on the right-hand side of the cutoff. And if there's no significant other difference between those two groups except then the food policy, then the difference in means between outcomes in these two groups, roughly speaking, would translate to the treatment effect that we would observe in terms of food ration reductions. The main assumption made here is that no other variable had a discontinuous jump at around 2013, which is the continuity assumption of an RDD. We do have a couple of reasons to expect this continuity assumption to hold. For one particular problem that we very often face with regression discontinuity designs is an anticipation effect. If individuals, for example, are able to anticipate a policy, they would have an incentive to self-select into the group that is more favorable for them. In our paper, we would have a large problem if refugees arriving around 2013 would have the opportunity to self-select and, for example, postpone their arrival for a couple of months and therefore arrive after the cutoff and therefore be part of the control group. However, in our setting, this is very unlikely or actually even impossible to have occurred because the policy came into effect in 2015 and uses a retrospective cutoff, which means refugees who were arriving in 2013 had no means to actually anticipate a policy that would happen 2 years in the future, and therefore would not be able to anticipate a policy and change their arrival date accordingly. In addition, the policy was unexpected. It was unexpected both for the refugees and the policymakers, in fact, in 2015, because it was a direct response to a crisis that emerged in the country through a sudden and unexpected arrival of 138,000 South Sudanese refugees. This arrival can be interpreted as a quasi-exogenous shock, and that led to the World Food Programme experiencing funding shortages, and in conclusion, to the food policy. We might be somewhat worried that if a large amount of refugees arrived into the country, Nakivale and refugees living in the camp would be affected in different ways than just the food policy. For example, through changes in the labor market or perhaps the composition of refugees in the camp. However, the influx of refugees into Uganda was really limited to the northern parts of the state. Not really many South Sudanese refugees moved into the south where Nakivale is located, and in fact, in our data set, there's not a single South Sudanese refugee. Therefore, we would expect the impact on Nakivale to have not been really significant, except for the change in the nationwide food policy from WFP. Since there have been very few exceptions to some extremely vulnerable individuals, and also the elderly, our regression discontinuity design is fuzzy, which does not have significantly strong implications for our results, except that they will be applying to the subset of compliers and not the whole refugee sample. Given that the continuity assumptions are holding, we can use different RD estimators to estimate the treatment effect of food ration reductions. And we do so by using state-of-the-art typical estimators developed by Polonico et al. We also cluster our standard errors at the enumeration error level in order to incorporate the survey design, which has also been a very typical one. We use a two-stage sample clustering, where first enumeration areas were drawn, those were villages, and then a mapping exercise was performed afterwards. We then draw a set of households from each EA. And since we were stratifying by nationality, our sample ends up being representative of both refugee communities in Nakivale and the two biggest refugee communities, which are the Somali and Congolese refugees. The survey was conducted between March and April 2018, and on total we have around 1,600 refugees in our sample, 800 Somali and 800 Congolese. So applying our RD estimates into our data, these are the main results that we find. Perhaps a quick note on interpretation. Similarly to the regression discontinuity literature in general, we compare the right-hand side of the cutoff to the left-hand side of the cutoff. However, if you remember, what is a bit different is that in our case, the right-hand side of the cutoff comprises the control group on higher rations, and the left-hand side, the treatment group, which experienced ration reductions, which means if we see a positive coefficient in this table, it means that those on higher rations also had higher outcomes than individuals on lower rations. For example, if we look into our preferred specification, which is panel B, a non-parametric estimation using control variables, which are gender, age, marital status, and educational attainment of the parents, we see that refugees on higher food rations had on average a significantly higher calorie intake. They also spent significantly more on food, are slightly less food insecure, and slightly more likely to travel to other parts of Uganda. We did not see any sort of impact on dietary variety, health, or the likelihood of having a job. If we translate these treatment estimates so that they relate to ration reductions, what we have just found was that refugees on lower rations consumed on average 36% less calories per week, which means 530 kilocalories per day. And they also spend around 35% less on food. The second part might be curious, since it implies that aid and expenditure are complements and not substitutes. And we might have expected that when rations are reduced, individuals would have to spend more to make up for the difference, but in fact, they spend less. One potential explanation for this could be a common and quite widespread practice, especially among Somali refugees, of ration selling. Very often Somalis for whom the contents of the rations are actually not culturally inappropriate food would use parts of their rations, sell them in the market, and then use the cash received in order to buy the sorts of foods that they enjoy consuming. And therefore, when rations are reduced, automatically also their cash is reduced and therefore expenditure. That could be one potential reason. What we saw is that refugees on lower rations were also more food insecure by around 5 points on the FIAS score of insecurity. Lower rations were also associated with less travel between Nakivale and other cities, which is also actually a good result, or rather a result that helps in our identification, since it seems to be the case that it's only refugees who have higher rations who are able to move out of the camp and pursue other economic opportunities in other cities. One thing that we would have been worried by is if refugees who have experienced ration reductions would leave the camp, as then our treatment group would have been a little bit contaminated. However, what looks to be the case is that in order to leave the camp and have other economic opportunities, it is necessary to have a higher ration, or at least those on lower rations are more likely to move. We did not observe any sort of impact on dietary variety, on health, or the likelihood of being employed. And the second part has really made us curious, as we would have also expected that once individuals are faced with ration reductions, they would need to search for new income earning opportunities in order to make up for the negative income shock, which is also something we found with recent studies on COVID. But it is not the case, and there could be two potential reasons for this. First, that even though Uganda has a very progressive policy environment, having a job and finding one in Nakivale is actually still quite challenging, as there are not as many economic opportunities available, and the refugees have to also compete with locals. Plus, very often refugees would need education certificates or just other certificates to prove their skills, which they do not possess, and therefore their competitiveness in the market might be hindered. A different reason could be that there is underlying heterogeneity in our populations, and that, for example, you could imagine if one portion of the refugees in our sample would have positive treatment effects and others would have had negative ones, then when we aggregate them together, it could be that the aggregate effect is not discernible from zero. We look into this second hypothesis by splitting our sample into the two main subgroups of refugees that live in Nakivale, the Somalis and the Congolese refugees. There are actually a couple of reasons why we would expect the treatment effects to differ between those two groups. For one, their background is rather different. Somali refugees come from an urban background and are very often well connected within their network. They have a large Somali network both within the camp, within Uganda, and also between different countries that they might be able to rely on in times of need. Congolese refugees tend to not have that sort of network. Second of all, because Somalis have an urban background, what we very often observed was that once they arrived in the camp, they were allotted a plot of agricultural land, but they would immediately sell this agricultural land because they would not be able to actually produce anything on it, and instead use the proceeds to move into the settlement and then pursue trade and service activities. Congolese refugees, by contrast, tend to have a much higher likelihood of keeping the agricultural land that they have been allotted and actually then also engaging in agriculture. Agricultural tends to be the most engaged in occupation from all occupations for the Congolese subsample. So because of that, we would have actually expected the impacts on calorie consumption for the Congolese sample to be a little bit lower, because since they are very often engaged in subsistence agriculture, it should have been the case that once rations are reduced, they might have been able to produce something themselves and therefore balance the shock. However, what we observe is actually quite different, as the impact effect on the Congolese is significantly higher than the impact effect on Somalis. Congolese have been significantly negatively affected by ration reductions, whilst for Somalis, we cannot actually tell if they have been positively or negatively impacted at all. In addition, what we can see for Congolese refugees is that they are more incentivized to look for additional jobs, whilst for Somalis, it actually appears to be the case that they are slightly less likely to look for a job opportunity if they are experiencing ration reductions. There is a second curiosity for Somali refugees, which we will investigate, and this is dietary variety. The way we would need to interpret the coefficient under dietary variety in panel A is that Somali refugees who have experienced ration reductions are in fact having slightly more varied diets than Somalis who have not experienced ration reductions. They also tend to exhibit around 2.7 less health problems than Somalis on higher rations. To summarize these points,
at 17 minutes, please.
Thank you. To summarize these points, we have seen that the effect of weekly calories is significantly higher for Congolese refugees than for Somalis. Dietary variety is higher than the number of health problems lower for Somalis on reduced rations. Somalis on reduced rations also less likely to work. Employment therefore does not seem to be a coping strategy for Somalis, but it does very much seem like a coping strategy for Congolese refugees once they experience reduced rations. We will now very quickly look into both of the individual groups, once for Somalis and Congolese, to see what might have been going on. For Somalis, the big question was why Somalis on lower rations are able to work less and why they have more varied diets. We looked into this by looking on one hand on remittances and on the other hand on food consumption. On the food consumption end, we see that what is most likely going on is that Somalis are substituting foods which they prefer in their diet with foods that are included in the ration. The Somali diet usually tends to be very meat heavy, whilst the contents of the rations, like maize, cereals, and beans that you've seen before, tend to be not considered culturally appropriate foods. The impact estimates in this table tell us that Somalis, when they experience ration reductions, tend to consume significantly less meat, and instead they consume significantly more beans and nuts. We cannot say that maize, cereals, potatoes consumption is significantly different. However, the coefficient does signal that it seems that Somalis are consuming more of these parts of the ration, although it's not completely significant. Therefore, it does seem to be the case that experiencing ration reductions means that they move away from their typical meat consumption and therefore increase the sorts of foods like beans, nuts, maize, cereals, and potatoes. These foods, however, are also significantly more calorically dense, which increases the calorie count for them, and also more varied, which therefore increases dietary variety. So what seems to be going on is that while rations have had an initial negative impact on their caloric consumption, the substitution in foods that is going on afterwards does mitigate this a little bit, since they tend to consume more varied and slightly more calorically dense foods. Somalis also have a very strong network within their community, and it seems to be the case that they are able to rely on this network in times of needs. Looking at both the extensive and intensive margin of receiving remittances, Somalis are significantly more likely to receive remittances if they experience ration reductions. Also, the monthly amount received tends to be higher, although not completely significant, although significant at the 11th percent level. Congolese refugees are slightly different, however, since they cannot rely on this internal network, and therefore, as we have seen before, are more likely to have to start a new economic opportunity. What we wanted to look into is if we split the job dummy into agricultural work and non-agricultural work, from which sort of type of occupation does the increase in labor supply come from? And what is very interesting for us to see is that, in fact, it is increased supply in non-agricultural work that drives the results on the job dummy. Congolese refugees, therefore, who have experienced reduced rations increase their supply to non-agricultural work, although they actually have an agricultural background, and therefore the agricultural works could be a competitive advantage for them. We looked into this through a little bit of focus discussions and qualitative interviews, and what seems to be going on is that the land quality and the sustainability of agricultural jobs has changed over time. As more and more refugees have entered the camp, there has been just a fixed amount of land available, and therefore the same amount of land had to be allocated to more and more refugees. The average plot sizes have therefore very slowly but steadily over time reduced. Sometimes even plots had to be reallocated, which means that if one is a refugee arriving in the camp, it could be the case that within the next couple of years, your plot of land would be reallocated to a different refugee, because the land ownership still lies within the country, the government. This means that there is no incentive to really invest in the plot of land, but rather an incentive to extract a lot of resources out of the land, which is what we have observed. In fact, land quality over time has decreased and therefore made agricultural jobs less and less sustainable. In summary, we saw that refugee communities adopted different coping strategies. Somalis with lower food rations consumed fewer preferred food items, and they substituted them with other items, which were cheaper, parts of the ration, but also richer in calories and a little bit more diverse. Somalis were in general better connected, and those with lower food rations could therefore rely on their remittances network in order to balance a negative shock. Congolese did not have such a network and therefore had to increase their labor supply in order to balance the shock. And they did so by increasing supply to non-agricultural jobs, because agricultural jobs has become less and less sustainable due to a decreasing land availability over time and decreasing land quality. We have run through a couple of robustness checks, which out of interest of time, I'm not going to go through now, but of course results would be available upon request if we wish to. But in general speaking, our results are robust to all these different specifications that you can see on the slide. To conclude, refugees subject to ration cuts have experienced significant declines in caloric intake and food expenditure, around 35 to 36%. They are also more food insecure by around 5 scales on the FIA's food insecurity scale. We've also seen that coping strategies have differed by refugee nationality, such that Somalis have substituted preferred items with cheaper ones from their ration, which are, however, also richer in calories, and they have been able to rely on their remittances network to balance a negative income shock. Congolese refugees did not have access to such a network, and instead they have become more and more involved in non-agricultural jobs. In conclusion, we can say that it does not seem completely likely that self-reliance has been achieved in the long run, and both of our refugee groups are still quite significantly reliant on food rations, and a negative shock to these rations has forced them to use quite a couple of coping strategies. On this point, I would like to conclude and thank you all very much for, I see a question on sharing. I'm sure that all presentations will be shared, but thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to questions.
Thank you, Mirko. It was such a wonderful presentation and thought-provoking evidence. So to everyone, all the participants, if you could type your questions, please. We see that we have already a couple of questions from George and also from Adnan. And I also would like to mention that this session is being live broadcasted in YouTube. So there might be some questions in that platform also. If Agnes could help me with that, please. So Mirko, maybe you can take like 3 questions because we don't have much time left. So maybe take 3 questions from the chat.
Yes, absolutely.
Those,
so the first one, could you tell us about some potential weather shocks that may have affected the results, which would be food supply? And second, it would be nice to look at ethnicity composition. I'm thinking about some cooperation channel between members of the same ethnicity. Thanks again. Very, very interesting points indeed. As for weather shocks, we've so far not looked into matching weather data to this particular time, but this would be a very interesting thing to look into. In terms of identification, what would have needed to happen is that there would have had to be a shock just around the 2013 cutoff, that would have had to be immediate and very short-lived, because we are looking into a more narrow window around the 2013 cutoff. And then it would have to affect just one of the two groups, which could be very interesting for the Congolese refugees as they're agriculturally reliant. But it might not necessarily explain the impact on the Somalis refugees, since all Somalis would be engaged in opportunities that perhaps are not directly impacted by weather changes. But I will definitely write this down. In addition, ethnicity composition. I'm thinking about cooperation channels between members of the same ethnicity. This could also be something to look into that is very useful, as we do ask in our questionnaire a couple of questions in terms of the perceptions of both refugees and the host community, and perhaps also between each others. But we have not yet looked into these informal channels between the ethnicities yet. Our understanding so far has been that refugees tend to stick to their own communities and rely on these communities very much. So we have not, for example, seen any sort of changes in the remittances network of Congolese refugees or help from their own community. Whilst also for the Somalis, we have seen an uptake in remittances, but we have not seen an uptake, for example, through informal lending within their own community. Thank you very much for both of these. And what we have here? What were some key conclusions, especially in terms of government and/or agency policy approaches? Second, did the study go outside the camp settlements into the local community, and what were the comparable or otherwise counter-granular findings of the course implications? Perhaps on the first one. As I see our study, what we are really trying to achieve first and foremost is opening up the black box that is ration reductions. So in the past, it has not really been possible to look into what is actually the impact of a ration reduction, as there has been a lot of study looking into, for example, what is the impact of cash assistance or in-kind assistance. It is still a different situation when such assistance is withdrawn from communities. And because very often these situations tend to be very reactive and therefore not having any sort of exogenous variation to them, there's actually very little knowledge about how individuals react in terms of these related to ration reductions. So our, I think, first added benefit is opening up the black box and understanding just per se what happens in refugee communities when they are subject to such ration reductions, which I think many of us know is something that happens not just once, but actually regularly because of several funding shortages. So for policymakers, I think the first step before implementing a policy would be to look into what are the consequences of these policies. And I think this is where we come in and help them understand a little bit better of what might be going on. And the second point that is very important to highlight is that there has been very important heterogeneity between the refugee groups, which is related also to their background, to their economic upbringing and their skills that they have. And for policymakers to keep in mind is that refugees are very different in terms of the communities and also in terms of their skills and coping strategies. Therefore, when one particular policy is implemented, these differences might materialize in very different ways and therefore also lead to different types of vulnerabilities that governments should be aware of.
Okay, Marco, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For everyone, so this is the only paper of this session that the link was not provided for the full paper. So maybe after the conference, we can share the email address of Marco so that he can share the paper with everyone. So
yes,
thank you, Marco,
absolutely.
again for such a wonderful presentation. So in case they could, I'll be in touch with a couple of questions later. But right now, let's get to the second paper. It is Children on the Move, Progressive Redistribution of Humanitarian Cash Transfers Among Refugees. The paper presents the results of the impact of the emergency social safety net in Turkey. This is the largest cash transfer program of international refugees in the world. The paper is authored by Bart Osler, Sigtem Selek, Scott Cunningham, Fukando Sivas, and Luca Peresoto. On behalf of the team, Bart Osler will present the paper. Bart, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Azam. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Stop the video.
Great. Yes, this paper is with Chidem and Facundo, who were at the country office of the World Bank at the time. I'm in the research department of the World Bank. So is Luca Perisotto working with me, and Scott Cunningham is at Baylor University. I want to say a few things about these types of studies before we get going. One of the things is, this conference was supposed to be a year ago, and back then this was very much work in progress and a working paper. Now it's actually published in the Journal of Development Economics, and economists around here will know that it's very difficult to publish papers with kind of propensity score matching types of, identification strategies these days. And I wanted to say that it is actually possible to do good, careful work that's both academically interesting and very useful for the program implementers and policymakers. If you kind of plan ahead and go carefully through your statistical and rhetorical arguments for kind of identification strategies and be very transparent about what all the limitations of your study is and kind of like what you're able to identify and what are the kind of question marks. The second thing is more substantively on the kind of like what's happening in Turkey with this cash transfer program for largely Syrian refugees, although the program is for all refugees, but 90% of refugees in Turkey are from Syria. Over the 18-month period between 2018 and 2020, we see very large positive trends for the control group throughout the period, and with some small impacts on some of the outcomes that I'll show later. This actually is good news for the refugee population as a whole and not just the beneficiaries of the program. And then finally, the main result from here that you might have anticipated seeing the title and the abstract is that, the refugees actually reacted to their eligibility status, seem to have, by, rearranging their households in a very interesting way. And so one thing I think to understand from cash transfer or transfer programs in general is that these programs will always be good. So that's not in question. But the question is, how can we design them better? How can, what are the important design parameters to think about? And kind of like, what are the alternative uses of that money and what are the complementary interventions that we can do along with cash transfer programs? And I think this paper kind of gives some hints towards that, and we try to take it there as much as possible, is that while refugees support each other through networks, this is not always, optimal. Maybe this is a second best or third best solution. And the first bait might have been that this program could have been designed slightly differently to have different effects. And then I'll show you what I mean by that in a few minutes. Now, a little background on the program in Turkey. Turkey is currently home to nearly 4 million refugees, about 3.6 of them Syrian. These are all, by the way, numbers from, let's say, relevant to like 2020, not the last 2 years. The vast majority of refugees work in informal low-wage jobs, and they have access to public services, but coverage gap remain. The ESSN was co-implemented by the Turkish government, the World Food Programme, and the Turkish Red Crescent after a large infusion of cash from the EU to support refugees. And it currently supports close to 2 million people as of March 2020 in Turkey, which is about 50% of the refugee population. So the eligibility was kind of very deterministic. There's a dependency ratio, and families with children are the main really criteria that bite. There are not a lot of single female households or elderly aided households or single parent households, and there's some disability. And Turkey has quite a sophisticated social protection infrastructure in which there is these, Kızılay is the Turkish name for Turkish Red Crescent. There's these Kızılay cards through which both Turks and refugees access their assistance. The transfers actually at the time the program was designed were quite generous, and 120 Turkish lira per person, which amounted to about $60 in 2011 PPPs. And then there are kind of quarterly top-ups based on household size. Now, the ESSN program, it stands for Social Safety Net, is integrated into Turkey's social protection infrastructure, which is really seen as kind of international best practice. Essentially, once you're in the system, the databases about like 20 different public institutions can instantly come together for your family and verify your eligibility, and like all sorts of things happen. You get your disability reports, your latest disability reports uploaded, your address, your records with the Ministry of Labor, let's say, and things like that. So it's a system that's not only sophisticated, but it's kind of quite hard to game. And the officials were actually quite strict about kind of who is eligible and who is not. So, and then ideally, social workers are supposed to make household visits within a year of application to verify some of the information, but the criteria are also regularly kind of digitally checked on a monthly basis. So for example, if there's a new birth into your household, an ineligible household can become eligible, or a disability report is kind of like withdrawn and this person is no longer considered disabled, or somebody reaches age 19 and no longer a child, etc., vice versa, right? Once a household is registered, however, it can be difficult to change the data on the application, like with maybe some delays and things like that. So while the system is hard to game, there can be discrepancies in household characteristics between the actual household characteristics and what is in the registries, right? This can be due to lack of documentation, literally typos on names and things like that. Linking household members who have been registered at different times and so on, right? So our colleagues, Chidem and Facundo, along with WFP and Turkish Red Crescent, were involved in kind of designing this study before we were asked to come on board to help. And the random sample of almost 9,000 households stratified from 5 regions of Turkey was drawn. And it's important to note that this sample was drawn about 4 or 5 months after people were start the application process. The decisions on their eligibility were already made, but they were not announced. And definitely the transfers had not started. They didn't start until June of 2018. June of 20, I think that's a mistake, 2017. I think it should be 2018. And then the transfer started kind of immediately after the baseline surveys, which happened between February and May. And then we have 3 rounds of 6-month, 12-month, and 18-month follow-up surveys on our primary outcomes. These are all phone surveys designed by the World Food Programme with inputs from our World Bank colleagues and collected by the Turkish Red Crescent. There was a 4th round that was supposed to happen in early 2020, but the pandemic hit and it never happened. So we're left with 3 follow-up surveys. Now, I mentioned earlier that like there might be lots of study limitations, and it's good to be transparent about those. I'm going to go over them here because it's actually quite informative to just kind of know what kinds of things you might do to address some of these things, which are likely to be common in studies where the conditions for evaluation are less than ideal. So the first thing is, of course, this program wasn't randomly assigned. So in the end, after looking at all the options available to us that were non-experimental, we decided on an inverse probability weighting scenario. And essentially, you're estimating kind of how likely is a household that I see at my baseline survey is to be eligible for the program. And the propensity scores essentially kind of tell you, well, these ones that have very low probabilities and these ones have very high probabilities. And you can see that like ones with very low probabilities, 90% of them are in the control group, and then very few are in the treatment group. But there are enough in the treatment group that I can actually match these households to each other and upweight these guys to just kind of get an estimate of like kind of the effect of the program for these people compared to these people. At the other extreme, when somebody is extremely likely to be in the program, such as they have 5 children or they have a dependency ratio of 2 or something like that, then you can see that 90% of them are in the treatment group, about 10% in the control. But again, there are enough people who somehow ended up in the control group due to some mistakes, etc., that I can again match them and upweight the control group to just get an estimate here. And in the middle, actually, we have literally a 50-50 split, kind of like people who are sort of likely to be eligible, they seem to be equally likely to have ended up in the treatment and control. So you can see that here there's a little balance table. Before we do our propensity score weighting, the treatment group looks very different than the control group. It's almost bigger by like a 1.25 people, much larger dependency ratios, the kind of like their coping strategy scores are lower, their per capita expenditures are lower, so on and so forth. But after we match, all of those things go away, we get very good balance. And then actually the joint orthogonality test here is kind of like 0.9, which is very good, right? So that's the statistical bit. The rhetorical bit here is that, well, you might say, well, how did this happen? Why are people who are very likely to be eligible not eligible? And the best we can tell is that these are literally random bureaucratic mistakes that are due to discrepancies between de facto household status and the de jure status that's in the system, right? So for example, if a family had been split somehow, and then, but there was no other differences between two families. One had their registrations in different times for different people, and then the other one all together. And then later on, it was difficult to kind of link people's registrations. As a result, one of them ended up eligible, the other one didn't. There isn't really much substantively different between these households, but there's bureaucratic reasons why initially one was deemed eligible and the other not, right? So second thing quickly to talk about is attrition. And our study really suffers from high and differential attrition, meaning we're losing about like third to, by the end, almost like a half of the sample. We're fortunate that it's a very large sample, so even losing people, we still have decent amount of power, but there's also imbalance. We're losing more of the control group, and we're particularly losing more of the more vulnerable control group. So there's no way to get around this, that as the data we have, we essentially had planned to fix this in the fourth round, the 24-month follow-up, but which never happened. But this is actually not hard to fix. I will say that the Turkish Red Crescent was essentially quite conservative in their practices of data collection. They only called people a few times and then gave up. And we've essentially showed, and I've actually written a blog post about this on development impact that you can read, that if you actually put in strict protocols on how many times you're going to call people at what times of the day and in the evening and on weekends and things like that, you can easily get your follow-up rates much, much higher. We did a pilot before the pandemic and we got easily to kind of 92% success rate instead of these ones that we're now stuck with in the first three follow-up rounds. So because there's no getting around this, we essentially bound all of our impact estimates. And what that means is that, if we lost the control group, we say, well, look, what if all of the control group that were lost were going to have the best outcomes possible in all of our outcome indicators, and what if the treatment group that were lost were going to have the worst outcomes possible? What would the impact have been? And then we can do vice versa and then get a lower bound and an upper bound on the estimates, and we show all of those in all tables in the paper rather than sticking these into an appendix. The third thing to mention is that, as I said, because the eligibility status is being checked digitally monthly, over time, the control group becomes eligible, and you can see that kind of like by the end, 42% of the initial control group is actually getting transfers. And then, some of the eligible groups is also losing eligibility. So then the effective difference in eligibility, instead of being 100%, it's actually 72% at 6 months, and then all the way down to 37% at 18 months. Right? Finally, I call this slide a SUTVA violation because it's actually a threat to identification because there are huge spillover effects. But this is also the main finding of our study, which is that we see a huge movement of children from better off to less well-off households. And to read these things, essentially, I want to, let's say, show you here, look at the 6-month household size. Um, on the on the on the vertical axis, you have the change in household size between baseline and 6 months after the baseline. And then on the horizontal axis, you have the propensity score. And then this group is the treatment group, and this group is the control group. And you can see that these are the kind of least vulnerable refugee households in the treatment group. They're growing by about half a person within 6 months. Whereas the least vulnerable control group, there's no change in their household sizes. As you go along, however, you see that now the worst of treatment group aren't really growing in their household size, but the worst of control group are shrinking by about a person. And on here, on this panel, we just focus on, instead of total household size, children under the age of 17. And you can see that all of that change pretty much is due to the movement of children, right? If I clicked on some of these characteristics here, you can see that the households that lost children from the control group and the households from treatment that gained children from the treatment group are very, very different. The ones that are losing children are really big households, lots of children, low per capita consumption, not attending school, more likely to be female-headed, and so on, right? So essentially, we're seeing kind of like this churn among households of children moving. And I should note that this is not just from control group to treatment group. This is happening from control to control, even treatment to treatment. It's just that it's happening from worse off households to better off households. And the net effect of that is a movement of children from control group to the treatment group. Now, this is a finding in and of itself that has policy implications, but it also is an identification assumption violation, in that if there are spillovers now, it's much harder for me to say what is the impact, the traditional intention to treat effect of this program on people, because that would assume no spillover effects. The control group would be pure and not be benefiting or suffering from the fact that there are other people around them who are being treated. So how we interpret our estimates is that it's not actually the intention to treat, but the value of treatment, which is that given that there are people around you who are being treated, what is the value of being treated for you, right? So with the COVID pandemic, you can think of this very easily. You can actually think of kind of being in a community where 99% of the people around you are booster vaccinated. They have their 3 vaccines right now. So if you're actually afraid of side effects like myocarditis or blood clots, or if you have extreme aversion to jabs and you're afraid of needles and things like that, the value of treatment for you could well be 0 or negative, because you're completely protected. So the benefits of getting the jab is close to 0. And then there's actually a cost. Whereas if you're living in a community that's 50% vaccinated, then value of treatment for you, value of getting the jab could be huge, right? So you have to think of our estimates here in that way, is that there is the effects of the treatment on the beneficiaries that is pure, plus there is the spillover effects, and it's going to be the combination of those things that we see. So when we see 0 effects on a lot of outcomes, or even negative ones, it doesn't necessarily mean that the program had no effect. It just means might mean that the program actually helped both the beneficiaries and the non-beneficiaries. So with that, let's quickly run through our primary outcomes, and then we'll be finished in a few minutes. And I hope that I'm on time, Dr. Azad.
You're at 19 minutes. I didn't want to stop you.
Perfect. I'll stop in like 3 minutes or so. So on the left-hand side panel here, you see total consumption, and the treatment group is always red and the control group is blue. You can see that total consumption is going up, even though it kind of starts kind of like converging by 18 months. But if you look at per capita consumption on the right-hand side, you notice that the colors flip, meaning that the treatment effect actually on per capita consumption is negative and significant. And this is tautologically a function of the fact that the treatment group is much larger now than the control group in household size. So when we divide a larger number by a bigger household size, this is the outcome that we get. So if you only cared about this outcome and you said, well, like maybe I should have just not been a beneficiary and send my kid to like my cousins, and I would have been better off per capita consumption, there might be a point there. But let's see a few other outcomes here. So this is the total stock of debt. And you can see that these refugee households are quite indebted. Like at the baseline, they're about 1,200 Turkish liras, which is a large sum. And you can see that for the treatment group, that is gone down by like 30 to 40%. And it actually stays open throughout the entire period, that gap, rather than kind of converging. This is the WFP's food consumption score. The treatment group is doing better. So unlike the previous paper we saw, they're actually eating kind of more diverse foods. And we got into the weeds in this. We see that they're eating more fruits and vegetables and more proteins from animals that come from animals, such as dairy, eggs, meat, and fish. And this is interesting because their per capita consumptions are lower. So either they're making a quality quantity trade-off, or there's some reporting problem here where they haven't internalized the more expensive costs of the things that they're buying, or maybe there's some adulticulence issues where because children are joining the household, there's more opportunities kind of like compared to per capita. But nonetheless, we do see slightly more diverse consumption in the treatment group. The coping strategies are actually not, like at the 6 months treatment group is doing a little bit better, but that quickly converges and sometimes even reverse themselves. Schooling trends are actually nice in the sense that you can see in the baseline, less than 50% of the kids are in school, but at the end of the study period, it's up to 70%. No difference between treated and control households, but we do on the right-hand panel, we see some heterogeneity where the most vulnerable households, treatment seems to be having an effect on school attendance rather than not. Some of you may have questions about the CCT program for schooling that was happening simultaneously in Turkey. There's a nice little explanation and an appendix, analyzing that in the paper. If you're interested, we don't have time to go into it here. And the biggest message here is that the FGT0 stands for the headcount index here. You can see that about 25% of the refugees are below the $3.20 poverty line at baseline. And that is essentially halved, regardless of which group you're in. In fact, it's more reduced in the control group than the treatment group, which is a function of the per capita expenditure results that I've shown you. Inequality is down also tremendously in the entire refugee population, not just in the beneficiary group. Especially you can see the Gini goes down from 26 points to 21, 22 points, which for those of you who study inequality, if you see a 1 point difference, that's kind of a significant difference. So within 18 months to have a 4-5 percentage point decline is a huge decline. So we can't, this is a before after comparison, strictly speaking. So we can't attribute all of this to the cash transfer program. But if you ask me, I would have said the cash transfer program must have helped. And these reductions in poverty are, yes, some of it is time trends, but some of it is the help that they're getting. These are the CDFs that you can see. Essentially what's happening is you're seeing that this is 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and essentially these cumulative distribution functions of per capita consumption dominate the baseline, meaning that poverty is lower for every poverty line between the 320 and 550. By 550 or so, some of the lines start crossing. And then let's conclude. The program led to some improvements in total consumption and food security, and then these households have also a little less debt. There is some evidence that we find that the transfer might have crowded out some labor market earnings. We see that by the end of the study period, the control group is earning about 100 liras more than the treatment group on average in the labor market. And the thing that I want to end with is essentially this idea that, well, look, maybe it would have been best to have more budget for this program so that we could have treated more people with the same amount of money, and that would have limited some of this movement of children that we seem to be detecting. But even in a budget neutral program, we could have actually avoided some of this by giving smaller transfers to a larger number of households. And in particular, one could consider universal child support grants or old age pensions that could allow all refugee households to adequately support these populations while you do your targeting for able-bodied adults, etc. I know that like Owner's paper and others have kind of like pointed at different targeting mechanisms for refugees. These weren't available at the time for the Turkish, the ESSN, but may be useful in the future. And let me stop there and thank you so much.
Thanks, Park. You are right at 25 minutes time. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's actually great to learn about the impact of this world's largest cash transfer program for international refugees. I'm sure these results will inform future policies and programs for refugees in refugee host countries. Thank you. On this note, let me direct to the audience in case you have any questions. If you could please type them over here. And please, Agnes, if there are questions in our YouTube platform. Over. And also to mention that our co-author Stephen O'Connell, so he mentioned something about this paper on the chat platform. So let's take a look. We don't have any question on the YouTube platform yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of the questions in the chat. I mean, I talked about the trade-off at the end of the talk. We didn't have enough time, but we write about it like in a decent amount of detail in the paper. I do really think that, you know, I mean, I've been working on cash transfers for about 15 years. The amounts at the time that this program was designed and started per person are quite generous. So, you know, these would have amounted to kind of like close to 50% of household consumption at baseline or something like that. Whereas it's not uncommon to see anywhere from like 5 to 20%, like even in the most generous programs, 22% would be the highest that I would know of. So it might have been better to think about, well, you know, if we're anticipating these kinds of responses by households who are living close to each other and who have networks, you know, let's just try to cover many more people and then have kind of like a smaller per capita transfer amount. I think that could have been, of course, we don't have the experiment to see how that would have gone, but that would have been my informed speculation. And then Stephen has some questions, but I think they're just kind of too detailed for time here. I just will respond to those by email. Stephen, if you write me an email, I can respond to those if they're not answered in the paper themselves. And then finally, I think that we did get a lot of questions asked on the CCT program for schooling. We actually have this speculation where the CCT transfers still go to the parents in the registry, right? So if a child is registered with their household and they're not eligible for ESSN, but when the child goes to another household and goes to school, the money would still go to the parents in the original household. So we actually think that like these household reorganizations might have been beneficial in two ways to the sending family. One is that they they have one less mouth to feed and the child is better off there, but also that if in their own household the child wouldn't have been able to go to school and would have had to work or something like that, and it does in the other household, you get an extra 50, 100 Turkish lira for that child's school attendance. So it's not actually a kind of like a contrast or a reason why we don't find effects. In fact, we think that it's a kind of like a complementary story. And let me stop there so that others can have enough time for their own presentations after me.
You're unmuted, Afar.
Can you hear me? Okay. I guess you can.
Yeah,
thank you,
I
Bart,
can
for
hear
your
you.
presentation. Perfect. Thank you very much for your presentation. Let's get to the third presentation. The third paper is the short-lived effects of unconditional cash transfers to refugees. In this paper, Onur Altindag and Stephen O'Connor studied the effect of year-long unconditional cash-based assistance programs for Syrian refugees in Lebanon. So on behalf of the team, Onur will present the results. Over to you, Onur.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for having us. It's a great pleasure to be here for the second time. And thanks, Berk and Mirko, for setting the stage. I try to live up to their standards. And I'm going to present joint work with Stephen O'Connell from Emory University, and I teach at Bentley University here in Boston. Steve is on the chat, so please do not hesitate to ask any questions, and he will simultaneously answer. In this paper, we're presenting the results from a study in Lebanon. We're looking at the impact of unconditional cash transfers on the well-being of refugees in the short run and a little bit longer term. We would like to thank the UNHCR staff in Lebanon, our colleagues, for their help and patience with us. We do not represent their views here, but we're grateful for their support. So let me just motivate the topic a little bit. Unconditional cash transfers are very popular anti-poverty tools. Currently, more than 100 countries rely on UCTs to alleviate poverty. Their immediate benefits are extensively studied in economic development literature. They're popular for a reason. They're transparent, they're easy to implement, and they directly target the credit constraints, which we assume are the cornerstones of poverty. So they also have the potential to move impoverished households to a better and sustained equilibrium through relaxing credit constraints and generate savings, asset of purchase of productive assets, and avoiding on relying on expensive credit. The UCTs have become so popular actually that the structure of the social protection programs in humanitarian settings changed as well. Currently, a large share of the humanitarian aid is distributed through cash-based programs, through United Nations-led response plans, in the hopes that they can achieve both immediate relief and help with day-to-day coping mechanisms, but also longer-term poverty alleviation and self-reliance for the refugee population. But obviously, poverty is multidimensional, and anti-poverty programs might need to address multiple issues that create these poverty traps. And in that aspect, the longer-term success of these programs vary a lot. And there are, if you just look at the literature, you can see that there are two kind of things that show up. One is the core design features. The transfer values are important. The amount of transfer that you provide to the beneficiaries, the duration of the program, and also how the transfers are used is important. And recent evidence actually suggests that the purchase of productive assets and migration are key drivers of a longer-term prosperity and more sustained effects. And secondly, beneficiaries matter as well, like how much initial capital endowment they have. Do they have market access, especially labor and insurance market matters. And an existing institutional framework obviously is important, especially the legal framework in the setting. And you can see that some of these issues are actually highly salient in our context, which is forced migration, as refugees live in a transitional state with very limited access to some of the markets and legal support in the host country. And we think that some of these issues actually might explain the results that I'm gonna present here. So our main kind of question that we're trying to answer in this paper is the cash-based assistance to the refugee population, is that a tool for temporary relief, but it can provide longer-term sustained benefits? And so we estimate during and after programs of two large at-scale cash transfer programs. These programs are year-long, one-year programs, and our main argument in this paper is that actually these programs are very effective in providing temporary relief in multiple measures of economic well-being. But the observed effects dissipate shortly after. I mean, we're talking about a 6-month time frame. They dissipate right after the program ends, and we try to explain why. The two programs that we study are quite large in terms of transfer values, both in absolute and relative terms. So one program, which is a multi-purpose cash program, provides over $2,000 per year per household. Another one provides around $1,600 per household, and a large number of families are eligible for these programs. Which also the programs also kind of the transfer values are large in relative terms that correspond to 40 to 50% of the counterfactual household consumption. And the beneficiaries are Syrian refugees in Lebanon who are under temporary protection of UNHCR. They have similarities and differences with respect to the native poor population, which I go into details in a second. But the most important ones are they lack assets. They usually leave their assets in the home country. They're mostly excluded from the institutions in Lebanon. They're recent migrants and they have exposure to conflict, which might reduce the possibility of having sustained effects on in these programs. So our contribution is for a wide range of economic well-being outcomes. We show evidence that UCTs are highly effective in improving economic well-being, and these findings are in line with the existing literature. But we do show that the effects almost completely vanish within months after the program cycle ends. We show that the reason for this is not myopic behavior or transfer values. These programs are very large. The term structure also doesn't seem to play a role. We find similar fallbacks to the initial consumption level for households who receive assistance for 1 year versus 2 years and so on. And we do think that the economic volatility is one of the reasons that the programs do not have lasting effects and the limited capacity of households to basically save. The analysis that I'm going to present in a second is an observational study, but we fully specified the regression samples, the specifications, the variable definitions, the falsification tests, and even the multi-hypothesis corrections. We have specified everything and followed it almost religiously. So let me just give you a little bit of background information. So we're in Lebanon. There are more than 1.5 million refugees, mostly Syrian. The inflow started since 2011. In general, the households are large, equal in gender, young, and relatively lowly educated. The refugee population is poor, but not ultra poor. So we're talking about around the median of $2 per day per person consumption. There are no camps in Lebanon. The refugees are integrated in urban and rural areas, and they do not live in camps, despite the fact that there are informal settlements in places like Bekaa, for example. Cash-based programs are managed by sister UN institutions that provide more than $350 million annually. They reach to the half of the population. We're looking at two programs. One is the multi-purpose cash that provides $175 per month and this will go to the poorest, the most vulnerable, 60,000, roughly speaking, every year, 60,000 households. And then on the top of that, we have the food e-card program that goes to the 60,000 poorest households, but it goes above that and provides $27 per person per month to the 120,000 households, roughly speaking, per year. So which means that there will be 60,000 households that are eligible for both programs. And the programs are targeted through a proxy means test approach. So there's a prediction model that uses a nationally representative expenditure data and predict a vulnerability or poverty score for each household. So they extrapolate the prediction to the full population and assign a poverty score for each household, a predicted poverty score for each household using the observed characteristics that are available in the administrative data. And then they implement the programs, implement the threshold-based assignments. So basically would have to try to reach to the poorest 60,000 households, let's say, and then the next household wouldn't be eligible when the budget is exhausted. And a standard kind of RD approach is possible. It creates discontinuity in eligibility around those thresholds. The scores, as opposed to what Berk presented, is we do not find any evidence that the refugees manipulate the poverty scores, and because the scores are actually only available to a handful of staff at UNHCR central office, even the field office workers wouldn't have access to them, and the refugees do not know their scores, and they're kind of a combined and a prediction based score. So it's also hard to guess which part of the household characteristics influences the vulnerability score. Here is a hypothetical example that we show. You can see that the bottom 60,000 households here, let's say like a family of 5 would receive over $300, will be eligible for both programs. And then right around to 60,000, the next household will be only eligible for the food program. And when you reach up to the poorest, like 20,000 households, the eligibility will be kept there because of budget issues every year, roughly speaking. So that will be, in other words, we have 2 discontinuities that we're going to rely on here to estimate the impact, just comparing the households who are around these 2 thresholds and who are very, very similar in terms of characteristics and initial poverty status. So we use both administrative and survey data. Our main outcomes rely on WASIR, which is a nationally representative expenditure survey that also assesses the vulnerability of the refugee population, is representative of the refugee population. There are around 4,500 households per year. We have 4 years of data from 2016 to 2019. And we merge this data with the existing administrative records on the vulnerability scores. And the one nice thing about this data is that whenever we observe a household in a survey, we have the outcome for that household. We can go back in years and actually find their poverty score and their assistance status in all the previous years that they were in the country. And not only we have the poverty scores that were assigned, we also know the actual assistance if the families receive assistance or not through UNHCR's assistance tracking system. We look at a wide range of outcomes. We look at expenditure, the first stage set of outcomes that are expenditure and consumption. We look at overall and subcategory. We look at child well-being outcomes, the likelihood of being out of school, child labor, and child marriage. We have health outcomes. We have food insecurity and food. These are just like food coping strategies, things like borrowing food or sleeping without food. And we create an index based on these coping strategies, which are quite common in the refugee population. And we also have livelihood coping strategies, which is basically living in very low quality household structure or house structure or accepting exploitative work and so on, and an index created based on these livelihood coping strategies. And to explain our results, we look at asset holdings and cash savings as well. We have two time points that we estimate these effects. One is the during program effect. So this will be, we observe households while they are receiving assistance and they're right in the middle of the assistance cycle. So the eligible households will be receiving assistance when we first observe them. And then we also observe them after program, and this falls into because of the way that the data is collected, the outcomes are observed like 18 months after the programs begin, which means that because the programs are 1 year, this is exactly 6 months after the end of the program. So the households received assistance for 12 months, but when we observe them, they are actually not receiving assistance from the focal cycle. So which gives us a nice kind of different two timeframes that we can look at the economic well-being. I'm not going to go into details in the. I think Miko has done an excellent job in explaining what regression discontinuity is. But we're going to restrict the sample to the two thresholds that we observe households in either side, and we're going to fit local linear functions, and we're going to estimate the jump and the change and the drastic change in we're trying to find drastic changes in our outcomes around that focal points. And I'm also not gonna go over the design validation graphs here. We have a large battery of tests in the paper. For those who are interested, we look at density tests for manipulation of the scores. We look at falsification tests, not only on covariates, but also previous years' outcomes to make sure that households are comparable around these two thresholds. And also, we'll look at whether the actual assistance have an impact on the score for the next round. And all these tests tell us that the research design is in this setting is valid. So let me just show you the first stage. So these graphs will look similar throughout the presentation. So maybe I spent just a little bit of time on this. On the x-axis, what you're seeing is the distance to the eligibility threshold for two programs. Here at the multi-purpose cash, and here you have the food e-card program. The first panel shows that the current assistance status has nothing to do with the assigned score in that specific year. But if you look at the impact of the current year's poverty score on the next year's eligibility, you see a large jump here, almost religiously applied around the threshold. And this is due to the fact that, households who are just a little bit above the threshold in terms of poverty become eligible, while those who are just a little bit below are not eligible. And this holds for, and these are during program effects, the middle panel. You can see that that on average, families who were eligible receive additional $30 per person per month, compared to what we call the control group. And then these cumulative transfers also hold 6 months after the program ends, when we observe the households 18 months after the beginning of the program. And then we look at expenditure. So here again, we have the multi-purpose cash on the upper panel and the food in the lower panel, and then left-hand side is during program effects, and the right-hand side is the after program effects. So on the left-hand side, what you look at is that it just shows you that this downward sloping trend, which shows that the prediction is doing a good job of predicting expenditure. The families who are poorer have higher poverty scores, so they're approaching to being eligible, and you see a large jump here. And this is in the range of 20 to 30% increase in consumption, a substantial increase in consumption, and this is because of the multi-purpose cash program. We estimate actually 7 to 8% increase in consumption through food, but this is really not powered enough. But if you look at the specifically, which is the food program is designed for the food consumption, there is a similarly substantial increase in food consumption. You can see that those results in the paper. So during the program effects, there are two things that the families who are beneficiaries, they increase their consumption substantially, and they also increase their food consumption, those who are eligible for the food programs. Whereas in the 6 months after the program, these effects completely vanish. And actually, you can see it almost a negative effect here. That's quite imprecise. But the households who are eligible, who were eligible, and who received assistance for 12 months are equally likely or have the same consumption levels as households who have never received assistance until that point. And we're going to see the similar graphs for each of the outcomes that we look at. We look at separately child school enrollment. The multi-purpose cash program increases school enrollment and also decreases child labor. But then once the program ends after 6 months, we go back to the initial level. The foodie program do not have any impact on child well-being, both during and after the program. When we observe the households. We do not find across board for short-term or longer-term for health and healthcare access because we think health is capital and hard to change. That's one reason. And the other reason is there are also a lot of other programs and support in place by UNHCR and WFP in terms of health and healthcare access. So we're not surprised that we find no impact on health, both in the short run and the long run. You can see the food program has, these are in the range of 0.3 standard deviation effects, quite substantial effect in improving food insecurity in the short run. But in the long run, again, the impact of food program also dissipates, and multi-purpose cash program has no impact on food insecurity, or this impact is more muted compared to the food e-card program. Livelihood coping strategies, again,
20 minutes, please.
Thank you. I'm right on time. Thank you so much. And when we look at the livelihood coping strategies, again, we see on the range of 0.1 to 0.2 standard deviation, which is, we consider sizable effects, improvement in livelihood coping strategies in the short run, both by the multi-purpose cash and the food e-card program, but longer term effects, again, we find the beneficiary families to be very similar to families who have never received assistance and versus families who received assistance for 12 months. And when we look at them 6 months after the program ends, and across board, this pattern keeps emerging. Unfortunately, we have limited measures of savings and assets in the surveys. So please bear with me when I try to explain these results. What do people do actually with the money, what they purchase, and if do they do anything productive with the assistance that they receive is an important question. We sort of answer to that question, but not fully in this paper. So what we show is that if you look at the beneficiaries of multi-purpose cash assistance, you see that households actually try to save, and they had higher savings, and this is around like 7 percentage points compared to a control of like 31% increase in savings. But they also are substantially more likely to spend savings to cope with income shocks that they receive. And the foodie program doesn't have this feature, but the multi-purpose cash program actually helps people to save, but they're also kind of like more likely to spend these savings soon after the program ends. And then when you observe them 6 months later, you can see that beneficiaries and non-beneficiaries are equally likely to have savings or have any money to spend to cope, to satisfy their basic needs. And again, the food program has null effects in the longer run as well. We also look at sort of like the more non-traditional forms of saving in terms of durable goods. There's so many of them, so we don't really kind of rely on like exact statistical power here, but you can kind of like eyeball the patterns that you can see that the red lines are kind of on the right and the green lines are kind of on the left, and this pattern also holds for the food program, which means that the families also save in terms of like buying washing machine, mattresses, durable goods, and oven and motorcycle and things like that, while they are receiving assistance. But they're also substantially more likely to sell them actually after the program ends to satisfy their basic needs. Again, they liquidate. It looks like they save, but the savings are liquidated soon after the end of the program. Here we look at the term structure. We're comparing families who were never eligible for the program and who became eligible for the first time. And these effect sizes are very similar to families who received assistance for 2 years versus 1 year. So in other words, the term structure doesn't seem to matter in terms of like short run and the long run effects. You see very, very similar patterns when you split the sample by continuing beneficiaries versus those who are newly included. So term structure doesn't explain that. We look at temptation goods, it's all across board. This is validated by other studies too. There's no increase in consumption of temptation goods such as alcohol and tobacco. Refugees used the transfers to take children out of work. They go back to school. They try to save and purchase durable goods. So those are kind of like, or they also spend money to satisfy their basic needs. The transfer amounts are quite large, as I showed. So it's not a candidate to also explain the null effects in the longer run. So what we think happening is that because the refugees are receiving much more frequent shocks, income shocks and labor market shocks and mobility shocks, for example, compared to the native poor population, the duration of the impact of these programs are quite limited actually, because of these reasons, despite the fact that we don't have the kind of like the hardcore evidence on that data limitation. We do think that this is likely to explain our results. So let me just very quickly summarize. So we look at the two large at-scale implemented programs implemented by sister UN institutions, and we show that the assistance programs they're very good at providing temporary relief, but there's a reversion to counterfactual well-being within months, and we try to explain that. And this kind of a little bit goes opposed to what the existing literature shows when these programs are implemented in the native poor population. And I stop here and thank you so much for listening to me. And I take any questions that are lingering on the chat or anyone who wants to ask questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Onur, for such a wonderful presentation. So we are following the chat to see whether there are any questions. I don't see anything here. So to everyone, in case of any questions, please post them here. And Agnes, if you could check the YouTube platform in case there are any questions in the platform, please.
Thank you.
So I don't see any questions here yet, except for a clarification from Bart and.
Yeah, I apologize for the confusion. I didn't mean to say manipulation. I was talking about manipulation in our setting. That in other words, like we don't see families reorganize their observable characteristics to become eligible. That's what I was trying to say.
Thanks for clarification. So let's give it 30 more seconds. In case there are no questions, we'll move to the fourth presentation.
I see one question there. Have you noted any difference in the long-term impact between beneficiaries that are refugees waiting to be resettled and refugees that are not eligible for resettlement? My impression is that we don't have the numbers, but the resettlement figures are quite low in terms of numbers, and it's very hard, even though we don't have the data. But even though we have the data in our setting, it will be very difficult to identify separate effects for the refugees based on their resettlement status.
Okay, so I don't see any other question. Do you, Honor, do you see any other questions?
I don't think I see any, but thank you so much, and you can reach out to me through email. And we also have the paper on the webpage, and we welcome any comments that you might have in the future. Thank you so much.
So there's a question from Thomas. Maybe you could address that.
Oh, okay.
Since we have 2 more minutes.
Oh, so I think there is. I mean, we don't have. We looked at this data. We did not write a paper out of it, but we don't see any impact on outmigration. The reason that we didn't try to put it as an outcome is because the sample is very limited, and the outmigration, like the return, is so limited that it's just the levels are so low that identifying an effect will be by default will be impossible. So, but I don't think, and I do believe that there's another study from Lebanon that shows even the intention to migrate does not change based on receiving assistance, because refugees are aware of the fact that these assistance structures are 1 year and they're temporary, and they do not help them to settle in the host country. So they're very aware of that fact, I think.
Perfect. Let's end here. Thank you very much.
Of social,
sure, very quickly.
I guess it's a suggestion. No, we do not have the outcomes, unfortunately. We do not observe the outcomes based on social cohesion.
So, Honor, thank you. So we need to move on to the last presentation. Thank you very much for taking the time to present the results. And we will share authors' contact information in case you have further questions. You can reach out to the authors. Thank you. So on this note, let me move on to the last presentation, last paper, which is Keeping Refugee Children in Schools and Out of Work, Evidence from the World's Largest Humanitarian Cash Transfer Program. This paper investigates whether unconditional cash transfers can keep refugee children in school and out of work. The paper is authored by Aysun Aygun, Murat Kirdar, Murat Koyonsu, and Quentin Stoffler. On behalf of the team, Murat Kirdar will present the paper. Murat, over to you, please.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, I can.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. This is joint work with Aysun Aygun from Istanbul Technical University, Murat Koyuncu from Boğaziçi, and Quentin Stoffler, who was at Istanbul Technical. Now he's at Mohammed V at Morocco. So in this paper, we are looking at the effect of the SSN program in Turkey on refugee children's school and work outcomes. As reported, there are almost 80 million forcibly displaced individuals globally, and about 40% of these people are children. And Turkey hosts the largest refugee population in the world, including 3.7 million Syrians, and about half of these refugees are children, and most of them do not live in camps. Like according to the recent numbers, less than 2% live in camps. And we are focusing on the effect of cash transfers on children's outcomes, their work and schooling outcomes. And in terms of schooling, refugees in Turkey have easy and free access to public schooling or any kind of schooling. Before 2014, there were special schools targeting refugee children, and since 2014, they are allowed to enter into the public schooling system. But still, their enrollment rates are not that great. In the 2017-18 schooling year, their 5 to 17-year-old children's enrollment rate was about 60%. And child labor is another problem in this context. In a recent work, we find that about 48% of 15 to 17-year-old boys are employed. And there have been several studies looking at the effect of cash transfers on children's outcomes, but why should we expect a difference in the effects for refugee children? Obviously, forced displacement causes a major disruption in the lives of refugee children. First of all, their families incur material losses and they are more likely to live in poverty. The children go over psychological trauma and they have difficulties in adapting to the new education system and potentially facing a language barrier. And as I told you, they are more likely to drop out of school and take up employment at young ages. Actually, schooling could have higher returns for refugee children because they learn a new language, they learn the customs of a new country. So it's really an empirical question whether these kind of cash transfers would affect refugee children differently from native children. And yet we know quite little about the effects of UCTs on refugee children, especially those living outside of camps like that in Turkey. The cash transfer, actually, Berk Özder gave you a lot of information about it already, so I'm going to move fast on these things. It's been implemented since the end of 2016, and 1.8 million refugees were taking it by February 2021. And the transfers are modest to generous. For a family of, for an average family with 6 members, we calculate that the total cash transfer is equal to 55% of the average monthly labor earnings of Syrian men in Turkey and 36% of their average monthly consumption. And this paper, along with the 2 papers that you have listened to, is some of the first evidence of the impact of a large-scale cash transfer program on the education and employment of refugee children. And we investigate the mechanisms underlying our findings in this paper. The data set that we use is the comprehensive vulnerability monitoring exercise conducted by the World Food Programme, and it's representative of the refugee population in Turkey. And we basically use the dependency ratio criteria within a regression discontinuity design. As Özler told you, if the dependency ratio is about 1.5 parents, the households are eligible for this benefit, and we use this. And we show that just passing this cutoff makes a very high jump in the probability of receiving the transfers. And we use a fuzzy RDD design to calculate the effect of cash transfers. A preview of the findings, we find very strong effects of the cash transfers in terms of reducing child labor and increasing enrollment of children. And the effect is most vulnerable, pronounced among the vulnerable groups. The quantitative effects are quite large. And we find that in terms of the mechanisms, we find that these cash transfers become a significant part of household income. They reduce extreme poverty and lower the chances that households engage in costly coping strategies. One nice thing about this data set is we can disentangle the effects of opportunity cost versus direct cost of schooling in children's school attendance. We find, because from the questions elicited, we find that the transfers have really been effective in reducing the opportunity cost of schooling. Households become more likely to send their children because this addressed opportunity cost. We also find suggestive evidence that it increases schooling because it addresses the direct cost of schooling. We find that the effect is stronger for older children than younger children, which is consistent with the opportunity cost argument. And we find the effect is most pronounced among poorest households and larger households. A growing literature studies the effects of cash transfers, but few focus on children's schooling and work outcomes for refugee children. Actually, three recent papers look at large-scale cash transfers as we do. The previous studies generally look at small-scale effects. Two are actually the papers that you have just listened to, and one is a paper by Musa and others recently published in the JD, and that paper also focuses on refugee children in the context of Lebanon. Unlike that study, we can go deeper in terms of the explorations of the mechanisms at play and impact heterogeneity because of our data set. The relevant paper that you just listened is the paper by Özdar. But compared to that paper, we use a different data set, use different identification methods, and examine different outcomes. We look at children's employment as well as school enrollment. And our findings in terms of school enrollment are a bit different. While they find mixed effects, no effect at the mean, but higher enrollment effects for most vulnerable children, we find a strong effect at the mean. The policy, Özlem already told you about the policy. So basically there are 6 criteria, and we are using the criteria that matters the most, the dependency ratio criteria. And I already told you that the transfers are generous. Another important thing is that this program does not operate in a vacuum for children's outcomes. There is another big EU implemented project called PICTES, and this PICTES provides language training, backup training, catch-up training, and teacher and staff training for refugee children. So this policy is also important in the sense that it changes the bite of the SSN program. This policy is also the CC conditional cash transfer policy is available to all households and conditional on their children sending to school. It doesn't make a difference on either side of the dependency ratio cutoff that we use, but obviously it increases the bite of the program. It improves the schooling infrastructure, and it basically allows the cash transfers that ESSM provide as to matter. The data is the data collected by the World Food Program. We use the round 3 and round 4 because these are nationally representative. We have a sample of about 2,681 households. It includes Syrian as well as other nationalities, and we have detailed information on schooling. The strategy is RDD. We exploit the 1.5 cutoff. A peculiar feature of our setting is that the running variable is discrete. So the dependency ratio criteria is obviously discrete. So we use the Lee and Card show the conditions for inference in an RDD with a discrete running variable, and we follow that. Essentially, our identification is parametric because of this discrete running variable and the relatively few number of clusters on each side of the dependency ratio cutoff. We need to go ahead with parametric methods. Actually, we show the robustness of our results using non-parametric methods, but they are more volatile given our structure. And we use another recent paper which provide guidance on the selection of polynomial orders. So you might worry about the dependency ratio criteria because you might think that we are just comparing households with 2 parents and 3 children with 2 parents and 2 children because of the 1.5 cutoff. But the good thing for our context is that the household size of Syrians are really large. You see here the number of prime adults and the number of dependents. The bold ones are the ones where the dependency ratio cutoff is above 1.5, and you see a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the number of prime adults and number of dependents. So we're not really comparing 2 parent households with 3 children and 2 children. We're comparing many types of different households. And we Onur told you about the standard checks of RDD. There are 3 standard checks. the density score needs to be continuous around the cutoff. There should be no jump in the other pretreatment covariates. And when you take artificial cutoff values away from the actual cutoff, there should be no treatment effects. We check and show that these identification conditions hold. So this is basically our identification idea. Here you see the 1.5 dependency ratio cutoff, and you see that at the cutoff there's a strong jump in the fraction of people receiving the transfers. Here in the second one we zoom in around the cutoff more. Here it's the same graph, but we control for the other eligibility criteria. And even when we control for the other eligibility criteria, you see a jump. So in terms of estimation, we use a fuzzy RDD. And in the parametric approach, we start with the full data and we gradually zoom in around the cutoff to assess the robustness of our bandwidth. And we use different polynomial orders for robustness. We use different definitions of the outcome variables like number, share, and dummy variables. And we use a rich set of control variables. Here you see the results in terms of the share of children working and the share of children not going to school. Basically, you see a strong drop in the share of children working and the share of children not going to school. And our results, these are the reduced form results. You see a reduction once you pass the dependency ratio cutoff. You see a reduction in the share of children working and the share of children not going to school. These are the two-stage 2SLS results, which are easier to interpret. Here we are basically looking at the effect of actually receiving the cash transfers. So here we start with the full data, and in different rows, we gradually zoom in around the cutoff. Basically, the last one is the closest one to the cutoff. But again, as I told you, because of the discrete structure, we cannot zoom in too much around the cutoff because of decreasing number of clusters. But in this bandwidth range, our results are quite robust. We find that cash transfers reduce the fraction children not in school by 20 to 25%, and children not going, children employed by 10 to 15%. So actually, these effects are quite substantial. The fraction of boys not in school falls by 64%, and girls by 59%. In terms of school, sorry. In terms of work, the effects are even larger. Then we look at the mechanisms. So first we look at whether this becomes a main income source, and it does. We look at poverty indices. And in terms of poverty, especially for extreme poverty, we see a drop. The estimation results confirm this. You see that the cash transfers become the main or secondary source of income. And even though we do not find an effect on regular poverty index, we find a strong effect on extreme poverty. So it really helps with the poorest households. Next, we look at food consumption and other consumption and coping strategies. You see a jump in food consumption in the graphs and a fall in coping strategies. If we look at the estimates, the results show a jump in consumption, but not statistically significant. But if you look at the magnitudes, actually, these are not small. They imply about a 20% increase in food consumption, but not statistically significant. But the result in terms of coping strategies are statistically significant. And the other one, the interesting one, is the reasons for children not attending school. And basically, parents who report that children do not go to school because they need to work false. And it also falls for the case children not going to school because they need to stay home and assist family. Also, they don't go to school because they cannot afford to pay school expenses. And we find that the policy really decreases the incidence of the first two. Basically, it really addresses the opportunity cost of schooling. It really decreases the marginal utility households gain from sending from their children's earnings. In terms of affecting the direct cost, we find only suggestive evidence. Then we look at heterogeneity, we find a larger impact on older children, which is really consistent with the opportunity cost argument. I told you that about almost 50% of 15 to 17-year-old boys work. So it really works with that. It is more effective on less educated household heads and poorer household heads. It is more effective on parents who have been in Turkey for a longer time. It's more effective on Syrians. And not here, but we recently checked by household size. The effects on schooling is more effective for larger households, but no such heterogeneity for employment. We do several robustness checks. We use alternative specifications in terms of control variables. We do alternative ways of calculating standard errors, including wild cluster bootstrap and multiple hypothesis testing. And we put restrictions on household structure. We use a Donato RDD to rule out manipulation around the cutoff. And we use local polynomial approaches. And all of these show our findings are robust. In terms of further analysis, we also use other methods. We use a propensity score matching and with the same data set, and we use that the results are robust. And we also use the data set that Özler and co-authors used. And we use that data set and our methodology and show that our results on schooling and child labor are robust. So to conclude, this study shows that this multi-year program that provides modest and regular cash transfers produces a tremendous increase, positive effects on children's schooling attainment and a tremendous decline in their employment because basic households overcome their financial constraints. And these effects are the strongest for the most vulnerable children, which is consistent with the Bassovan luxury axiom. And we show that just providing cash alone without conditions generate these large positive impacts on child labor and schooling outcomes. In terms of generalizability, actually, many of the conditions that refugees face in Turkey are similar in many other low and middle income countries, particularly to the context of Venezuelan immigrants in Latin American countries or Syrian immigrants in Lebanon and Jordan, that they are poorer and they are more likely to work in the informal sector, like 98% in Turkey work in the informal sector. They have restrictions on formal employment. So in those senses, the conditions are similar. But there are some peculiar things about the Turkish context. First of all, the existing schooling structure absorb refugee children has been really good. Children have free access to schooling and they can go to public schools. And more importantly, maybe there were complementary policies, which I told you before, the PIC test policy, which really improved the schooling infrastructure, particularly for the refugee children. So basically, it allowed the ESSN program to work better. So basically, we think that our findings can be generalizable to contexts where school and administrative capacities are similarly high enough to absorb and educate refugee children living outside camps. Thank you for listening, and I would like to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Murad, for such a wonderful presentation. So to the audience, so any question you have, you can either post it in the chat platform or you can raise your hands. We can manually unmute you to so that you can speak out and present your question. Over to the audience, please. Any question? And also to Agnes, in case of any questions in the YouTube platform, if you could quickly check and let us know. So I don't see any questions yet. Is there any hands? Let's give it probably 30, 40 seconds. I guess your presentation was very, very clear. So that's why there is no questions, which is in a way a good sign. But at the same time, audience will have your contact information so that in case they have any questions.
We're willing to receive any questions via email.
Yes. So Alma requested to know about the frequency of the cash transfer. Do you have any information on that?
Oh, they are monthly levels. Yeah.
Okay. 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 Any other questions, please? Please feel free to raise your hand. We will get you and go from there. Okay, so I guess we can move on. In case of any questions, audience will have your contact information, so they'll reach out to you. Thank you again so much, Morat, for such a wonderful presentation. And on this note, let me close this session and also mention that our session, we can take a 15 minutes break before we start the next session, and we are looking forward to see you all in that session. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thanks to all the presenters, and thank you all very much in the audience for listening. Thank you. So over to Nelly. Nelly or Charlotte, in case you have any further instructions on the second session, how to join.
Thanks, Assad. Let's try to keep the start the next session as planned at 1:45 the hour. So we welcome colleagues back at that time for session 2 on IDPs, chaired by Samuel Chung from UNHCR. See you then.
Thank you all. Bye.
We're going to take a quick break, but the IT tips have been shared again for anybody who would like to have a reference, but also for the next session, for the next panel discussion, when you have to switch to the interpretation sessions on how to do it as well. Also available if you have any questions in the chat.
right. Thank you, Agnes. I'll hand the mic over to Samuel. Sam, welcome. And welcome to everyone who has joined just recently for session 2. Over.
Well, thank you very much, Charlotte, and good afternoon, good morning to all colleagues. Hope you had a break, and welcome to all of those who also joined now for this next session. First, again, to introduce myself, my name is Samuel Chung. I'm the Chief of the Internal Displacement Section with UNHCR, and it is my deep pleasure to moderate what looks to be a very fascinating and rich panel of presentations we have upcoming here specifically on the subject of internal displacement. So very happy to open this session. We have a range of research, covering Afghanistan, Syria, Mozambique, and Indonesia. Distinguished presenters who will be presenting research relating to social cohesion, altruism and empathy, human capital, and women. So I'm going to be very short in this introduction and cede the floor and look forward very much to the presentations to come. Just by way of administratively, if I could remind all the speakers also, I'll be playing the role of timekeeper. So you have more or less 20-25 minutes for your presentations. I'll try not to interrupt you. If I need to kind of come on camera, I'll give you a little wave in terms of 5 minutes or 1 minute. And if I need to, then I'll come in and just tell you time's up. Just in that, so that we can have a little bit of time for discussion from the participants who are on the call. For those of you who are on the call, please don't hesitate, if I may, to write your questions into the chat. Don't wait till the end. You can do that throughout the course of the presentation, and then, of course, then we can pull from those and have our speakers jump right into your questions once they conclude their presentations. So again, once again, please do encourage you to enter your questions in the chat as the presentations are going. You'll also feel free to raise your hand at the end if you would like to make a spoken intervention or question. And then our colleagues can unmute you and give you that opportunity. So without further ado, why don't we move on to our first presentation. And it is, the paper is entitled Prolonged Social Contact with Internally Displaced Migrants Does Not Reduce Prejudice Among Locals in Wartime Settings by Yang Zhou, as well as Jason Lyell. And I believe Yang Zhou, you will be presenting on their behalf. So without further ado, why don't I hand it over to you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And thank you so much to the organizers for this opportunity to present our work. This is co-authored with Jason Lyell, who's the James Wright Chair in Transnational Studies and Associate Professor of Government at Dartmouth. I believe he's in attendance, so if people have questions in the chat, I think he can help answer some questions. So this work is based on experimental evidence from Afghanistan. This past summer, as many of you know, with the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan, we've seen a lot of important and extensive media coverage of Afghan refugees, people from Afghanistan who have fled their country. But at the same time, there was also a lot of internal displacement that has not received as much media attention. And so this is a press release from the International Rescue Committee, for example, in which David Miliband, the president of IRC, said, there's a double crisis facing Afghanistan right now, a visible crisis of thousands of people trying to leave the country from Kabul, and an invisible crisis of millions of people across the country dependent on humanitarian aid who cannot leave the country. And this is a graph of just the number of people experiencing displacement worldwide. As we can see from this graph, in blue, the number of internally displaced people now at, I think, over 55 million, vastly surpass other groups of people, including refugees in yellow. And as Bjorn had said in the introduction, internal displacement is a pressing international humanitarian issue with broad consequences for local security and stability. And like refugees, these populations often face prejudice where they settle as well. But they've been largely understudied in the literature. And so our research question in this paper is, can prolonged social contact reduce local residents' negative attitudes towards internally displaced persons in fragile and violent settings? Here, we're building on a vast literature called intergroup contact. Intergroup contact was, originally articulated by Gordon Allport in the 1950s, when he and other scholars were really studying racial desegregation in the United States, desegregation in institutions like public schools, public housing, and the military. And here, the contact hypothesis posits that interpersonal contact between people from two different groups, some sort of social identity boundary like race, religion, that this contact can promote and increase tolerance and friendships and reduce prejudice, particularly under these three conditions when there's equal status among the groups in contact, when the groups are working cooperatively towards common goals, and when that contact is supported by local institutions and authorities. And so this is a pretty well-established, really intuitive theory, but a lot of the research so far has been, a lot of it has been observational, meaning that we might be concerned about selection bias, in which, how do we know that more contact is leading to less prejudice, and not simply that people who are less prejudiced seek out more contact, for example. And so a couple meta-analyses have told us that there's been few experimental work on this in the real world settings, particularly in non-Western contexts. And there's been few randomized control trials, particularly in active conflict settings. Here are some recent exceptions: a study in Nigeria and Iraq, and a few other studies in Israel. And within this literature, migrant status has also been largely overlooked. Most of this literature looks at race or religion, but migrant status, we think, can also be quite an important outgroup identity category. In terms of policy, we also know that there's been billions of dollars spent on programs like the one that we study on vocational training to try and reduce violence in wartime settings. And for this project, we're also drawing on this large literature on prejudice and prejudice reduction towards migrants. And so we hope our study, builds on all of these literatures. So let me tell you some more about the program that we're looking at. It was called INVEST, and it was conducted by Mercy Corps. And so here, the INVEST program was conducted specifically in Kandahar, Afghanistan. We know Afghanistan has one of the largest IDP populations in the world. At the period of our study, which was 2016 and 2017, there were about 1.3 million IDPs in Afghanistan. I think now the number has increased to about 4 million. This was a program designed by Mercy Corps in order to reduce unemployment. The program really had nothing to do with improving attitudes towards migrants. There was no component in the program that was about prejudice reduction specifically. And so for us, I think it's a really naturalistic setting. It has a lot of external validity because, as I said, there's been a lot of similar programs in active conflict settings. We also think that it minimizes self-selection because the participants who joined the program, who I'm going to discuss a little bit more later, these participants, they didn't join the program, because they felt any which way towards prejudice. They were there to learn a vocational skill in order to reduce unemployment. We also think this might minimize reporting bias because, again, the program had nothing to do with prejudice. The program itself enrolled more than 2,500 participants, both men and women. And they were randomized either into taking this vocational course right now, or they were put on a wait list to take this course in the future. So that waitlisted group is our control group. What's great about this program is that half of them were basically IDPs from the area of Kandahar. The other half were locals to Kandahar. And so unlike many other studies out there on contact that really just bring a few members of the out group, here it was split 50-50. And so we know that the IDPs in this program are not tokenized. The vocational training courses themselves lasted either 3 to 6 months, depending on the course. They met for 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. And so this contact program, we think, is probably the largest program that we know of that's been tested experimentally. So participants basically met each other for 360 to 720 total hours. This compares really favorably to those other contact programs that I had mentioned earlier, where usually the total hours come out to be, 20 to maybe 60 total hours. But many other programs, the contact really just lasts for a day, so quite fleeting. The classes themselves naturally ranged from either about 30 to 60% migrants. So again, they were pretty balanced. And in post-program focus groups, we learned that participants were highly satisfied with the courses. They really liked the courses. They wished that the courses continued. And we can see that in our compliance rate. So we have almost 80% compliance rate, meaning the people who were assigned to treatment actually came and attended the courses. We also talked with the instructors of the training courses, and they reported that in the classes, they didn't notice any segregation by, locals versus IDPs. These were really quite small classes where participants had to work together on the trade that they were learning. So, for example, fixing cell phones together or fixing an engine together. So they worked very closely together. And here are just some photos from our program. For example, we had men and women in this program. I also want to point out that in this program, the locals and the IDPs had very similar characteristics on our covariates. So for example, they both had an average age of 20 years. They're quite young. Vast majority were of the Pashtun ethnicity. And in terms of employment status and net income, this was generally quite a vulnerable and young population. I think only maybe 20% had reported earning any income in the past month. We also really wanted to be mindful of ethical considerations. We understood that this is a vulnerable population, again, young, largely unemployed. They were experiencing ongoing conflict. Mercy Corps fielded this program a year prior to our study in a different province in Helmand to make sure that they could work out all the kinks of the program itself. For our surveys, we obtained informed consent and we didn't use any deception. We also organized safe travel and paid for transportation to and from the vocational training centers. This is really important for people living in the internally displaced settlements, for example. And again, we conducted focus groups and interviews to probe for any negative experiences or instances of discrimination, and we didn't find any there. So let me give you some background on what it's like being internally displaced in Kandahar. There was a lot of discrimination and prejudice faced by IDPs in Kandahar, especially, that locals had fears that these IDPs were going to be more susceptible to Taliban recruitment. They experienced police harassment, social exclusion, and a lot of difficulties in accessing public services. And so here are some quotes. This first Pashtun migrant was saying that, members of their family, they were attacked, and without local connections, they weren't able to get any help from the police. One of our training center directors also corroborated that migrants face miserable conditions and that there are some beliefs among locals that migrants, take their jobs. And so the hypotheses that we're testing in this study is that focusing on the locals here, that those who are treated, meaning they're getting the vocational training right now, so they're getting this intensive contact with IDPs, that they're going to report more positive views of the IDPs and more interactions with IDPs in general outside of the program. Number two, that these positive effects should be greater for those locals that are enrolled in the 6-month courses compared to those in the 3-month courses, because of course in the 6-month courses, they're getting a much larger dose. They're there with IDPs for half a year. Hypothesis 3, that those who are in more balanced courses, meaning their courses are 50-50, should also see larger and longer effects because these two groups are on more equal footing. And coming from the contact literature, that younger participants should also experience larger and longer positive effects compared to older participants. So how do we measure these attitudes? We conducted an end-line survey at the end of the program, but we also conducted a second end-line 8 months later because it was really important for us to measure long-term if there were any long-term changes in attitudes. Again, the literature so far generally just measure attitudes same day or right after the program. And so these were the questions that we asked. The first is, thinking about the past 6 months, approximately how much interaction did you have with IDPs in your community outside of our INVEST program? In general, what kind of effect do you feel that IDPs have on your community? And some people believe that these IDPs are more likely to support violence than local residents, that they'll take employment away from Native residents, and that they'll become a burden on government resources. For all these statements, some people feel that way, others disagree. Where do you put yourself on that statement? And so here are baseline responses. So these are the responses before the program started. Of our local participants, you can see from the very first plot that half reported that they never had any interaction with IDPs. And then for the following questions, to read this graph, basically the leftmost bar is the more exclusionary response, the rightmost bar is the more inclusive response. And we can see that across those questions that it's basically normally distributed. What this tells us is that there is some prejudice amongst our local respondents before the program on all of these questions, but it wasn't so high, it wasn't so skewed to the left that we thought nothing is going to change their minds. So we're actually quite hopeful in our program. But as you could tell from the title of our presentation, this is a null results paper. And so here I'm showing you the general results. These are just sort of modified difference in means estimate at end line 1, which is the top plot, and end line 2, the bottom plot. You can see across all the questions, basically no difference between treated locals and control locals. And so this is for everyone in our program. Next, we can compare those who were in the 6 months courses versus the 3-month courses. And we also see no difference here. We can also compare courses by their course composition. So was the course, did they have majority IDPs? Were they basically 50-50 in the class, or were the IDPs in the minority of the classroom? And here we also basically see no difference at end line 1 or end line 2. Next, we could look at some heterogeneous effects by participant demographics. And again, we largely see no difference comparing, men and women participants, those who are younger or older, Pashtun or not Pashtun, and those who had previously experienced violence. And so, across all of these results, we have a very precisely identified null. What does this mean? We have these null effects overall. And, one One possibility is that being in these courses might have heightened feelings of economic competition because, again, in these courses, there was nothing about prejudice reduction specifically in the curriculum. The courses were built around, learning vocational skills in order to become employed. And so it may be that the locals in this course, they were, interacting with IDPs and they just felt more economically competitive after the course. We think it's possible. But as you noticed, one of our questions on the survey asked about economic competition, and we didn't see any movement there. So even though, being in these courses didn't change attitudes, didn't, reduce prejudice, I guess the silver lining is it also didn't increase prejudice, which was a possibility. In line with some of the other studies, the Nigeria and the Iraq study, for example, they also found that in active conflict, it's really hard to change minds through contact, and our results are in line with that. It could simply be, we think, that in wartime, people's biases and stereotypes are used for survival. And so those beliefs, those negative beliefs, are very difficult to budge. We didn't really get to explore behavioral outcomes or cross-cutting identities in this survey. I think that's something important to explore in the future. And it could be that we think in this program, because there was no explicit anti-prejudice programming, it might have just been too subtle. It's very naturalistic in that these programs exist and they do put groups of people in contact with each other, but without more explicit anti-prejudice programming, things like perspective giving or perspective taking exercises, which we've seen some promising results on, it could just be that, it wasn't able to change attitudes. And finally, just zooming out, I think more and more these types of programs and interventions like diversity trainings or intergroup contact programs that are quite short term, these interventions are aimed at changing individuals' minds, but they might not be enough. I think what is necessary and for us to think about in terms of policy is what are the structural changes we can put in place to change minds. And by that, going back to Gordon Allport, the structural changes that he was interested in was desegregation of major institutions like public housing and public schooling. And so in our context, what are some, bigger structural changes that can be put in place to reduce prejudice of IDPs? Maybe things like, like in the previous presentation, having access to public schooling for children of IDPs and locals so that they can interact with each other from a very young age over a long course of time. And with that, I'll leave you with this photo from one of our classes of our participants, working on, I believe it's an engine together, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang, for that insightful presentation. I do invite you to keep your camera on for the couple, we've got about 5 minutes, let's say, for questions directed toward you. I see one was directed in the chat regarding whether there were disruptions during the conducting of the research, and I see that was addressed. But maybe we can ask you the second question that's in the chat here, which is, if I may paraphrase, what strategies did you use to minimize attrition? And then maybe second, given that there was a 50% IDP, non-IDP composition in the sample, would these effects, would these have effects been driven by this segregation of the subgroups? So perhaps you can address those, and we'll also again invite the floor for further questions. Over to you.
Yeah, to minimize attrition, and again, my co-author Jay is also in the audience, so he can feel free to chime in as well. To minimize attrition, Mercy Corps made sure that we provided daily transportation, and so we wanted to make sure it wasn't too difficult to get to the VTCs, the vocational training centers. The students themselves also, once they started the program, they had a lot of incentive to finish it because then they would get like a certificate of finishing the courses. And from our focus groups, most of the students wanted more courses. So attrition wasn't as much of a problem. We did have attrition in terms of measurement, especially in our second end line, because again, that end line happened 8 months later. So, you know, I will admit it was difficult to find people again 8 months later to take our second survey. In order to do that, we just had some, you know, the usual survey incentives. But given attrition in the paper, you know, we do some robustness checks specifically surrounding the attrition, like using multiple imputation and other strategies. The second question, given that there was a 50-50 IDP and non-IDP composition in the sample, this effect may be driven by segregation by subgroups. I think this question is about, is it subgroups within either group? In case they're, maybe, I'm not sure I totally understand the question, but it could be something about cross-cutting identities, for example. So we know that almost all of our participants were of the Pashtun ethnicity. So it wasn't like, for example, the IDPs were of one ethnicity and the locals were of another. That being said, there are some differences in tribe. And so I think, you know, that could be.
Maybe I can follow on that. There's a related question, maybe just on the issue of you know, there's a question whether locals were dropping out when they find out their peers were IDPs, and maybe I had a question on that. Were the IDPs, was there you know, clarity that the IDPs would self-identify, you know, as IDPs during the course of the program? Maybe that. And then we have two more questions for you to address. One, which is, does your data show important correlational predictors of attitudes towards IDPs that suggest interventions for future RCTs? So maybe a policy question here in terms of the correlational predictors. And then one last one, which is maybe a little bit more about why conflict setting is such a key characteristic in this context. A question from the floor on that. Over to you.
Great, thank you. Those are excellent questions. Did IDPs self-identify? I don't think they needed to self-identify, and of course Jay can jump in here as well. It was very apparent to participants and instructors which of them were IDPs and which weren't, and that largely had to do where they were coming from. And so the IDPs were largely living in settlements, and we have a map in the paper to show where they were. And so it would be apparent, you know, in the first few weeks, like, hi, where are you coming from? That they were coming from the IDP settlement areas. They also, you know, buses would come from that area, so they would come off the bus together. And so it was pretty obvious, and we, you know, asked our instructors that too, who were IDPs and who were not. In terms of program attrition, we didn't see that, for example, locals differentially attrited compared to IDPs. And so I think some of the attrition had to do with, I think maybe people just finding jobs in the middle of the 6 months program. So people who started earning an income would leave, which that makes sense. But it didn't have to do with locals leaving because they didn't want to be in classes with IDPs, for example. To Dan's question, that's a great question. I don't think we looked at this. This is a really great question, something for me to think about and follow up with you on. And to Jeremy's question on why is conflict setting important? It's really important because a lot of this literature on intergroup contact, they're looking at groups that, you know, are outgroups to each other, but most of this literature is not in a conflict setting. And so, you know, a lot of this is, a lot of this work has been done, and importantly done in sort of lab-like settings, not naturalistic settings, lab-like settings in universities, for example. And so you can imagine, you know, university students in a lab-like setting, that's going to be a really different dynamic from people who are living in active conflict settings. And we think it's really important to measure these interventions precisely in the places where the policy would be for those people, right? If we think that these types of programs work, we want them to be implemented in conflict settings for groups that are outgroups. But I wanted to note, of course, that in this conflict setting, the active conflict, of course, is not between, the violent conflict is not between locals and IDPs, right? It's between the Taliban and the government. And so that's an important distinction there compared to similar studies that were done in Nigeria and Iraq, for example, where the two groups that they're studying are the ones that are in violent conflict against each other.
Thank you for that. Maybe just one last quick question for you from the floor, and then we'll have to move on, which is regarding the economic or vocational outcomes of the program. Were there implications or effects on the outcomes of the program?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have a separate paper on looking at the economic outcomes as well as attitudes, specifically support for the Afghan government versus the Taliban. And there in that paper, we did see some positive but quite small effects on the economic outcomes. So that was promising. The story got a lot more complicated in terms of support for government or the Taliban. But I'll share this paper as well. It's also cited in this paper. So you please read that paper if you're interested in that part of the, yeah. And Jay just shared the link to the earlier paper.
Great. Thank you so much for that, for the insights and for your sharing, and also the excellent questions that are coming from the floor. We do encourage more of that for the next presentation. So with that, maybe I can invite Alexandra Hartman on to join us on screen once again for the next paper, which is Violence, Displacement, and Support for Internally Displaced Persons, Evidence from Syria. Papers by Alexandra C. Hartman, Benjamin S. Morse, Sigrid Weber as well, and presenting on their behalf. Over to you, Alexandra.
Hi, so I've just been told by my computer that I'm not going to be able to share unless I restart this application. So it might make sense for another person to go for me because I didn't realize that was going to be the case. Apologies for not having set my technical system up in advance, but I didn't do that. So
no objections from my end on that. Let me just double check. Is the next presenter Sandra? Are you ready and able to come on screen and join us?
my sincere apologies to whoever is being inconvenienced by this.
We'll give Sandra Sequeira just a moment to join us on screen, if she can. Just need 1 minute is what she says. Maybe we can go to our fourth one then Laura, who is quite active in the chat. Laura, can we ask you to join us on screen here? She says, sure. So Laura, we'll swap around the presentations. This one is on Displacement, a step on women's marriage, natural disasters and cultural norms by Laura Munoz Blanco. So Laura, over to you.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Well, so I'm delighted to present this work in progress paper, but first of all, let me show my gratitude to the organizer for including this paper in this amazing program. So let me start presenting what is my research question. So this paper studies how forced displacement affects the timing of marriage of displaced young women. But the question here is why we should care about this question, right? So first of all, marriage outcomes, notably age of marriage, is a major factor of human capital investment, fertility preferences, and economic powers of women, but also for health outcomes of children. But what is important here is that recent estimates documents that the timing of marriage responds to negative economic shocks. But however, even forced displacement could be a major economic shock for the marriage market. There are still many theoretical and empirical buffers on the effect of forced displacement on the timing of marriage. And as many of you know, displacement is not a minor shock, right? Today, 1% of humanity is displaced, and there are more than twice a forcibly displaced population than in 2001. And displacement differs from other income shock because it's a shift in the demographic composition of marriage market at origin and destination. But what I would like to highlight is that 86% of the forcibly displaced population in the world are hosted by developing countries. Countries where marriage is often regulated by traditionally cultural norms. And these norms that sometimes could be socially undesirable, but they are able to alleviate marketing, to provide better market outcomes by alleviated marketing completeness. And for the concept of traditional cultural norms, I would like to invite you to think about dowry and bride price, that is a bride payment, post-marriage residency, multiple spouses, and as well the role of women in agriculture. So under this motivation, this paper examines if and how forced internal displacement affect the timing of marriage, and particularly the hazard into marriage before the age of 18 of displaced young women. And the major threat for answering this sort of question is to find a shock for displacement that is exogenous to the timing of marriage. So to do so, I use the staggered occurrence of the static earthquakes in Indonesia to implement a difference in defense approach. And first of all, this approach allowed me to answer a preliminary question, that is how earthquakes affect the timing of marriage. But once again, my research question is how displacement, how forced internal displacement affect the timing of marriage. So to do so, I'm going to run a difference in different decomposition by a sample of displaced women. And I will present during this presentation how this paper addressed the self-selection issue that is one of the main threats for the identification. And as a second part of this project, I profit from ethnicity level variation in the persistent engagement in marriage customs to look at if indeed displaced households take advantage of their customary norms to cope with the negative economic shock of displacement. And what I find. So what I find is that displacement indeed accelerated the timing of marriage, and the effect corresponds to an increase of 47% in the annual marriage hazard. But what is important is that this average effect masks an important heterogeneity that depends on traditional custom, such as a payment from the groom to the bride family at the moment of the marriage, that is the bride price, but also depend on the matrilocal tradition. And what is the matrilocal tradition? So it's a tradition whereby the husband joins the wife household at the moment of the marriage. And these results suggest two of the proposed mechanisms of this paper. First of all is that displaced parents might seek to anticipate the marriage of their young daughters by alleviating the financial constraints through the acquisition of this payment from the groom at the moment of the marriage. But also matrilocal tradition is an additional incentive for displaced parents, because it means that they not only keep the support of their daughters, but also it's a way to increase the aggregate household labor return through the new member, that is the son-in-law, that is the future husband of their daughters. And as a third proposed mechanism is that marriage might be a quick way to assimilate with the local population at destination. And assimilating at destination, it might be as well, might lead to increase the socioeconomic networks, and as well could be a coping strategy with the economic shock of displacement. As a last part of this paper that I will present today, I study how a policy change can address the underlying mechanisms that lead to anticipating the marriage of young women by providing parental incentive, precisely by providing monetary incentive, by unconditional funds transfer. And indeed, what I find some preliminary results is that the unconditional funds transfer mitigate the effect of displacement on the timing of marriage. So let me start with the first question, that is the main research question of this project, that is how forced internal displacement affect the timing of marriage. And as I said at the beginning, I'm going to use the staggered occurrence of the static earthquake in Indonesia. But the question is, why Indonesia? Well, Indonesia is one of the countries with the highest exposure to big destructive earthquakes, given its location on the Ring of Fire. But why earthquakes? Because earthquakes strike suddenly and cannot be predicted. And unfortunately, they had the potential to displace thousands of people. In this paper, I look at forced internal displacement, because the majority of the population that is forced to displace due to natural disasters remain within the national borders. And in line with Gino and Menendez, I'm going to start defining the static earthquake as those earthquakes with an intensity of at least 7 in some of his locations affected. And as you can see, there is a staggered occurrence of this destructive earthquake across time and space in Indonesia. And this variation comes from the United States Geological Survey that gives me the data on the location as a district level, but also year month of each earthquake. And what is my main data source? So is the Indonesia Family Life Survey. It's an individual level longitudinal survey in this country. It has been conducted for the last 21 years in 13 out of the 27 provinces. And what is one of the main features that I would like to highlight and stress is the low attrition rate of this longitudinal survey. Almost 87% of individuals are interviewed in all the 5 rounds. And one amazing feature is that it gathers data on current and retrospective marriage behavior of individuals. And this data allow me to define my outcome, that is age of entry in marriage market using the year of the first marriage. But as well, this data allow me to track individuals over time and across space, because it gathers information on current and retrospective mobility behavior of individuals. And this data enabled me to build my displacement variable. But jumping to the sample in order to avoid restricting my sample to never, in order to avoid excluding never married women, I'm going to restrict my sample to those women that are at least 23 years old at the last round. And as well, I'm going to further restrict my sample in order to make sure that they are interviewed in my time horizon to those women that are born after 1980. And as I said at the beginning, one important threat for the identification is self-selection. So what I'm going to do in the next 2 slides is how I overcome with this limitation. So testing self-selection into displacement. The question here is why, if earthquakes in this are the pull factor. So what I am doing to try to overcome. So first, I restrict my sample, my earthquake sample, to those earthquakes that are big enough. And I believe that with this approach, I'm able to decrease the scope for self-selection. But of course, it is undeniable that there are some socioeconomic differences between displaced and non-displaced women. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to control image baseline specification for these differences that are the number of siblings, that are as well religion being masculine or not, father education and mother education, and as well as the controls that I will introduce in the next slides. But what is reassuring is that the probability of displacement increase with the intensity of a earthquake, as you can see on the figure number 2. But what is the difference between a magnitude and an intensity? Well, whereas there is one single magnitude at the epicenter, each earthquake has the potential to create different intensities in the surrounding areas. And this data comes as well for the United States Geological Survey. And as a further test as well, I would like to stress that the results do not change by subsample of earthquake intensity. And what is the intuition of these results is that if the estimates change by subsample of earthquake intensity, it might suggest that my results are driven by self-selection. And what about self-selection into destination? Where they move and why they move to those locations. So 69%, 68.66%, 66% of women move within the same district. So let me clarify what is the administrative division of Indonesia. So Indonesia is divided into different provinces. A province is divided into different districts, and a district is divided into different sub-districts. So what does it mean when I said that almost 69% of women migrate or displace within the same district? It means that, I think that we are comparing the same marriage market. But an additional concern is that we might be a little bit worried that those women that are more prone or less prone to get married get out of my sample. But only 3.39% of women move to a non-Indonesia Family Life Survey province. As well, I ran further robustness tests for testing the attrition. And as well, one further test that I do is I restrict my sample to those women with a female siblings, trying to compare the SR of getting married with the female counterfactual within the same family. And the estimates do not change. And what I'm trying to do next Is I'm trying to understand why they move to this location, trying to see the density composition and destination before the haircut is driven this sort of selection. So what is my empirical strategy? So before presenting the empirical strategy, let me remind you once again, what is my research question? So the main research question of this paper is how forced internal displacement affect the timing of marriage. And I employ a difference in difference approach. How exploiting the staggered occurrence of destructive haircuts across sub-districts and year month in Indonesia. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to try to present what is my baseline specification or my empirical specification and present the results of what first, if haircut affect the timing of marriage, and then I will jump to my main research question, that is how displacement affect the timing of marriage by looking at difference in different discomposition by displaced women sample. And then I will present that the results are robust to a bunch of robustness tests. So the empirical specification, so I use simple discrete approximation of a duration model to evaluate the duration that women spend without entering the marriage market after a haircut, precisely after a haircut that induced the displacement. And to do so, I restrict or I convert my data set into a woman age panel by year month level. And I further restrict my duration of interest from the age of 12 to the age of the first marriage. Why the age of 12? Because it's the age that women are first at risk of getting married. And what is going to be my baseline specification? So I'm going to regress my outcome of interest, that is 1 in the year the woman gets married, 0 otherwise, on what is my treatment, that is 1 if exposed to a haircut at the time, at the month TM, sorry, and in the sub-district where they are located, right, and 0 otherwise. And I'm going to include the individual level coverage that I mentioned before, that is, once again, being masculine or not, number of siblings, parents, father education and mother education, but as well, I'm going to control for the island fixed effect, as well age fixed effect to account for different probability of getting married at different age, year of month fixed effect, that is the coastal fixed effect, and then urban-rural fixed effect. And my error term is clustered at district level. What are the main results? So starting with the effect of haircut, we see that the haircut affect the timing of marriage. And in average term, the effect corresponds to an increase in the annual marriage hazard that corresponds to 18% in this increase. But looking at these results by age, we can see in this figure 3 that the effects are concentrated at the age of 16 and as well at the age of 21, right? So it means that haircuts affect the early marriage, so it means marriage before the age of 18, but as well after the 18. And what is the identification assumption of these results is the parallel trend, right? So it means that in the absence of treatments, women exposed and not exposed to haircuts might evolve similarly. So I provide some evidence of the parallel trends using an event study, and what we can see is that there is no difference between women exposed and not exposed to haircuts during the 5 years leading up the haircut, right? But as I said, my question is how displacement affect the timing of marriage. And we can say that displacement accelerates the timing of marriage and the effects are larger, right? So the effect in average term correspond to 47% increase in the annual marriage hazard, and breaking down the results by age in this figure number 5, we can see how the effects are highly concentrated after the age of 20. And looking at early marriage, we can see how event displacement decrease the early marriage. So it means marriage below the age of 18. Well, during the next slide, so during the rest of this presentation, I would like to provide some reasons or some hypotheses of these results. But let me stress that the results are in line with the literature, especially with the paper that was presented at the last conference, that is Lu and co-authors, where they saw that young displaced women are more likely to get married compared with adult women. Okay, so these results are robust to a bunch of robustness tests. Let me highlight, for instance, displacement definition, counterfactual definition. I'm gonna skip this part for the sake of time, but as well is robust for the standard indifference checks that I'm still working on. I ran some of them, but not all, but working on. But let me start the second part of this paper and for this presentation. That is how marriage norm affect the effect of displacement on the timing of marriage. So to do so, I'm gonna use data from the ethnographic atlas that give me information on the transfer at marriage and as well post-marriage residency. So I'm gonna exploit the within country variation in whether bride price is practiced or not. Let me remind you what is a bride price. So bride price is a payment from the groom to the bride's family at the moment of the marriage. And why only bride price? Because none of the ethnic groups in Indonesia traditionally practice dowry. And why it's important to look at bride price? Because the value of this payment could be higher than a year income. And as well, I exploit the within country variation in matrilocality versus non-matrilocality. So what is matrilocality is where the husband joins the wife's household at the moment of marriage. However, matrilocality and neolocality is when they move to the husband community or they settle down in a new household. So as I said, matrilocality means an additional incentive because for displaced partners, it means that they keep the support of the young daughter, but also they increase the aggregate labor return of the household through the labor composition of the labor return from the son-in-law that is the future husband of the daughter. So what are the results of the marriage customs? So what we can see in the table number 1 is that all the estimates are significant, regardless the tradition, regardless if they are engaged in bride price or non-bride price, and as well in Keynesian tradition. But what we can see in the panel A is that the estimate is 53% higher among bride price women compared with non-bride price women subsample. And the same logic in the panel B, where the estimates for matrilocal women is 71% higher compared with non-matrilocal subsamples. And these results are robust to resistance of other cultural norms, that is polygyny and matrilineality. But these results suggest 2 of the proposed mechanisms that I said at the beginning, right? So the first is that bride price as a consumption is moving channel. As well, what I do in the paper, I use contemporary payment to test if the payment changed with the level of education, and indeed the payment increased with the education level of women. And the second mechanism is the matrilocal tradition, because it's an additional incentive and it might lead to increase the household labor return through this new member. That is the husband, the husband of the young daughter. And as a third proposed mechanism is that marriage might be a quick way to assimilate with the local population. So to do so, what I do is that using the involvement in local organization and destination, I saw that the displacement effect, right, the estimate of displacement on the timing of marriage decrease with the engagement, with the community engagement at destination. And as well, I rule out other channels that I will invite you to look at the paper. I will share a draft soon in my on my website. Sorry. And what I would like to jump on is that, in a nutshell, the results suggest that displaced parents use the marriage of their young daughters to cope with the economic shock of displacement. And why they do so? Well, so some of the proposed mechanisms is through the payment at the moment of marriage from the groom, and as well matrilocalities, new member in the household and increment the household return, but as well is assimilation into destination. But what I'm going to do next is I'm trying to see if a policy change can mitigate this effect. So I'm going to use the unconditional cash transfer in Indonesia, given that the literature shows the positive impact of these programs on forcibly displaced population, and we have strong evidence today, this morning. And this Indonesia unconditional cash transfer was implemented in 2005 until 2014. And the targeting tool was the 2005 socioeconomic survey, and it was targeting the poorest. So the main limitation is that the unconditional cash transfer were randomly assigned. So to try to overcome with this main problem, I'm going to conduct a matching contrafactual or a matching method contrafactual. And so the intuition is that I'm going to try to compare the variation between beneficiaries and non-beneficiary with observably similar pre-program characteristics using the indicators that the socioeconomic survey used. So it's 15 questions that is targeting the household and as well labor information. And what are the preliminary results? So what we can see in the figure number 7 is the effect of unconditional cash transfer on the probability of getting married by a sample of displaced women. And what we can see is that unconditional cash transfer could be used as a mitigation policy, right? We can see how they decrease the probability of getting married. And the effects are larger among private women. So to conclude, what I showed you today, that displacement affect the timing of marriage and increase the probability of the annual marriage hazard in 47%, and the effect depends on the engagement in customs such as bride price and multi-local tradition, and this is two of the main proposed mechanisms, that is bride price as a consumption moving channel, and as well multi-local tradition as a coping strategy. And a third mechanism is necessity to assimilate with local population. But there are some policy implications that emerge from this finding. First is that my results shed light on the fact that the negative impacts of displacement start at an early age. So I think that by documenting one of the potential causes of the anticipation of marriage, this paper will help to to find some potential well-advised policy that could contribute to decrease the effect of displacement on children and teenagers. And secondly, this paper, these findings highlight the importance of culture in shaping the economic behavior of displaced population. So studying the consequences of cultural norms is important for the policy design and evaluation. And lastly, this effect contributes to the global and current discussion on the impacts of climate change and its unequal geographical and gender distribution. So thank you so much. Looking forward to your comments.
Thank you very much, Laura, for that insightful presentation and modeling as well. We have a comment in the chat regarding a recommended work here on marriage as a strategy to smooth consumption, not only at the immediate negative shocks, but also in the longer term. And we also have a question here, which is, if we take a step back, what are the broader implications for gender empowerment and long-run resilience of your results? So maybe I can ask you to take a stab at that question. Over to you.
Okay, thanks, Ana Maria Ibanez. Thanks for sharing this paper. Yes, indeed. At the very beginning, I was thinking that was simply the network channel what was driving the results, right? But then looking at the cultural norms, they might be connected, right? And as well, it is not a substitution effect, right? So they complement each other. And of course, in the paper, as a further analysis, I look at the long-term effect of displacement, and indeed, the effects persist over time in the timing of marriage, but as well the timing of first fertility and other effects that I will be happy to share in the future. And the second question, to see research on gender dimension, one question, if we take a step back, where the broader implication for gender empowerment and long-run resilience of the results? Thanks, Andres. Yes. So the motivation was driven by this consequence, right? So the timing of marriage, precisely the age of marriage, is an important consequence of the economic empowerment for women, right? But not also economic empowerment for women, but also fertility preferences and as well consequences for their children, right? So what I'm trying to do as well is look at and provide some further evidences of these consequences. So looking at labor outcomes and income outcomes in the long term. So I might think, without having evidence from my setting, that indeed that might have some consequences for the gender empowerment, because it means that they decrease their participation in the labor market out of their household. Of course, that they contribute in the labor within the household, but they not engage in the labor market. Yeah. But thanks for the question, both of you.
Thank you, Laura. So just pausing here to see if there's additional questions. I see one just came in. How much of this could be driven by perceived returns to the education of girls and women in different host locations, or simply by disruptions to investments in education? Areas with prevalent bride price might be areas with low returns to education as well. Your thoughts on that question?
Yes, thanks, Sandra. So indeed, education is an important component in this setting. I didn't have that much time to say that indeed the effect of displacement on the timing of marriage by bride price and local women is strongly affected by the level of education, right? Indeed, the probability of getting married restricting for these women is affected by the education. So how, as a mechanism, if there is specific education of girls, it might be the case that the perceived returns of education might affect the results. Of course, the literature is highlighting that the marriage outcome is affected by the return of education. So of course, it might be an important aspect to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one hand raised from the floor. I see Laura Brinks from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs with your hand up. So why don't we call on you, and I'll ask the administrators to please unmute you to raise your question.
I'm watching through the internet, and that's why I can't put it in the chat. So that's why I'm asking you the question this way. I also don't know how to turn on my camera. Apologies for that. Even after all these years of COVID meetings, they're still unknowns to me. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. And my question was, because you went a little bit too fast for me at this part on the cash transfers. So I was just wanting to check with you whether I understood you correctly, that the cash transfers helps decrease the negative impact of marriage on young children or not? That was my question. Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah, I apologize that I should decrease. I should present slowly. Yeah. So having said that, what I tried to highlight with that slide is that the effect of displacement on the timing of marriage is mitigated when a household is a beneficiary for unconditional cash transfer, right? This is what I'm showing, that it is no difference for the 3 years before the first year of receiving the unconditional cash transfer. But however, we can see how the effect of the timing of marriage by this transfer decrease since the year after and the years following the first year of the unconditional cash transfer. So yeah, that is the idea.
Great, and I think we just have a few more seconds. If I might use my position to ask you a question, which is, were you able to model, in terms of the definition of displacement as an exposure or a shock, in terms of repetitive displacement or the length of that displacement or the degree of that displacement on not only the individuals or the households, and maybe also linked to that, were you modeling also the displacement status of both parties to the marriage in terms of on both sides? Was there a correlation there? And with that last question, I'll hand to you before we move on to the next presentation.
Okay, yes, thanks, Samuel. So what I'm doing in the paper, I mean, the amazing data that I have, Indonesia Family Life Survey, as I said, allow me to track individuals over time and across the space. So I have data on the month and year when they move. I have the data on the year and month when the earthquakes occur, and then I know the sub-district of origin and the sub-district of destination. So I'm able to know when they move precisely, right? And I start defining displacement, but then I use different definition of displacement, and the results remained constant. And about the model, in the paper as well, I create a theoretical framework, right? Trying to provide some evidence of this mechanism from a theoretical perspective. And coming to the matching, one of the additional analyses that I ran is looking at the matching process during displacement, right? So I look at if there are some differences in the age gap between husband, the groom and the bride, and as well education gap. And then as well, I look at if indeed the displaced women get married only with displaced grooms. And that is not the case, right? I do not see that displacement affect age gap, education gap, or if they increase the likelihood of getting married with displaced men. That is not the case.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation, and we'll go ahead and move on to the next one. Alexandra, I think we've already given you an introduction, but if I may invite you on screen again to share your screen with us for this paper, Violence, Displacement, and Support for Internally Displaced Persons, Evidence from Syria. Alexandra, over to you. And you may still be on mute, so just to remind you to unmute when you're ready to speak.
Okay. Is it working now? I'm sorry, I have so many technical difficulties.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, and is it just sharing my preview or is it sharing my entire computer screen? I'm sort of enlarging it, but I've never worked with WebEx before. Apologies for this.
I believe it's showing your entire computer screen.
You may want
Okay.
to click on View at the top and then go to full screen.
Okay, yeah, apologies for not knowing how to do this. Okay, thank you so much for having me, and also thank you to Laura, who was willing to go in advance of her slot in the program. I really appreciate your flexibility. And I'm presenting some joint work today with Ben Morse, who's currently at Social Impact, and also Sigrid Weber at UCL. And as Samuel mentioned, this project is entitled Violence, Generosity, and Politics, Evidence from IDP Hosting from the Syrian Crisis. So a bit like the first paper, this project is looking at IDPs who are fleeing violence. And as the first presentation that we saw pointed out, there are a huge number of internally displaced people in the world today, a higher number than at any time since the end of World War II. And as a result, we're really in search of information and policies that can support this very vulnerable population. Two things that we're interested in trying to understand about folks who have to flee violence are the individual choices that they have to make, and then also how they interact with host communities and people who they encounter when they're fleeing violence. And so one of the questions we're going to address in this project is how individual choices to help each other, how people help each other in conflict can be explained. And then in addition to that, we're going to look at violence as a cross-cutting identity, so the experience of violence and how that might shape identity and generosity during conflict. So a preview of the results that I'm going to present today is that individuals that experienced high levels of violence and displacement during the first part of the Syrian civil conflict are more responsive to the needs of other Syrians who have been also displaced by violence. And they're also willing to extend their generosity across some intergroup boundaries. But not all boundaries are the same. And so the political salience of different identities really matters in who is willing to help in times of need. And so this finding is based on a conjoint survey experiment and observational data on IDP hosting from conflict affected individuals in areas outside of government and Syria control in North and South Syria. And the data was collected in 2018. So I'm just quickly going to go through some of the theories and the conceptual framework that we're working with in this project. I'm going to talk a little bit about the background. I'll talk about the data, our strategy, and then present the results. So two things that we know about the way that violence can affect people. One is a theory of parochial altruism, which many of you will be familiar with. And this is the idea that violence can cause in-group solidarity and out-group aggression. One of the questions we might have about this is sort of under what conditions we would expect parochial altruism to be the strongest. And I think also related to the first presentation, we might expect that ongoing conflict would be a time when in-group solidarity could be very high, and that out-group aggression could also be high. There's another set of research that has explored post-traumatic growth, and I think key to this research agenda has been the post. And this set of research has found that violence can lead to greater pro-social behavior after conflict. And this literature hasn't really focused as much in the past on intergroup behavior. So it has focused on things like voting or civic participation, but less about how people treat each other necessarily. And the mechanisms that link violence to post-traumatic growth are probably could be fleshed out a bit more. And the evidence also often comes from homogenous settings. And it could be quite consistent with parochial altruism, which is to say that you might experience violence and then that experience might lead to post-traumatic growth, but only in activities that you do with members of your own in-group, as opposed to members of the out-group. So one of the things we're going to explore in this project is the idea of empathetic altruism, which is the idea that a shared experience of violence or hardship can increase empathetic concern between individuals, and that this empathetic concern can transcend identity boundaries and motivate altruistic behavior towards in-group and out-group others. And so the idea here is that even if I'm the member of one group and you're the member of another group, if we both have experienced violence, and if this experience of violence is quite salient in our interaction, it might be that that shared experience creates a bridging identity that in fact overrides perhaps the difference in our identity at the group level. And so the observable implication of this would be that violence-affected individuals and communities will exhibit greater altruism towards both in-group and out-group others. And I want to just pause here to say that this idea came from work that I've done in other settings outside of Syria, and I'll refer to this in a moment, where I observed really high levels of generosity from host communities towards other displaced people. And one of the things that came out of that experience was host community members talking about how they themselves had experienced generosity when they had fled violence and conflict, and how that shaped the decisions they were making to be generous and support displaced people in times of crisis. Okay, so I've just made reference to this, and here I'll report the results of an earlier paper. And this research was conducted in Liberia. And so what we find in that context is that individuals and communities that experienced high levels of violence during the Liberian Civil War, they are less biased against out-group refugees and more responsive to refugee distress in a survey experiment. They host more in-group and out-group refugees in total, and they host a higher percentage of refugees that are sick or fleeing direct violence as opposed to indirect violence. And these results hold for communities, including diverse communities that experience violence. And so here are some results from that Liberia study. And you can see that as the number of violent experiences that an individual reports experiencing increases, that their willingness to host other individuals who have characteristics associated with need, for example, being a female-headed household, being a farmer, or being a family that is hungry, increase, whereas the effect of being a co-ethnic or a co-religious, a member of the same religious group, decrease as violence increases. So one of the motivations was to move from that study context to another context, which had some similarities, which would also quite different. I think we were a bit surprised by the strength of the finding, despite the anecdotal evidence that motivated the study. We wanted to understand how this traveled across time and space. So in both contexts, we have strong religious and ethno-linguistic divisions. There was ongoing violence in Syria at the time that we did this work, whereas in Liberia, the violence was more limited. There were some cross-border attacks, but it was not at the same scale. In both cases, we have diverse populations, we have partitioned ethnic groups, we have and understanding that identity really matters. So ethnic linguistic identity, religious identity map on to wartime cleavages, so the stakes are quite high. And so we want to understand how the context might shape a finding. Okay, so here's a map. This is just to recall that for this project, we're focusing on Syria. This is in 2017, and we can just see that we have a very, very high number of IDPs inside of Syria at this time, much higher than the refugees outside the country. So this is a serious issue. Also, given issues of access, for those of you who might have worked on that conflict, humanitarian access was quite restricted at different points. And so a lot of humanitarian service provision was limited in various ways. And we can understand that host communities and other regular people were kind of the frontline provider of support to internally displaced people. So we're curious about sort of that behavior. So 6.2 million IDPs inside of Syria, the largest IDP population in the world. Host population are key providers. There's a high cost to hosting with limited benefits. And the key factor here is that there are many hosts, not all, but many who were themselves displaced during the conflict at some earlier point. And so we're interested in how that experience would then shape their hosting behavior going forward. So we're going to work with a humanitarian partner, and we're going to identify areas where they have access. This shows a general area of study, nothing more specific than that is unembargoed. This is where we were able to partner with them for data collection. So the data collection was part of a humanitarian needs assessment, and it was collected in December and January 2017, 2018 in areas outside of GOS control. We have a sample of 70 communities and neighborhoods selected at the census level 4 with accessible subdistricts, and it's proportional to the population and the proportion of IDPs being hosted in the subdistrict according to the 2018 HNO. And within our sample, we end up with Sunni Muslims who are Syrian, they're Arabic speakers for the most part. And then we end up with Syriac Christians who are also Arabic speakers from North and South Syria. So here's a photo of data collection. And this was embedded in a survey which collected information on legal identity and documentation and included questions on wartime experiences. It included data on IDPs hosted, some demographic characteristics, and then a survey experiment which we used to measure hosting preferences, as well as observational data about hosting experiences. So we use a choice-based conjoint experiment where respondents can imagine themselves in an IDP crisis. They have a limited capacity to host a family in need. They have to choose between hypothetical families where the attributes are randomly assigned. And these are the attributes that we use. We look at the status of the head of the household. We look at ethnicity, so either someone who speaks the same language as you or someone who speaks a different language. We look at two religious groups, Christians and Muslims, occupation, and the health of the child. We use pictographs in the delivery of the conjoint. This was in part to maintain the same procedure that we used in Liberia. We also found that it was an easier way of kind of keeping the specific trait we were focused on very centered during the delivery of the survey experiment. So the interpretation of our attributes is that need is indicated by the health of the children in the household and also the gender of the household head. We look at identity through whether the potential family you might host is from the same linguistic group as yourself or not. And so in this case, this is whether the family is Arabic speaking or whether they're Kurdish speaking, and also whether the family is either Christian or Muslim. And we look at material motivations by looking at the occupation category. So we're going to estimate hosting preferences, and I'm going to, I think, move through this slide. But we basically, one point of note is that we asked each respondent to identify 3 families. So we did 3 rounds with 2 choices per round. And then one of the things we're very much interested in, as I identified at the beginning of the presentation, is whether experiences of violence in the past are going to interact with the way that you make a decision about who to host. So we measure violence with a 4-component index that includes the whether the host themselves has ever been displaced, whether the household family member, whether a household family member was killed during the conflict, and whether primary residence or business was destroyed. And then in addition to that analysis, we're also going to do an observational analysis where we assess the relationship between the past experience with violence and displacement and actual hosting behavior. So this is measured in some different ways. We look at a dichotomous outcome about whether the respondent is currently hosting IDPs. We also look at a continuous outcome of the total number of IDP months, which is to say the number of months where you were hosting any IDPs over the course of the crisis. And then we can control for a range of covariates. However, we probably should be concerned, and we are concerned about the fact that there's selection into violence. And so in the paper, which you should feel free to take a look at if you're interested, we run a sensitivity analysis to try to understand what unobservables, if any, might be affecting this analysis. Okay, so what we can see is that these attributes do have a differential effects in terms of who is being selected to be hosted. And so we can see in particular that sick children, families with sick children, or families that are indicated to be speaking Kurdish are less likely to be hosted. And then also that families that are identified as Christian within our sample are more likely to be hosted. So this is regardless of your experience with violence. And so there's an indifference over occupation and household composition. There's a preference for families with healthy children, which I think is not that surprising. There's a preference for the ethnic in-group over Kurdish IDPs. Again, you can recall that our sample is almost exclusively Arabic speaking. And there's a preference for Christians, and this is mostly driven by the Christian respondents in our sample. However, when we look at the differential choices made by those who have experienced high level of violence versus low level of violence, what we can see is the pattern starts to shift. So in fact, we don't see very much discrimination based on whether the head of the household is a female or whether they're a farmer versus a salaried professional. But we do see that for those who've experienced less violence, whether a child is said to be sick is much more influential on their choice. And so the more violence you've experienced, we would interpret this as evidence that you have a higher tolerance for a family that is in need. We can see a similar effect for hosting Kurdish-speaking displaced people. So again, if you've experienced high levels of violence, you are not making a decision on who you're going to host based on whether they are speaking a language that is different to yours. For a religious group, the pattern is a bit different here, right? So we can see that in fact, we still see an effect of hosting co-religionists, especially when you've experienced high levels of violence and low levels of violence. And I'll come back to that in the conclusion. Okay, so again, just to summarize, the respondents who experienced violence or displacement are less likely to discriminate against Kurds. So the preferences for Arabs are attenuated, and they're less likely to discriminate against families that have children who are sick. And so again, the preferences for healthy families are attenuated by the experience of violence. But they do prefer to host members of their own religious group. And so violence and displacement do not affect preference for the gender of the household head or the occupation of the family, the head of the household. So to kind of conclude here, the results are in line with our predictions about violence and displacement, reducing ethnic outgroup discrimination, but there is still a preference for religious in-group in our data. And we believe there are sort of two mechanisms that could explain this, and these are not pre-registered. And so we did pre-register all of our other hypotheses, but we were kind of not expecting this particular finding. So this should be kind of understood as exploratory research and definitely requires kind of further exploration. But we find that in the conflict, or it's known in the conflict, that a lot of violence was based or targeted on religious identity. And so we might find that self-preservation is one of the things that is motivating discrimination based on religious group. And there also might have been perceptions, not whether they're true or not is something else, that certain Christian populations were allied with GOS forces. And so people might have been reluctant to extend generosity to those populations within our study areas. And so that might explain some of the reluctance by Muslims to host Christians and reluctance of Christians to host Muslims. And so this political and strategic salience of group identity does actually shape whether this bridging identity that we also have located, whether that shapes generosity or not. Okay. Sorry that I'm having all these messages appear. And that is all.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, for that presentation. We have a few minutes here. I sent a reminder to all if you would like to put your questions in the chat or also raise your hand and feel free to make a verbal intervention there. Feel free to do that now. Maybe a question from my end while we're waiting for some is the question of hosting or not, and I wonder if that's is that a binary question in term and were you able also to potentially look into different ways of not coexistence but the length of time or repeated you know, experiences, and also the after report of you know, how it went with, you know, and how they've experienced hosting themselves. So maybe just that to kick us off while we're waiting if other questions come in.
Sure, thank you so much for that question. Yeah, I think that we are able to dig a little bit in with the observational analysis and just sort of the extent of refugee hosting. But I think that in both of the studies, the question is sort of about meeting an immediate need. And so the context is a bit the moment when you first have an influx of people into a community and we're making kind of an immediate decision. I think that's more analogous to the questions that we asked. And so whether you would support someone for sort of in the initial emergency phase. I think in reality, obviously, we know that hosting can be a very drawn out process and that IDPs can be displaced for long periods of time, and that coexistence is sort of a longer, and integration potentially, cooperation. And so I think that this study doesn't really speak to that. It's not really clear how long this bridging identity would hold up necessarily, especially under conditions of really severe resource constraints. And so this maybe also speaks to the finding in the first paper about sort of how different groups get along and under what conditions they can cooperate. Maybe the conditions are kind of limited and when in fact they do.
Great, thank you. We have a question from the chat here regarding the interactions for exposure to violence. Were they included and reported with AMCE or marginal means? Was just an interaction with the levels, and how did you measure violence? Over to you.
Yeah, so they are interactions, there are AMCs, and we measure violence in several different ways, but we have a set of questions, and so we create a scale, I think, for the analysis that I'm showing in this presentation. And so we can look at sort of different types of violence, and then whether you are we can look at a count, and we run the analysis with some different ways of working with that measure. I think what I showed here is above or below the mean experience of violence in the sample.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I think that might be it for the questions I'm monitoring, and I don't see any more coming in here, either hands raised nor in the questions. So thank you very much again for presenting your research to us. Very, very insightful, very, very interesting. And we'll go ahead and move on to our final presentation. I see Sandra on the screen now. The next paper is Forced Displacement in Human Capital, Evidence from Separated Siblings by Giorgio Ciovelli, Elias Papagiannou, Stelios Michalopoulos, and presented by Sandra Seguera. Over to you. And just a reminder, if you're ready to speak, go ahead and unmute.
Yeah.
Yes, over to you.
Thank you, Samuel. And sorry for not making your job easier with our names, all four of us. But thanks a lot for having me here. This is indeed a joint work with Giorgio Ciovelli, Stelios, and Elia. Let me just make sure that it's it. Okay. So this audience is quite familiar with the numbers. Laura actually mentioned them earlier as well. That by 2020, about over 80 million individuals have been forcibly displaced from their homes. So this means that one person becomes displaced every 3 seconds. Out of these, about 43% are crossing borders as refugees, while the majority are IDPs, so 57% of these. Now, while media attention has focused primarily on the impact of refugee flows in developed countries, these actually represent a fairly small percentage of these figures, about less than 15%. The key fact that I think Laura mentioned as well is that it's often overlooked, is that 85% of the world's displaced population actually lives in the developing world, 40% of which are children. Now, the number of refugees and IDPs in the developing world is actually expected to increase with worsening conflict in several countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, from the Tigray in Ethiopia to the South Sudan. In fact, today's figure is almost double that of 2010. But despite the increased importance of these flows, we actually have very limited evidence on what are the medium to long-term socioeconomic impacts of forced displacement in the global South. So conceptually, we're going to start thinking in this project about the impact of conflict as generating 1 out of 3 potential displacement scenarios. So the first one is that people can not be displaced. So they can stay behind in their places of birth, which may be urban or rural once conflict hits. They can become IDPs and be displaced into another rural location or to an urban setting. And finally, they can be displaced into a neighboring country, often to refugee camps. So today, about 1 out of 2 refugees who are living in a rural area are actually living in a managed refugee camp. Alternatively, they can settle in informal agglomerations that are usually set up close to the border. Now, each of these trajectories can be associated with very different types of socioeconomic outcomes. So a key channel that we're going to focus on in this paper is how different displacement scenarios can affect investments in human capital. So both one's incentives to invest and one's ability to do so, and how that can subsequently affect occupational choice. Obviously, these outcomes are important as potential drivers of development and growth. And yet the impact of being forcibly displaced into these different environments is theoretically ambiguous. So on the one hand, it's possible that disruption costs that come with displacement to a new place, when one is often joining in a different household, all of that can negatively impact schooling. On the other hand, displacement may change one's views in favor of investments in human capital, since investments in human capital represent a mobile asset that cannot be expropriated. So this idea is often referred to as the uprootedness hypothesis in the literature. But it's also possible that being forcibly displaced to a more developed locality creates incentives for increased investments in human capital due to the existence of thicker and more developed labor markets, which would be in line with the place-based effect literature. A second question that we pursue is whether forced displacement can have additional long-term effects, namely psychological trauma, impact on intra-community trust, social capital, among others. Now, the literature to date has made relatively limited progress on our questions due to several challenges. So first, it's usually the fact that data on displacement is often patchy. One of the key contributions of this paper is that we can exploit a very rich microcensus data from a protracted civil war that took place between 1977 and 1992 that displaced about 4 million Mozambicans. So it's one of the largest episodes of conflict-driven displacement in recent history, which is comparable only to the current crisis in Syria. So the full census allows us to reconstruct the displacement trajectories for almost 12 million people, which is the universe of the surviving population. Second, there are obviously important selection concerns. So conflict is not random. Household or locality characteristics can drive both selection into different types of forced displacement trajectories, but it can also drive human capital investments and occupational choice. And so to overcome this challenge, we're going to exploit the fact that families were large in Mozambique at the time, with a median number of children of about 6. And second, that during the chaos of war, several families are often split in a quasi-random way. So this is very common. It was common in Mozambique at the time. It's common in conflict settings today. And what this allows us to do is to exploit within family variation across siblings to try to control for individual and family level characteristics that could affect both the choice of displacement trajectory and decisions about schooling and employment. A third key contribution is that we're able to quantify whether the effects on human capital accumulation are driven primarily by place-based effects, so by the characteristics of the places people move to, or by uprootedness effects, so this incentive to invest in a mobile asset. Now, most work to date has focused on just one of these mechanisms, but we are able to observe them both in a unified framework. And lastly, the long-term effects of displacement on mental health and on civic trust have seldom been explored in the literature. We try to do so through a novel survey that we conduct 30 years after the war. So let me start by giving you some historical context. So Mozambique was and continues to be a primarily agricultural economy. Even before the Civil War, the employment share in agriculture was about 90%. Average years of schooling were quite low at 0.5 on average. The Civil War was extremely brutal. It lasted between 77 and 92. It was waged between the government-backed Frelimo and the Rhodesian South African-backed Renamo. But importantly here, what I would highlight is that it was a war that was fought primarily in the countryside, and the cities were fairly well protected, particularly the country's 3 largest cities. So to understand the impact of displacement trajectories, we rely on the 1997 census in Mozambique, which was the first census that was conducted 5 years after the end of the war. And what this allows us to do is to know where people were at 4 key points: at birth, where they were right before the war ended in 1992, where they resided in 1995, and then where they are in 1997. And so this is what allows us to reconstruct the displacement trajectories for the universe of the surviving population, so approximately 12 million people. From the census, we get information on family structure, educational attainment, sector of employment in 1997, so 5 years after the war. It also gives us some individual and household level characteristics, such as gender, age, household level offspring mortality, among others. To identify place-based effects, we digitize and geocode data on the existing railroad trade network in Mozambique prior to the war. We use data on the location of landmines as well, which were constraining movement and shaping displacement patterns as well at the time. We collect information on the location of primary schools, and to measure conflict, we expand the ACLED dataset, so the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project. We do that ourselves to cover our period of interest using similar sources and similar methodology, from news cables to secondary literature and newspaper articles. So here's a breakdown for the full census and the different types of displacement trajectories that took place. Most of the results that I will be showing today correspond to this sample of 12 to 32-year-olds in 1997. Precisely because we want to cover individuals who were of primary school going age during the conflict. So when they were making decisions to invest in schooling or not during the conflict years. So we can see that about 72% of the population did not move, remaining mostly in rural areas. About 6% of the population was displaced into neighboring countries, mostly into refugee camps, and about 21% of the population was internally displaced. Interestingly, these proportions are relatively similar to what we observe in other conflict settings, even today, such as in Syria. So the first thing that we do is to try to examine what drives displacement in our context. So we look at several potential factors, certain development proxies, such as population density, density of roads, railroads, presence of commercial hubs, colonial commercial hubs, primary school density. We also consider measures of conflict and geographic distance to different destinations, such as borders, so that you could flee to a neighboring country, and the large cities. Now, when we run a simple linear probability model to see whether these factors influence displacement, we get overall a weak model fit, which is perhaps consistent with the existing historical narratives and reports on the fact that conflict in Mozambique, as it does in any other context, tends to have many idiosyncratic factors, unexpected twists and turns in the conflict process, and so displacement is not necessarily correlated very strongly with many of these factors. Among all the different drivers, the one that in relative terms seems to matter the most is location. So distance to borders and the main coastal cities is the best predictor of movement to these destinations. But importantly, there's a very weak and insignificant correlation between displacement and development, which is consistent with our hypothesis that what we're capturing in the data is indeed forced displacement during this period. So let me tell you a little bit more about each of these displacement trajectories, starting with the external displacement. So we think of external displacement as very much a continuation of a rural way of life. So schools were set up in these areas, either in UNHCR managed camps or in agglomerations that already had a significant number of Mozambicans, so close to the border. The emphasis was placed on primary education. Refugees did not have the legal right to work in the host country, and there were very few employment opportunities available. The vast majority of refugees did not have access to land, so they were given mostly free food, and other necessities were covered, and they remained largely dependent on foreign aid. There were about 18 camps in total. The majority of refugees and the camps were located in Malawi. And other refugees, there were 5 camps in Zimbabwe, 1 in South Africa, and some crossed the border into Tanzania, Swaziland, and other countries that did not have managed refugee camps. So there they were again settling mostly in informal settlements. Turning to internal displacement, so you can see that approximately, again, as I mentioned earlier, 21% of the Mozambican population was internally displaced at the time. Out of these, about 58% went to urban areas and 42% into other rural areas. Those moving into cities went mostly to the 3 largest cities in the country, so Maputo, Beira, and Nampula, as they offered some employment opportunities and they were heavily protected. So these maps here show the share of IDPs who were born in a rural area and went to an urban area. The map also identifies all the 12 largest cities, with Maputo here in the south, Beira, and Nampula as the 3 largest cities. What we find in these heat maps is that, not surprisingly, the movement to cities occurred mostly for those who were closer to cities to begin with, which is again what we found when we analyzed the correlates of displacement. When we look at those who moved from a rural area to another rural area, here the movement is a bit more widespread, so across the entire country. One note here is that there were about 12,000 individuals who also went from urban areas to the countryside during this period due to a government's forced villagization scheme. So we'll be able to also track what happens to this subset of the population who's forcibly moved to the countryside from an urban area, and how that affected their investments in education. So then the next step is to start by leveraging the full census, so the full sample of individuals in the census in 1997 who were aged between 12 and 32, and look at some correlational evidence, so linking the different displacement trajectories to investments in education and sectoral employment. So given the considerable differences between those who were born in a rural area and those who were born in an urban area, we run 2 different specifications. So we include in these specifications the different displacement trajectories, so whether they were externally displaced, internally displaced from rural to urban, internally displaced from rural to rural, and likewise, if they were urban born, those who went from urban to rural and urban to urban. So the omitted category here in the first specification is going to be the non-movers who were also rural born, and in the second specification will be the non-movers who were urban born. We include a host of individual characteristics as well, so gender and other age-specific constants, and we include district of birth fixed effects as well. So what we find is that the movement from a rural to an urban locality during the war is associated with a significant increase, about a 30% increase relative to the non-mover rurals. Here on the left-hand panel, I have the counterfactual being the rural non-movers. So those who went from rural to urban, here in the yellow bar, experienced a significant increase in the probability of schooling. Even just moving to another rural area already experiences a bump, about an 8 percentage point increase in the probability of schooling. Moving to a refugee camp across borders is, however, associated with no significant difference in terms of schooling attainment compared to someone who stayed behind in their rural area of birth. When we look on the right panel to those who are urban born, we find here that those who moved from one urban area to another urban area, so primarily moving from a smaller city to a larger city, also experienced a significant bump in the probability of schooling. And those who were forcibly moved under the villagization scheme actually experienced a decrease in the probability of investing in schooling. When we look at then occupational shifts, we find something similar. We find that the rural to urban displacement is associated with the largest shift out of agriculture into services. For the urban born, those moving again into into rural areas. Again, this yellow bar here on the right-hand side. When you move someone from an urban area to a rural area, they tend to then be engaged in agriculture 5 years after the end of the war. Now, we do a bunch of sensitivity checks, which I'm happy to talk about in the Q&A. The only point that I would emphasize here is that we find an interesting correlation that service employment was stronger for those who acquired some education during this period. So it does seem to suggest that this is the link of investing more in human capital, and that will then lead to occupational shifts. Now, to improve on identification of the causal effects of displacement, we then focus on comparing siblings who followed different displacement trajectories during the war. Doing so accounts for both kind of locality, regional features, where the households reside, and family features such as size, motivation to educate their children, connections that they may have in the cities or in neighboring countries, which can all jointly affect both displacement trajectories and human capital investments. Importantly, we focus on families that were together prior to the war. They then the siblings followed different trajectories. They were all then reunited in 1997, and therefore they're captured as such in the census as living together. Applying this template, we have a sample of about 136,000 individuals that come over a little bit over 45,000 households. This is just a distribution of the households across space. Importantly, we start by checking how different were these split households from other households in the country at the time. And what we find is that split households are similar to households without split siblings, but who were all displaced during this period. But they were also similar to households without split siblings that were not displaced. And they're similar in a very important dimension, which is the education of the grandparents. And this is a characteristic that is likely to have preceded the war. So it's the stock of human capital of the family. They differ in other ways. So they differ in that they're slightly larger and that they experience higher mortality, which is again consistent with this idea of conflict-driven displacement. So we begin by identifying pairs of siblings that are closest in age when one experienced displacement and the other one was a non-mover. We include, again, the three main trajectories: individual level controls, district of birth, fixed effects for both siblings, age fixed effects, and the age difference fixed effects as well. And here the results are very similar to what we saw in the correlational analysis. For those moving from a rural to urban setting, this is where we find a significant and sizable increase in the probability of schooling, in years of schooling, and this shift towards employment in services. The rural to rural movement also increases schooling, but appears to have no noticeable impact on employment. Urban to urban displacement, again, under the villagization schemes, also leads to lower schooling. And conversely, urban to urban movement leads to an increased accumulation of human capital. We find very limited heterogeneity when it comes to things like whether the individual moved with someone from the family, a parent or a grandparent. We don't find differences in refugees who moved across different borders and were in different host countries. And we find no significant differences depending on whether the individual at the end of the war returned to their place of birth or not. We then turn to the place-based effects versus uprootedness hypothesis as primary mechanisms who could be driving these investments in education. So starting with our within household specification, we try to parse out the component that is driven by being displaced when controlling for differences between the places of origin and the places of destination, both in terms of development characteristics and conflict. Differences in development are based on several development proxies that I mentioned earlier, and differences in conflict are based on both conflict events and landmine contamination. Finally, to account for endogeneity in the choice of location of displacement, we try to again extract the geographic distance component by instrumenting actual differences in development between origin and destination locality and in conflict with respect to districts that are within 100 kilometers from one's birthplace. So that's the instrument that we use to try to allay concerns about endogeneity and selection in the locality of displacement. And so what we find is that when we use this instrument, that both mechanisms are at place. We do find that the place-based effects are of a slightly larger magnitude, but we also find evidence that even when you move to an area that is comparable in terms of development, that you still invest more in education, which speaks to this uprootedness hypothesis and this desire to invest in a portable asset. Finally, we zoom into our main result, that those who moved into cities experienced higher accumulation of human capital. We try to understand whether these effects are long-lasting, whether there is convergence with education levels of their urban counterparts, and whether there are any additional long-term effects associated with displacement in the form of civic trust, social capital, or mental health. So we conducted a survey in the second largest city outside of the capital region, so Nampula. It's a city that doubled in size during the war, and we surveyed about 264 residents who were older than 35, so that they had experienced the war period. And we come up with a sample of about 102 IDPs and 162 Nampula-born individuals who never moved during the war. And these were all randomly selected across the different boroughs in the city. And there are three core results in our survey. First, when we compare those displaced to their siblings who remained in rural areas, we find that they invested more in education. So those who moved to the city invested more relative to the siblings who stayed behind. When we compare those displaced to the host urban community, we find evidence of educational convergence. Even though at the time there were very large gaps between rural and urban schooling attainment, we see that those who moved to Nampula actually caught up with their urban counterparts. But then we also find that IDPs, even 30 years after the end of the war that caused their displacement, tend to show lower levels of intercommunity trust, lower levels of civicness, and importantly, worse levels of mental health as well. So to conclude, we find that the type of displacement trajectory matters for human capital accumulation. We find also that moving to cities in particular is associated with an increased investment in education and important employment shifts that could be associated in an aggregate level in a post-conflict scenario with structural transformation. We find that both placed effect and uprootedness mechanisms are at play, again, with a slight dominance of the place-based effects in our particular setting. From a policy point of view, our findings seem to suggest that we should think about forced displacement also as an opportunity and a mobility shock. So managing displacement during conflict can shape human capital investments and structural transformation at an aggregate level, again, post-conflict. We should perhaps explore more integration policies that focus on urban integration, and at the same time to try to tackle the downside of displacement, namely its long-term effects on mental health and social cohesion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for a truly insightful and comprehensive presentation there. Some fascinating data sets that you have been able to analyze there and present to us. Again, inviting colleagues who are online to either raise your hand to provide a verbal intervention or question, but also to enter yours into the chat. We have one, and I'm going to try to read it to you. The non-movers presumably also faced negative impacts from conflict. In fact, they might have not been able to migrate to protect themselves from conflict due to their initial vulnerable conditions and might have been more affected by the impacts of conflict. In the case of Colombia, which has 8 million IDPs, those that were displaced were a bit better than the average rural household. Even though the paper controls for household characteristics, those that stay put were also facing the impacts of war. Is it possible to separate the effects of displacement from the negative effect on those that stayed put? Over to you.
Right. That's a great question. Thank you so much. I think that's precisely why we tried to get at the mechanism story. So looking at the place-based effects versus uprootedness. So what the place-based effect does is it compares at origin and at destination, for instance, differences in conflict levels. So that we control for the fact that you are moving to an area where you're less exposed, the sibling who moves is less exposed to conflict relative to the sibling who stays behind. So when we do that exercise, we do find that even just the displacement coefficient is still positive and significant, suggesting that even when you account for the fact that the person who moves is less exposed to conflict, we still find a significant and positive effect of displacement on investments in human capital. So I think that's precisely why we try to dig deeper into the mechanisms. There's a second question that relates more to identification, which is here the SUTFA, potential SUTFA violation. So if by having one sibling move either to a neighboring country or to a city, that the sibling who stays behind is actually worse off because of that, either because the sibling who moves with one of the parents or for any other reason. But what we do is, because we have the universe of the population, we can find these effects even when we restrict it to families where no one stayed behind. So we compare just people who went to refugee camps and someone who went to, another sibling went to a rural location and another one went to a city. And so we find still these differences across the different trajectories as well. We also do several tests of, does it matter if the person who leaves with one of the parents or one of the grandparents, and does that affect the person who stays behind? And again, the results are very stable to that, but that was a very good question. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Again, I'm monitoring the chat for additional questions, seeing if any hands are raised. I don't see any at this point. Maybe I could pose a question to you regarding the analysis of integration, of local integration, as well as migration or displacement choices later in life. And I know you touch on that both in terms of educational choices, investments, but also the accumulation of human capital. But to what extent does that also lead to the attainment of local integration and durable solutions, as well as to what degree might those be able to be analyzed in terms of influencing future choices, whether it be migration or further displacement? Perhaps a stab at that question while we're waiting if there's other questions.
Right. Let me just double check that I understood. So the fact that some siblings move to the city, that would be a pull factor for other siblings as well. Is that what you're trying to get at? Or
I guess it's a bit of an open-ended question, which is, I mean, not only does the accumulation of human capital then also equate toward local integration per se, and also linked to that, are there any findings related to migration choices later, or correlations with that, and the data sets that you examined?
Right. No, now I understand. Thanks so much. Yes, so unfortunately, we can't examine migration decisions later on. So it's just by the sheer nature of our design, our survey design, is that we're surveying people who are currently living in Nampula. And so we don't have anyone in our sample who later decided to migrate. I suppose that's a very important question, and we can fully disentangle the fact that people are more educated, if that facilitates economic and social integration as well. I suppose what we find is a kind of partial economic integration that is associated with, again, these are just correlations, but they're associated with investments in education. So we see convergence, that they tend to invest in schooling at the same rate as locals, as their urban counterparts. We do find that their wages tend to be slightly lower, even though we're controlling for the same level of education. So that again could speak to this partial integration, economic integration. So they get the education, they get jobs, they're equally likely to be employed, but the wages are lower for those who were displaced during this period. And then we have all the results, the social results and the mental health results, which again could be associated with or could be driving the negative wage results. So I do think that there are significant interactions between all of these, that education is likely to go a long way in facilitating at least partial socioeconomic integration into these settings. But it's not something that we can disentangle with the data that we have in our particular setting. But it's definitely something to think about for future research.
Thank you very much, Sandra. And I think we're out of time, so we'll bring that to a close. Maybe just in conclusion, I want to thank all the presenters, Sandra, yourself, Yang, Alexandra, also Laura. Thank you all of you for your insightful presentations, and also all those who have participated in with the discussions in the chat. So with that, we'll bring this session to a close. And just I suppose we'll announce that we have a 15-minute break before the next session, which is a panel on from research to policy addressing forced displacement. So I understand a 15-minute break, and then we will resume again. So look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you again.
Good evening, good afternoon. First question for all of you is whether you can hear me. If not, can you hear me? Yes, I'm getting some thumbs up here. Great, thank you. So good evening and good afternoon. Welcome to our last session for the first day of our research conference. My name is Domenico Tabasso. I'm a senior economist at the Joint Data Center, and it is my great pleasure to moderate this session, which we have structured as a panel. As we have heard this morning or this afternoon for some of us from the head of the Joint Data Center, Bjorn Gilsetter, one of the objectives of the center is to facilitate the exchange of knowledge between researchers and practitioners, but even more, to even facilitate the translation of research inputs and concepts into policy indications, into elements that can effectively inform the work of practitioners and policymakers. So we are very fortunate this evening to be joined by a group of distinguished guests who will help us explore this link between research and policymaking and policy-related work more in general. And we will try with this panel to some extent to answer some of the questions that we heard coming during the opening remarks that we had at the beginning of the conference. I will introduce the panelists in just a few seconds, but first allow me to go through some basic housekeeping rules. This session is recorded, like any session of this conference, and for this particular session, translation is available. So if you'd like to hear this session in either French or Spanish, please click on the little globe on the left-hand side of your screen. Spoiler alert, one of our distinguished guests will be speaking in French, so you're welcome to use translation to listen to his intervention in either English or Spanish, should you wish so. You are welcome, of course, to ask questions using our chat throughout the panel, or toward the end of the panel, if you'd like to come in, raise your hand, and if time permits, we'll be very happy to give you the floor. Regarding the questions, I would also like to remind those of you who are listening to us through YouTube that you're more than welcome to write your questions in the YouTube chat. Our colleagues are monitoring their chat and will report it to the panelists. Fine. And now, without further ado, let me introduce our panelists. We will hear today from Blaise Bienvenu-Ali, who is the Director General of the Institute of Statistics, Economics, and Social Studies of the Central African Republic. Mr. Ali, welcome to our panel. We have Carolina Sanchez-Paramo.
Bonjour.
Hello. We have Carolina Sanchez-Paramo. Bonjour, monsieur. Carolina Sanchez-Paramo is the Global Director of the Poverty and Equity Global Practice at the World Bank. Carolina, I can see your screen. Welcome to our panel too. And we have Ninette Kelly, who is a former senior officer of UNHCR. She was, for example, UNHCR representative in Lebanon, and is the author of People Forced to Flee, History, Change and Challenge, which is a UNHCR flagship report, which I understand is due to be made public available in February. I'm also very pleased to inform you that we will have other guests throughout the session. We will listen to them both throughout the session and toward the end of it. But let's dive into this panel, which is, as I said before, the aim of it is really to take a closer look to the link, which sometimes is a bit obscure for some of us, between research and policy and programming. We'd like to do this from two angles, if you want. We'd like to hear about what research can offer to policy and programming, but we'd also like to ask ourselves what type of indications researchers can extract from operation, policies, and programming. So what can they get in terms of ideas, in terms of areas of investigation, in terms of data, in terms of new opportunities for new and innovative studies? So in opening this panel, I would also like to remind all of you that you are more than welcome to fill our survey so that you yourself, all of you participants to this conference, can give, leave your opinion in relation to your views about policy, the relation between research and policy making. So it's now time to open our panel, and I'm very pleased to do that by posing my first question, which I will pose to Mr. Ali, the Director General of the Institute of Statistics of Central Africa. Mr. Ali, we are delighted that you were able to accept our invitation. I will speak in English to simplify the work of our interpreters. Of course, you are more than welcome to answer in French. So you are joining us from Bangui. We know that the bank and the Joint Data Center and UNHCR are working with the Statistical Institute toward the inclusion of those forcibly displaced in the statistical system, in the statistical surveys and analysis. So we're very pleased to be able to talk to you today. Now, for them, I will move now to ask you the first question, which is based exactly on the fact that there are many internally displaced people in the Central African Republic, more than 700,000 according to the last figures that I've seen from UNHCR and IDMC. We imagine this can pose a serious problem to data collection and analysis. So we'd like to know in which way research, whether it's statistical research, economic research, can influence your work and that of the Institute in relation to forced displacement, in relation specifically to the inclusion of those forcibly displaced in national statistics. To what extent can you rely on research to inform your work, or also what areas would you like to research to focus on to help your activities, both yours personally and those of the Institute you lead? The floor is yours, Monsieur. Over to you.
Oui, bonsoir à tout le monde. Bonsoir à tous les panélistes. Je suis effectivement Monsieur Bienvenu Ali. Je suis le directeur général de l'ICASES de la République centrafricaine. Vous savez que la République centrafricaine, c'est un pays au cœur du continent qui a une population estimée à environ 5 600 000 habitants en 2022. Et effectivement, le pays fait face depuis un certain nombre d'années à des problèmes de conflits qui occasionnent naturellement les déplacements de population. Et comme vous venez de l'expliquer dans votre introduction, on estime à environ 700 000 le nombre de personnes déplacées dans le pays. Et donc, à cet effet, nous, statisticiens qui réalisons les études sur le terrain, sommes souvent confrontés à cette situation. Dans la mesure où, quand vous prenez les populations déplacées, il y a une partie qui vit dans les familles d'accueil et une partie qui vit dans les sites de déplacés. Hein, nos statistiques ici estiment le nombre de populations qui vivent déplacées, qui vivent dans les familles d'accueil à environ 70% des déplacés, et c'est seulement les 30% qui vivent dans les sites d'accueil. Donc, pour nous, la recherche devrait beaucoup plus contribuer à nous appuyer dans la méthodologie d'approche des personnes déplacées. Comment faire pour collecter les données auprès de ces populations déplacées, dans la mesure où certains sont dans les familles d'accueil, certains sont sur les sites de déplacés, et l'accès même dans certaines zones sont difficiles chez nous à cause de l'insécurité. Et donc, nous pensons que la recherche va beaucoup plus nous appuyer dans ce sens pour disposer des méthodologies raffinées de collecte des données et d'analyse des données auprès des personnes déplacées. Nous savons tout souvent aussi que les personnes déplacées qui vivent dans les familles d'accueil constituent une charge pour les familles d'accueil. Et la recherche, justement, peut contribuer à nous informer davantage sur la situation des personnes déplacées internes dans les familles d'accueil, sur la situation des ménages qui les accueillent, hein, est-ce que ces personnes déplacées vont contribuer à appauvrir davantage ces familles et autant de préoccupations, hein, que la recherche peut aider justement l'Institut national de la statistique à élucider cela en dehors de la méthodologie, comme je venais de l'expliquer. Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. Thank you so much. You've already posed and highlighted a number of items, which I'm sure we are going to discuss throughout this panel. So I'm sure we'll be able to come back to some of these elements that you have highlighted so clearly. So thank you. Ninette, let me come to you because you also had, as I said at the beginning, you know, a direct contact with very difficult situation. You've been the UNHCR representative in Lebanon. So apart from several other, of course, roles that you have occupied within UNHCR. Can you tell us in which way, as research, have you seen research influencing your work? To which extent you've seen the work, research influencing your work, or that of the offices you've led, or even more, you know, related to UNHCR in general? You have a broad experience in UNHCR, so we'd be happy to hear your reflections on this. The floor is yours, Nina.
Thank you so much, Domenico. And thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, because it's been so enlightening for me and such a great opportunity to read so many interesting research papers that really are of import to the work that we do in UNHCR generally, but also to the contexts that are under study. And if I just look at the last two assignments, Lebanon and New York, they're very different operational environments, and perhaps I could shed a little light on how research did or did not affect the policy options of government in Lebanon and our own operations, and also the work in New York. There are two ways that research can really influence field operations. One is by providing a knowledge base to influence government policy. And the other is to provide a base for which we can assess our own operational interventions and adjust them so that they have the greatest impact. If I look at the first element in terms of trying to influence government policy in Lebanon, we had so many areas that we were engaged with government, from very basic ones like the need to register refugees. There was at a certain point of time an interest in the government in us not registering. And it was important for us to be able to show to them the importance of registration, not just in terms of identifying the numbers of refugees crossing, where they were living, what their needs were, but that could also over time provide the anonymized data that would be very useful to government ministries. And that was a persuasive task that more research, I think, could have benefited us at that time. There also was an issue of statelessness. Statelessness has been for many years a real problem in Lebanon, and it has the reason why it is not resolved really is at its root a political problem. But I am not aware of there being any study that has looked at the socioeconomic cost to Lebanon of an ongoing and increasing stateless population. I think that could be very useful to a policy discussion with government. At the time that I was in Lebanon, between 2010 and 2015, we were also trying to regularize the stay of refugees and provide advocate for work permits for refugees, especially in areas that could be of benefit to the Lebanese economy. Had we had more detailed economic studies on where those areas might be and what the costs and benefits of such a policy would be for the government, I think it could have aided our policy and advanced our policy discussions. We did engage in good assessments with respect to the impact of cash assistance, because if you can believe it, there was a big debate at the time as to whether or not in-kind or cash was better. And UNHCR and ICRC took a look at the effect, the impact of cash assistance on winterization, which I think was also helpful in the policy discussions at that time. The World Bank did a very seminal study on the impact of the Syria crisis on the economy of Lebanon, which I think was also critical because it helped to advance development funding for Lebanon in important ways, but also set in train research that has underpinned the financing envelopes that the World Bank developed post-2016. But it also brought into better relief both the cost and potential benefits of the refugees inside Lebanon and the humanitarian efforts that were underway and the investments that were being made in Lebanon at that time. And I think another area where we could have benefited, I was so happy to see the paper in this conference on what are the relevance of push and pull factors in terms of return. There was a sense in Lebanon, I can't say it was a prevailing sense, but it was an important one, that suggested that if the refugees' lives were made more miserable within Lebanon, that would promote return to Syria. Whereas we were trying to say, no, it's really issues of security and stability and ability to get on with life that will be the most determinative. But having a study in our back pocket to deepen our own understanding and advance our advocacy, I think is an example of something that could be most helpful. On the operational side, in terms of operational implementation, we were quite lucky because we were a rapidly growing operation. I say lucky, luck built on a terrible, tragic circumstance, but we did get a lot of money and we had the benefit of experts from around the world coming on emergency deployments, and they brought the best knowledge available in terms of how to do shelter, food, cash assistance. And we really benefited from that, and we benefited from their updated knowledge. Whether that is true on less well-financed, less resource operations, I highly doubt it, which brings to a point of perhaps for further discussion is how we can disseminate research in a way that is more readily accessible to operations in the field. I don't want to go on too long. I'll mention New York. New York is a completely different experience altogether. In New York headquarters, my responsibilities were really on issues related to forced displacement, so they're not at all reflective, I think, of what happens at New York generally. But in terms of the forced displacement file, when I was there with Bjorn, and I'd be interested to know whether he might agree or not, but the issues primarily were on conflict prevention, mitigation, and resolution, for which the analysis and the research was primarily of a political dimension. I did not see a lot of room for socioeconomic analysis in that kind of discussion, and I think it would benefit from a lot more research in that regard. There was a focus on financing. Again, that was focused most on what were the needs, the humanitarian or development needs. But in my view, it could have benefited from much more research and analysis on the impact of more humanitarian funding and better ways of delivering humanitarian and development assistance. And there was a lot of emphasis on UN coordination. I'd have to say one of the most I thought, impressive exercises in terms of research and application to field realities was the development of statistical standards on IDP and refugees that was done in a multifunctional way by the expert group and endorsed by the UN Statistical Commission, which I think has been a great leap forward, provided that these standards are fully implemented in the field. So I think I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Net. It was extremely insightful, and thank you for offering both the Lebanon and the New York view, which are, of course, different point of views, different angles. So that was very enriching. Thank you very much, Net. And again, there are several elements on which we can come back later. But there is actually one element that I would like already to start highlighting in my next question that I would like to pose to Carolina, because if I understood correctly, Ninette, you mentioned using, especially in relation to the intervention of the bank in Lebanon, using research to underpin interventions. And I believe that's something that Carolina might see almost every day in your role as the director of the global inequity practice. You really are, from my point of view, at the intersection between policy and research, between policy and analysis. So I'd like to ask you basically two things. One is how does research inspire your work, but also whether you can guide us a bit in the way you and your team translate research into policy intervention. This translation process, if you want. Carolina, thank you for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Domenico, for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here, not just as a member of this panel, but I'm also delighted that the center has organized this second conference. I was lucky enough to be there for the first one in person in that case, and I thought it was an incredible experience. So I'm really, really glad that despite the challenges that the virtual world presents, you have gone ahead and organized this second one. So at the World Bank, like I think Ninette pointed out for UNHCR, research is really critical to our work and our mission. So let me talk a little bit about that and as well as specifically for the team that I manage, the Poverty and Equity team. So even though most of the World Bank resources are actually dedicated to supporting investments in client countries, the World Bank frequently refers to itself as a knowledge bank, right? And that's how we speak about the institution. And I think we consider ourselves a knowledge bank. It's not just lip service. And that's important already, right? That it's a sort of description that doesn't necessarily capture how we allocate resources, but it certainly captures what we think is the essence of how we work. So what does that really mean? It means two things. One is that data and analysis are critical when it comes to informing the work that we do with our clients. And by that work, I mean advisory work, but I also mean work at the policy and program levels. So we very much believe, and I think this is also something that Ninette alluded to, on work that is informed by evidence, right? And that responds to the questions and challenges that evidence surfaces. But we also support governments and try to sort of help them in conducting evidence-based policymaking themselves, right? So I think those are the two elements in which research and knowledge come into play importantly in our work. And when you talk to governments and partners, they actually frequently mention these elements as part of the value addition of the bank, right? The fact that we are able to marry knowledge and operations in that way, and that they consider that a very powerful mix that they appreciate. In the Poverty and Equity team, we really take this at heart, and research and knowledge and data are fundamental to who we are and what we do. And the reason for this is because we believe that it is very difficult to tackle problems that are invisible. So, we do put a lot of effort in getting the right data, and I think that's particularly pertinent, on the topic that this conference is discussing, displacement, refugees. But it is also very difficult to define and implement effective solutions if you don't have a very good understanding of what the drivers and constraints are, to, in this case, or at least in our case, reducing poverty and inequality. And likewise, if you don't have a good understanding for the impact that different programs and policies may have on the population of interest. So for those two reasons, we devote a lot of our energy, effort, and time to really building that evidence base. In practice, I think about ourselves as sort of having three roles. We are, data, knowledge, and sort of research producers, consumers, and as you said, translators or connectors. So let me talk a little bit about what those three mean, because this happens all the time at the same time. We are knowledge producers in the sense that most of what we do is actually either filling data gaps or filling knowledge gaps on issues related to poverty and equity at the country, at the regional, and at the global level. An example of this, a very recent example, it's all the work that we have undertaken during the COVID-19 crisis, where statistical institutes were not able to produce, household surveys and other important data sources. We actually implemented a global effort using phone surveys to understand how the crisis was affecting households. And we are very proud that with the support from the center, we were able to include refugees and displaced populations in those efforts in several countries. And that data, that evidence was critical in informing how we supported governments as they thought about the right policies that were needed to deal with the crisis. And Ninette alluded to the work that we did in Lebanon a few years ago around the Syrian refugee crisis and how impactful that was also for the government. So that's, so we are producers, right? We do produce knowledge and we use it. But we are also consumers. And here is where I think academia and research plays a critical role, because we frequently rely on the work of others, and particularly the work on academics, on frontier issues, on new questions, on topics and challenges that are sometimes difficult for us to tackle. We look at them as the source of new data and new information, and we engage with them on a continuous basis. And I want to highlight this, that we are not passive consumers, we are active consumers. And I do want to sort of share that with this audience and sort of invite them to engage. We do this in a variety of ways. We frequently invite academics and researchers to participate in our seminar series, to participate in our brown bank lunches, and interact with our staff, and explain to us how the work that they are doing can actually be useful in the context of our work. We frequently bring them on board as advisors or reviewers of the work that we do, because we want to make sure that what we are doing is technically robust and meets that very high bar that I think in general, we apply to research in an academic setting. And we also have them as contributors to some of the work that we do. So when I say consumers, right, it really means a lot of things, and it means this very sort of interactive relationship. And then finally, as you said, we act as translators, because sometimes you do see sort of a gap, right, between what's frontier research, academic research, and what a policymaker needs in terms of, designing a policy or a program. And we try to bridge that gap and translate, right, translate this research into practical policy advice. And that could mean taking a theoretical idea that has been developed in an academic context and really thinking about what that means for policy. It could mean taking something that has been done for a country and exploring the possibility of replicating that analysis for another country or a number of countries, as well as, anything in between. So that's kind of one type of translation, right, from academia to policymakers. But I would like to think that we also translate the other way around, and we help surface, questions that policymakers may have, right, and some of our counterparts and partners, and we sort of bring those to the attention of academia in the hope that they would take those questions on and would help us answer them. And I hope that everybody participating in the conference today do keep their ears, sort of very attuned to what the needs of the world are in this sphere, because we really need their help in that context. So those are some of the things that we do, and very happy to touch upon those as we move forward in the conversation. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Carolina. I mean, clearly this first round of questions has already brought up so many interesting elements that we can further discuss later on in the panel. In the meantime, I see that there are some questions coming in. One element that I forgot to highlight, we're very happy for you to write questions in the chat. May I suggest that whenever you write a question, you specify whether you are asking the question to any specific panelist or whether the question is open to all the panelists. And of course, I invite all the panelists to start addressing the question in the chat if they want, or later on toward the end, we'll see if time permits, if we can read them aloud. Before we move on to the next round of questions for our panelists, I promised you I was going to bring in some more guests with us today. And it's time I would like to invite the first of these guests, and is Mr. Xavier de Victor, who I imagine many of you are familiar with. Xavier is joining us from DC. He's another World Bank officer, and it's a pleasure to have Xavier today with us, because Xavier, I would like to start with something about the past of Xavier, in the sense that Xavier has been really instrumental in leading the World Bank work engagement on forced displacement. And this morning, we heard Ms. Mary Pangestu mentioning the World Development Report, and mentioning the fact that the World Development Report in 2023 will be on forced displacement. And therefore, it's great to, for us that Xavier has been asked to co-direct this report. We have asked Xavier to come in and tell us something about the report, in particular in terms of how research will inform this report, and also how, the report itself will inform research. And so in terms of areas of research that we'll investigate, and other aspects related to this report. Xavier, if you are online, I can see you are among our participants now, so I would like to invite you to come in and tell us a bit more about this report. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Domenico. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for the invitation to this important event. And I'm very happy to be part of this conference. Like Carolina, I was there physically a couple of years ago, and like I guess all of us, I deeply regret that we have to do this by video this time. So thank you once again for giving us a quick opportunity to briefly mention this World Development Report, which, as you know, is an annual flagship product, analytical product of the bank. Our president, David Malpass, has actually decided that the next one, which will essentially come out in early 2023, so in a year, should be on cross-border mobility. And I just wanted, I thought it would be an important opportunity today to highlight the fact that this is really a very important signal of the interest that the World Bank is taking on issues of both forced displacement, but also economic migration. It also, I think, highlights the importance of research and of the work of many of the people around this virtual table, be it on data, be it on evidence building, or just be it on trying to reframe some of the normative assumptions and some of the frameworks that are typically being used to describe and discuss issues related to cross-border movements. And I think, Ninette earlier in the conversation made the point that evidence is absolutely critical when we talk to some of our client governments and try to make the case for this or that policy change. So I think in the case of the World Development Report, so it's obviously the work has just started, and therefore I'm not going to come up with a detailed description of the framework of what it does and so on. We will though have all the opportunities to engage, and we really look forward to engaging with many people around the table throughout the process. It's a 1 year long process that culminates in a discussion by our board of executive directors, where all member countries are being represented of the report. Now, maybe just a few points to provide some preview of some of the questions we are asking ourselves, and once again at the very beginning of the process. I guess, and maybe just to highlight just a few of them. One is really about this coverage of economic migrants and refugees. And I think everybody around the table probably recognizes that there is a fundamental and objective difference between the two groups of people. But I guess we also all recognize that there is a number of people who are basically somewhere in between. Not to say that the dichotomy does not have value, but to say that if this dichotomy may hide the existence of a group of people who've been characterized by Alex Pets as survivor migrants, who've been characterized by Alex Alenikov as fleers of necessity. So these people who basically are not strictly speaking refugees, but yet are moving in an environment of a constrained, agency-constrained set of choices, right? And I guess, one of the questions we'll be asking ourselves is, well, who exactly are these people? What can we say about them? How should we think about them? And how should we think about the extent of global responsibility sharing for some of these groups? And obviously, that's where the data become absolutely critical. If we want to go beyond, very simple advocacy, be it pro-migrants or anti-migrants, right? I think just trying to have a little bit of a sense of who are these people, how can they actually be described, how can they be characterized, how can they actually be established in some form of groupings, could be terribly important. Similarly, research on anything we know in terms of evidence about how to deal with these sort of groups, I think will be very helpful. I guess another point I wanted to make, and in a way in a very different perspective, which is that, as we all know, and especially on forced displacement, a number of issues have typically been framed in legal terms because of the history of the global response to forced displacement. But of course, this framing is terribly important, and there's no doubt in our mind on this. But I guess the question is, what can an economic perspective add to questions such as responsibility sharing, and how to make it actually effective and sustainable? What kind of an economic perspective, what can it bring to the question of rights and of protection and of the impact of having rights on economic development, on poverty reduction prospects, and the like? Which rights? So these are just some of the questions that I wanted to lay on the table. Obviously, a looming additional question will be around the issue of climate and whether climate is likely to accelerate some of these movements or not, whether it will change the nature of some of these movements, and whether it will create a sense of enlarged collective responsibility or responsibility sharing for new groups of people. So I just maybe wanted to give these few thoughts just to hopefully trigger some reactions. By any means, please feel free to reach out if you have any evidence or data to share, and we very much look forward to engaging with this group when we have some ideas to test and to in order to benefit from your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Xavier. It's always great to hear from you. I should have actually mentioned in introducing that you, together with colleagues at the bank and UNHCR, you were really behind the birth of the JDC itself. So to some extent, if we are here, is also thanks to your hard work and that of your colleagues. Thank you very much, Xavier. Of course, again, you also brought up several very interesting elements. And so I invite all the colleagues online to comment, to pose questions, and to use the chat to that effect. We've spoken a lot about policymakers. We've mentioned researchers, of course. We've mentioned the bank, UNHCR, but there are other stakeholders in the broad framework related to forced displacement. And an important stakeholder, an important group of stakeholders is that of the NGOs. So I'm very happy that is joining us today, Sarah Saka from the International Rescue Committee. Sarah, I would like to basically invite you to help us reflect with you on how the work of researchers can inform the work of NGOs, and also how NGOs themselves can propose themes and aspects for the investigation of researchers, or whether, for example, there is any element that you would like researchers to focus more on. So Sarah, please do come in, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Domenico, for the opportunity to speak, and thank you everyone else for your comments and for the research that has been presented. I will keep my remarks brief and hopefully address all three of those questions in these few minutes. So, echoing the panelists' comments about just how critical research is to inform, frame, and shape our policy advocacy and programming, from that of multilateral development banks to UN agencies to local international NGOs. And just as Carolina, I believe, was speaking to, we are continually trying to build our own evidence base as well, from our own local and national staff, for example, in Afghanistan, to inform our policy advocacy and our economic interventions and advocacy, all the way to outside researchers and coalitions we try to engage with. Of course, NGOs' roles are usually seen as frontline actors and implementers, but we're trying to also frame ourselves and see ourselves more as partners to practitioners, partners to advocates, partners to the communities we serve, and partners to researchers. And we also, in our advocacy, aim to translate our research in ways that can then be intelligible and used in dialogue with donors, governments, and other stakeholders. So getting a little bit more specific, a large part of our advocacy right now, as Xavier attested to, is calling for example, the need for more equitable, inclusive responsibility sharing, increased commitments and accountability in targets that we are trying to meet in the NGO community to guard the Grand Bargain and Global Compact on refugees, better financing and longer term and more sustainable development and humanitarian approaches to refugee inclusion, particularly given the increasingly protracted nature of displacement and conflict. But of course, there are gaps in our knowledge and understanding. Most recently, to illustrate this, we saw a gap when we tried to take a closer look at implementation of the Global Compact on refugees in different donor and host countries. But we have gaps still, and our reach is limited. And so because of these gaps, it makes it difficult, if not impossible, for government, civil society, development, and humanitarian actors to determine the ways in which the GCR, among other policy mechanisms and frameworks, have made, if any, tangible differences in refugee policies and practices, and in the actual lived lives and experiences of communities in forced displacement context. We can speak to some gaps in between policy and practice, but we rely on research to elucidate these gaps and thus help bridge this accountability and awareness gap. While, for example, we were able to speak with some of our own contacts in different governments and humanitarian development agencies, we note one gap that we are repeatedly seeing in the humanitarian development space, that research oftentimes is not extended to collaborating with the communities we're trying to serve. While there's momentum across all of our fields, from the academic to the development field, to localize and actively decolonize our work, a huge gap and need remains making sure that our research is not only on these communities, as we often do as a migration force focusing NGO, but also in collaboration and with them. How do we truly decolonize our methodologies and approaches day to day? And that's a question I pose to all of us and that we are continually trying to think about. Too often our research treats these communities as recipients, beneficiaries, and passive entities, when they can often be equipped with the tools to collect data, conduct research, and co-design policy and programmatic interventions, as they are often close to the ground, and we've seen them do this during the pandemic. And even with the research that NGOs can conduct, it still remains unclear whether the GCR and other policy frameworks have actually led to, for example, increased and more predictable funding for host countries and refugees in these displacement contexts, and looking at short-term versus longer-term aid. And lastly, bringing me to my last point, a lot of our focus in aid reform advocacy is around better humanitarian aid. And we've seen, and there is still many gaps in this, as humanitarian needs continues to outpace humanitarian aid, particularly in FCV contexts. We advocate for better quality, faster, more flexible multi-year funding to frontline actors. However, a prerequisite to better funding is greater financial transparency. But for that, we need better data and better research. So we continue to find critical gaps in data. On funding flows, this entails pass-through into frontline responders, particularly local actors, humanitarian versus development financing, and first and second level recipients. We are trying to collaborate more with researchers to conduct data analysis, advocate for a shared methodology and definition, for example, around multi-year funding, to work toward greater accountability for financing refugee responses, and to better understand the gaps in funding that exist. But again, as we need partners in the academic space, in the data space, and development space so that we can come together and make our advocacy more robust. And now I'll turn the microphone back to Domenico. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. That was really inspiring. And I think it's clear that there are some threads that are forming in our conversation. And, we are constantly reminded about, the importance of having data, for example, importance of having evidence that can be analyzed and used then for informing actions, whether they come from institutions such as the bank or UNHCR, but also NGOs, as we just heard Sarah. One element that I picked, and I would like now to go back to our panelists. Both Sarah and at the beginning, Mr. Ali, they mentioned methodologies and not just the data. So, Carolina, I would like to bring you back to the floor with the next question, which is, in which areas of research, what is the most, if you could point us toward which areas can research advancement, also including methodological ones, can have the deepest impact in relation to policy and programming? Where do you see the most promising avenues, if you want, for research opportunities? Thinking also potentially on what we heard so far. Over to you, Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we want to go beyond data, but I do have to sort of say a word about data, and then because I think so. Let's look at the glass half full. I mean, I think the last few years have really been witness to a really big push on data, on refugees, on displaced populations. And thanks to that, I think we've seen the emergence of a lot of new research, right, in this area. And hopefully that's really improving our understanding and the efficacy of what we can do in this space. But there's a lot that needs to be done still. And I think we need to maintain that momentum and those investments to continue to fill those data gaps. And as we do that, I think it's critical that whenever possible, we explore the possibility, and I'm so glad that our colleague from CAR is here, to explore the possibility of working with national statistical institutes so that these efforts don't become a one-off, something that is driven by a particular academic institution or by a particular, international institution or NGO, but rather become part and parcel of the way that countries think about the evidence that they need for policymaking. And again, I think we are succeeding. We have some good experiences in this space, but there's a lot more that could be done. So I just wanted to say that because without that, we could sort of, hypothesize about a lot of interesting topics that we want to look into, but we won't be able to do that. And then sort of more concretely to your question, I'm going to speak from the perspective of a team of people that sort of really focus on poverty and equity issues. So I don't know if these are sort of the most relevant topics for everybody, but they are certainly very relevant for us. And some of them, I think, intersect with some of the issues that Xavier and Sarah brought up. So just maybe to mention 3 of them. The first one is that I really think that there's still work that we all need to do around the idea of what welfare and well-being mean when we talk about refugees and displaced populations. And we typically, when we talk about poverty, when we talk about inequality, we typically use sort of monetary metrics, right? How much somebody consumes, how much is their income. And we tend to do that also when we talk about refugees and displaced populations. But there are many reasons why these may not be the best metrics when we look at these groups, and maybe we need to rethink a little bit or think about complementary ways in which we can measure their worth. For example, we know that, for many refugees in camps, they are the beneficiaries of sort of food distribution or, the provision of services like health and education in camps. And if you follow traditional methodologies, this will make them look sort of relatively well off, right? Because some of their basic needs are met through those programs. But at the same time, we know that they may be facing very severe constraints in terms of their ability to access employment, their ability to move, right? Their ability to sort of exercise a certain number of rights that, maybe all of us take for granted. So again, would we say, oh, they're not poor, right? Or would we take into account this sort of more holistic view of what it means, what welfare means? So I think that's one area where, maybe a little bit more thinking as we get better data and have a better understanding of the ecosystem in which these populations live will be important. And similarly, I think bringing some elements of not just what the data tell us, but what these individuals feel. And I think Sarah was making a little bit of this point, right? Because we do talk about welfare as being something objective, but also something subjective. And again, this is an area where I think there's more that could be done. So that's kind of the first bucket in my view. The second bucket, which I think we have all alluded to directly or indirectly, is to continue to move the needle on better understanding what works and what doesn't when we work with refugee and displaced populations. And this ranges from the immediate, the effectiveness of aid, the impact of humanitarian assistance, how can that assistance be delivered more effectively, but also when we think about sort of longer term issues that we tend to think more in terms of development, like economic and social integration. We have an enormous amount of heterogeneity in the way that different countries have approached these issues in terms of the policies and the programs that they've put in place, the regulation that surrounds refugee and displaced populations. And I think there's plenty that we can still do to understand, how those are working or not and how they can be improved. And then my last bucket, which is something that Xavi also alluded to, is to continue to improve our understanding of the nexus between conflict, displacement, and climate, which unfortunately I suspect are going to become more and more intertwined in the years ahead. And then of all those things combined, their relationship and their impact on poverty. And this is something that, we've been sort of raising the alarm on now for quite some time at the World Bank, that we see an increasing sort of intersection between, fragility and conflict, climate risks, and sort of climate impacts, and the incidence of extreme poverty. So that's another area where I think, investing in knowledge will really make us a lot more effective in tackling those challenges individually and as a sort of whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carolina. Ninette, next I would like to come back to you. And I would like to go back to my introduction when I mentioned the fact your work on the flagship publication, People Forced to Flee: History, Change, and Challenge. I know that to get there, to reach the end of this book, you have worked together with researchers and practitioners. You have received many contributions. So reflecting also on that experience, what do you think? What does it take for researchers to progress in order to inform policies? How can we motivate researchers to produce more and more research that is operationally relevant to some extent? Over to you, Ninette.
Well, thank you for that most pertinent question. And I start by saying that writing the book gave me a much better sense of how much research is out there, research that I wasn't aware of. I can't tell you how many times they said, oh man, if I only knew then what I'm reading now, it would have been helpful. And I think the research landscape, Domenico, as you know and you've written about, has expanded almost exponentially in the last decade to really wonderful effect. We see it also in the monthly digests that we get from the JDC. We see it in comparative studies that do a literature review, such as Vermi and Schutler did in 2019 on the economic impact of forced displacement. It was mind-boggling, the number of real quality research studies that are very context-specific that are out there. But I also would make four observations as to where I think there are still areas that we could improve in terms of the link between research and implementation. And I say this appreciating that, as Carolina has mentioned, so much work is being done in the bank to do just that. So my observations are not necessarily applicable to all, but one of the things that I did notice is that research that academics undertake is often driven by what is interesting from an academic perspective, what adds to the existing literature, but it may not be issues that are clearly of policy priorities to governments or to operational agencies, or when they may be relevant to policy, government policy, or operational implementation. They might not be expressed in a manner, the results might not be expressed in a manner that it's readily to discern that from the research undertaken. I say that recognizing that so many of the papers that we are being highlighted at this conference aren't that. They do speak to the policy and implementation relevance, but I still wonder whether or not what is being chosen for study reflects the priorities of governments in the context that are being studied, and also of operations in terms of their operational performance and their ability to have greater impact in what they do. I think there's still a gap there that needs to be bridged. And in addition to the work that the World Bank is doing on that, I wonder, is there space for others? Is there space, for example, for the JDC? And I appreciate, Dominika, you're trying to do that in this session, but could we have more of it where we try to bring the priority setting more to the fore to inform researchers, but also it requires other agencies and governments a willingness to also undertake research in areas that might imply a change in the approach that they're taking, which is not always apparent, or you don't always see that open posture either on the point of governments or the point of agencies. But I still think there's more that could be done in that regard. And I think that speaks to engagement, and it's something that Sarah mentioned, is how are research topics chosen for study. I was struck in writing the book when I looked at a number of the studies on the socioeconomic impact of forced displacement and household surveys and things like that, the benefit of methodologies that engaged a multi-stakeholder approach from the beginning, that engaged governments, that engaged institutions, persons of concern, local authorities, in both the research question being posed, the methodology undertaking, the execution of that methodology, the dissemination and discussion of results. And that there's potential, I think, for more impact when you have that wider engagement from the outset. I think another issue is the whole issue around, even if you have all that in place, again, just to harken back that governments may not be willing to move on the findings discovered. I mentioned statelessness. If we could look at the socioeconomic costs of statelessness, I'm not saying that's a priority in Lebanon today. It was of interest at the time. But would that have changed the political discussion? I'm not sure. But the political economy issues could have been factored in the research at the beginning, which I think would be helpful. The other issue is whether or not there's so much being done in institutional levels, the UNHCR, WFP, UNICEF, IRC, to engage with researchers, to pick important topics, but how much are we then implementing the results that we're engaged in that work on? And is there the right mix between headquarters engagement with researchers and capacity in the field and motivation in the field and ability in the field to implement the changes that the research throws up could be necessary or beneficial to operations? I think that's an ongoing question. I also think an ongoing question is the role that donors have to play. Donors are increasingly including a requirement for impact evaluations in their granting of funds, and it would be interesting to see to what extent that is improving implementation or not. So, and how can we make socioeconomic, political research really integral to operation planning at the field level? These are open questions. I don't really have an answer to them. But I'd close with another area, which is knowledge resources. One of the things I was struck with in the book is how much research is out there, but I was able to access it through access to academic journals and a lot of digging. How can we make operationally or policy relevant research more readily available in a way that implementers, government actors, and operational agencies can understand that it's not so that the results of that research that's often written up in a very technical manner can be more readily accessed and acted upon at the field level. I think that's another, just how we improve our knowledge exchange. Over.
Thank you very much, Ninette. All extremely valid points. And actually, I would like to, since you mentioned, of course, the role of resources, the role of donors, there is a question in the chat that highlights that there is very little academic research funding available in relation to internal displacement, to some extent almost contrasting this with respect to what happens on studies on refugees. So that's an interesting element that we may want to reflect upon in those future events that we will organize, Ninette, to bring again academic and practitioners together. Thank you, Ninette. In her previous intervention, Carolina mentioned the importance of working with national statistical offices and how the collaboration across the institution can be critical to make sure that the outcomes of these collaborations are not one-off, but actually are very well structured. So I would like now to go back to the Director General of the National Institute of Statistics of the Central African Republic, because we know that the production of policy relevant research can be constrained by capacity constraints. And so I would like to ask you, what type of cross-institutional arrangements can help an institution like the one you lead in dealing with the production of forced displacement data, and make sure that, again, this production is informed by the latest research and evidence. Mr. Lee, if you can come in, the floor is yours again.
Oui, merci. Nous avons suivi tout au long de ce débat très intéressant les interventions des uns et des autres. Et concernant ma question, je voudrais dire effectivement la collaboration entre les structures gouvernementales et les institutions comme la Banque mondiale, le HR et certains instituts de recherche pourraient contribuer à renforcer davantage les capacités en matière de recherche dans les pays. Je prends l'exemple de la République centrafricaine où tout à l'heure je disais qu'il y a un peu plus de 700 000 déplacés internes dans le pays. C'est quand même intéressant d'avoir des connaissances et à cet effet, cette collaboration avec les structures, comme je viens de me mentionner, pourrait permettre de développer davantage la recherche. C'est ce que nous avions fait récemment avec la Banque mondiale dans le cadre de l'enquête sur les conditions de vie des ménages ou avec l'appui du programme, je crois c'est JDC, nous avions introduit dans cette enquête sur les conditions de vie des ménages un volet concernant les personnes déplacées internes, chose que nous n'avons pas l'habitude de le faire. Et en faisant cette recherche, nos capacités aussi se sont améliorées en matière de méthodologie, de collecte de données auprès de ces structures. Je rappelle que en ce qui concerne l'Institut, nous avions réalisé une enquête sur les personnes déplacées en 2007. Et ce n'est qu'en 2021 que nous avons réalisé la seconde étude où véritablement nous avions parlé des personnes déplacées internes. Donc, il se pose aussi un problème de financement, un problème d'implication des instituts nationaux de statistiques et pourquoi pas des instituts universitaires pour vraiment améliorer les capacités en matière de recherche sur le déplacement forcé. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. We hope we'll be able to hear again from you again, also as well in future events. We're moving toward the end of this panel. I would like to signal that, again, there are very interesting questions in the chat. There is one directly for you, Ninette, in case you want to reply in the chat, or we can also take it later in, offline. You will be able to reply in writing to our guests. There are very important remarks in the chat in terms of what. Thank you, sir. Thanks. In case of what happens when.
Merci.
Merci à vous encore, monsieur. What happens when there are policy failures that might be maybe due to research not being effective in terms of policy not following some research indications, as in the case highlighted in the question. These are maybe elements that we can reflect upon during these days, and maybe we can come back to them in our final reflection on the last day. We've heard from our panelists the point of views at the global and the local level, and therefore I'm very happy that we are able to close this panel with our last guest, who is Sajad Malik. Sajad, who I see now on screen. Hello, Sajad. Welcome. Is the director of the Division of Resilience and Solution at UNHCR. Sajad has a long career in UNHCR. He has worked for many years in the field. He's been in a number of different countries, spanning from Pakistan to Ethiopia. I won't name them all because it would take me too long. He's been the UNHCR representative in Syria. So he's been very, very close to the field and to operations. But right now, as I said, he's the director of this division, which is a division in which the role of research and the socioeconomic analysis is becoming more and more important. So Sajad, I would like to invite you to close our session, giving us your reflection on what you've heard, but also on how research is informing the work of DRS. And what would you like to hear more from how would you motivate the researchers to work more with you and with UNHCR? Over to you, Sajad.
Thank you, Domenico. Thank you, JDC, for organizing this extremely good and rich event. I've been listening to the debate, even the earlier session. And in this particular one, to hear Carolina and then my colleague Ninette, who was in my neighborhood when I was in Syria, maybe a little bit later than Syria and Lebanon, looking at the whole situation of the Syria crisis, and having Xavier on this call again. We've worked so hard in setting up the Joint Data Center. I think it's extremely rich panel. Then to hear Sarah and then Mr. Ali from Central African Republic, where the work is going on. I would just quickly highlight a few points. I think it's been extremely rich discussion. I would not even like to make an effort to attempt or make an attempt to even bring these things together, because I think the recording will itself show how rich the inputs have been by this panel on that one. But just to highlight that by mid-2021, we had 84 million people displaced. And this number had gone up from 82.4 million by the end of 2020. So within 6 months, the number has gone up. So there are lots of old and new questions around this displacement. There are frontier issues that are emerging. And in the refugee situation, nearly 70% of the refugees are living in protracted situations, which is an average 23 years. So the displacement, once it takes place, it becomes really very protracted. Ninette has highlighted from operational perspective that I've been out in the field in situations as manager that I wish I had more research. I wish I had more data. I wish I had more analysis available. It's not that it was not available sometimes, it was available, but I think the operational relevance to bring that information, that knowledge to the fore has become quite a big challenge. And I think we've picked it up with the Joint Data Center. Carolina highlighted the knowledge producers, the knowledge consumers, the contributors. But I think the important one, which we are missing quite a bit and can come out quite strongly, is the translators. There's a lot of data out there, a lot of research out there. How do we translate that into practical advice for senior managers, for policymakers, government, and the others? But let me just quickly come back to how UNHCR is transforming. I think with the introduction of the Joint Data Center, the work with the World Bank, a real game changer in forced displacement in that sense. Research is now becoming very much a central piece of discussions. Just a few examples, and you've heard some colleagues advise me to highlight this because these are important that we look at this. For example, in Kenya, the comparable poverty data with the World Bank that we've done has helped translate some of the discussions in Kenya. We are moving in the direction where camps are being looked at, not at camps anymore, but looking at transforming some of these camps into villages that can be integrated into the national systems. In Brazil, there was a study done on which had become basically a foundation for dialogue with the government in Brazil. This is again with the World Bank, UNHCR together, to relocation and inclusion of refugees into national strategies. In Uganda, the research has helped move away from some of the reductions that were coming into place and including all of this into national discussions around that. Let me just also say that, and you've highlighted this in the discussion, that this tremendous amount of work that has happened over the years now. But there's still inherent challenge between the academic research and the work that policy makers and practitioners would require that. And it's true. We see this already, as Ninette has highlighted, that there is an incentive, for research, new research ideas that come out. But we also need to align these with the challenges of the operational relevance of this information. That still remains quite a bit of a challenge. How do we translate that gradually as we go on? And my colleagues at the Joint Data Center hear us all the time from our UNHCR managers, the operational relevance of the discussion. Even the World Bank colleagues in the field look at it and say, we need to have some work that can have discussions at the policy level, at the national institutes that, for example, the statistic departments are looking at it to have more operational engagement around that. There are also other challenges that are there. I think on the methodological side, there's more discussions is helping us refine that discussion a little bit. I think we need to continue moving in that direction to make sure that the approaches that we are introducing are very much in line with what are the requirements in most of these operations are. I think some very good pieces are emerging, which are changing the policy debate in many of these refugee hosting countries, which is a good sign to have. Now, in terms of areas where we feel that there is some gap still there, Ninette highlighted statelessness. I think this is an area where in a number of countries, Lebanon is one, which is highlighted, but there are many of other situations where work around statelessness would help a greatly. What we also see is a gap on the linkage of mental health and employment related areas. Again, we have seen that the research around other areas are taking place, but this would be something that is a gap that we see. Longitudinal studies, research, I think that is also, we feel that it's important that we remain more and more engaged on that. That is helping in a number of areas. 4 longitudinal panels, one in Bangladesh, in Colombia, we have Kenya and Jordan. This is showing a different trend. So it's more of 3 to 5 years work that is going on. So we see over a period of time how these studies are helping us understand the challenges better and then engage governments in policy and also transform some of our programs around that. Carolina highlighted the high frequency phone surveys. We benefited a great deal from that, Carolina. World Bank, huge support by including refugees on these high frequency surveys. The data that is emerging, which is now being used, thanks also to the Joint Data Center, helping us translate that data, which we are sharing with our managers in different operations, and then engaging with our national interlocutors, but also our donors in that sense to say to bring some comparative analysis. Yes, these are people who are not citizens, their needs are different. If they're statistically invisible, they can also be not included in national programs. So how do we bring them to the fore by engaging them in including them in national statistics, and then arguing a case not only that they're vulnerable, but they also have legal vulnerability, that they're not the citizens. So I think we've done quite a bit around those areas. I would just borrow some words from Carolina's intervention, but I think we see also glass as half full. I think we have done quite a lot of work, but there's also a lot of research available out there that need to be translated into work that can translate this research, this analysis into material for policymakers to then have that discussion around that. So available research, but also new research. We would like to look at some of the frontier issues, which often are not looked into or are not researched enough. Maybe that can be something that we can bring to the fore. But the data that is available, how do we become better translators into that? There's been substantial amount of work that has gone into that, so there's momentum. I think what I've seen in UNHCR amongst my colleagues, I've spent with like Ninette a number of years in the organization, but I think the transformation that is taking place now on data and research and utility of it, I've not seen that in the past. I think since over the last few years with the support of the World Bank, it is becoming a debate that, yes, we can go and do advocacy and we can talk about it, we can argue their case, but if we do have data and evidence with us, we can have more substantive discussion and get more impact on that. And that is beginning to instill in the organization. The other thing that I would highlight here is that we are also changing the face of our workforce. We are reskilling, reprofiling, which is based on this the data that is coming and the evidence that is emerging. We are now have not as many as we would like it to be, but we have economists in our teams now, which are not at the center in my division, but also more importantly out in the field, who are looking at this, helping us understand this, making our case from forced displacement point of view. But there also a new category of staff that we have introduced, which we now call development officers. They are outposted in the field to draw lessons from these work that is going on and support our senior managers in that sense. This is just to show that all of this is helping us transform internally also in UNHCR, and the support that we're getting from the Joint Data Center, apart from this research conference, which is a huge benefit for us to see how we take this work forward, but also transforming UNHCR internally on that. We have done a lot. I think we need to maintain the momentum. We need to continue pushing in that direction. And as much as this research from the academic point of view is required and necessary, I think equally important is that we translate that for the policymakers, and that work will continue to happen. Thanks again, Domenico. Wonderful. And I just got absorbed in the panel's interventions that I completely forgot about the messages that I had to convey. But I think it was very rich discussion. And thank you again. And back to you, Domenico.
Thank you very much, Sajjad. If you got lost, we didn't notice. It was very clear. I am aware of the time, so I think I'm going to bring this to an end. I just would like to say that, when we thought about this panel, the idea was really to try not only to connect researchers and practitioners, but also to provide a platform for researchers to observe what kind of elements can be useful for them to better integrate their work within policy and programming. I believe we've offered several of these elements. We could have gone ahead for a long time discussing more of these elements. And so I would be tempted to conclude this session by saying to be continued, following also the indication of Ninette. I would really like to thank all of you, of course, our panelists, our speakers, our audience. I know it's late, but you are still here, and this is great. I conclude for the panel here. I thank you all and inviting you to come back to the conference tomorrow. We will start again 8 a.m. East or 2 p.m. in Central European time. Thank you all and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye, and thank you all.
Au revoir. Au revoir.
Thank you all.
Au revoir.
Au revoir, messieurs. Merci beaucoup encore.
Merci.